My name is Jordan Maxwell. I want to welcome you to my show. What's the show going to be about? It's going to be about the strangest things that are going on all around the world. All kinds of mysteries, the world of the occult, things which are happening all over the earth that we as humans have never been privy to know about. I've spent over 53 years of my life in the world of hidden knowledge, hidden wisdom, mystery school teachings. It's a fascinating world that we live in all around us. I want to excite people to look at the world that they have never seen before. The world of the occult. The word occult simply means hidden. Nothing evil or bad. It simply means hidden. So much of the real world that we live in has been hidden from us, purposely, by government, by religion, by commerce. The people who run this planet do not want you to start thinking for yourself and begin to see how the world really works. I want to do radio the way I'd like to have radio done. I'd like to hear really interesting, thought-provoking, scary stuff that nobody's ever talked about. I want to talk about the real facts of history, about how the government actually works, how banks really work. Who is it that owns the insurance companies, UFOs and aliens and underground bases? What is this whole story about Operation Paperclip and Nazis coming into this country back in 1945? Symbolisms and words and terms that are used in government. And why do we go to court? And why are we involved in commerce? And what is going on around the world, especially in relation to the occult world, all the unseen things which are happening around the earth that you've never been told. That's what I want to do. That's the kind of show I want. I want you to follow us, if you will, on Facebook at Jordan Maxwell Show. Our website is www.jordanmaxwellshow.com. Follow us on Twitter at JMaxwellShow. And if you'd like to sponsor the show, please email us at jordanmaxwellshow@gmail.com. I'm promising you, this show is going to blow your mind. The stuff you're going to hear is going to be off the wall and strange and interesting. And you're going to hear some of the most fascinating people the world has ever produced. And they're my friends. I've known a lot of people around the world that are doing things that you are not going to believe. That's what I do. That's who I am. This is Jordan Maxwell, and stay tuned.
Welcome to the Jordan Maxwell Show. We haven't launched the show yet, but we thought that in lieu of the end of the Mayan calendar, we should probably say a few words and get Jordan's personal views on what the end of the Mayan calendar means and what it's going to mean to us, to the world. Jordan, why don't you start it
Well,
up?
I'm sorry you asked me that question, because I really don't know that much about the Mayan calendar, because it's not something that I've been interested in. I've heard all the experts. I know many of the experts personally. I've sat and talked with them, but I'm not the world's foremost expert on anything, and especially the Mayan calendar. However, I have heard many of the experts and what they're saying, and I've got a consensus in my mind of what, after hearing so many different people who know, I've got some ideas of my own I've formulated. But the one thing I feel about 2012 December, I don't know. I mean, some people are saying it's the end of the world. I think it's probably just a calendar event. Back in 1999, when we were hearing about Y2K and the end of the world's coming, with all the computers are going to shut down, the planes are going to fall out of the sky, German national television came to America and they interviewed me for an hour show. I have an hour show I did in Germany with Arnold Schwarzenegger, in which he was talking about and showing the shows he was doing about the end of the world, etc. And I was talking about the end of the world in relation to Y2K. And so they asked me, "What do you think is going to happen?" And the whole thing was done in German, all translated into German. And I said to them then, I said, "There's nothing going to happen, and nothing's going to change. Y2K. It's all a CIA hype just to see how ignorant we really are and how quick we'll buy into something. I don't think anything's going to happen. I think the whole thing is just dreamt up by the CIA just to see if they can scare the world." And so nothing did happen. Well, now I'm looking at this the Mayan calendar thing, of which I am upfront saying I am not an authority on this at all. But I have a feeling about it. There are some people who feel this is the end of the world. I don't think so. I think it's a calendar event, just like December 31st, everyone's dancing in the street, and the next morning, January 1st, New Year. And so, so the New Year is here. So what? You're still going back to work. You're still going to pay your taxes, and the only thing goes up is the taxes. So, football may change from Sunday night to Monday night, but there's going to be no real change in anything. It's just a calendar event. Well, I think that's what's happening with December and 2012. It's a calendar event. It's the marking of, and there are a lot of people out there who are explaining. It's just a marking of the procession of the equinox. It's a processional of the equinox, and we're coming to the end of a cycle in the universe, and we're going to begin that cycle all over again, and it begins on December 21st. And so, yes, it's a very interesting date, and it has some significance, but I don't think it's the end of the world. If there's the end of the world, it's going to be the end of your world. It's not the end of the earth and life on it at all. But what I think might happen in December 12th, I mean December and the was it 21? I think that might begin a a spiritual a renaissance, a spiritual opening up of people's minds for the first time to see the world the way it really is, without religion, without their silly flags and patriotism and all that stuff about the Lord and all that stuff. I think what might very well be happening in December of 2012, coming within the next 3 weeks, there very, very well might be some sort of a renaissance beginning of a renaissance of thinking when people are going to begin to slowly but surely their minds are going to become open to the fact that we are in trouble on the earth. We've come to the end of the line. We have polluted our water, our air, our systems of government, our laws are polluted, our military is polluted, our minds are polluted. We've come to the end of our system. We have just polluted everything, destroyed everything, and there's no hope for tomorrow. And the whole world is going to, I believe, finally come awake to the mess that we have caused on the earth, and that we are in trouble as a human race, not just one country. And if that happens, that there's some sort of a spiritual awakening to the profound problems that the earth faces. People say to me, "Well, there must be a light at the end of the tunnel." And I said, "Of course there is. It's a train coming." Once you understand what's going on here, it's not going to be very pretty when you wake up and find out what you've done to the earth and what you've allowed to be done to the earth, and then you discover, there's no way out for us. The earth is one unit, and we are all, as one lady said many years ago, the earth is it's a ship in space, and we are all crew. We're not passengers. We're all crew on the ship in space. What we're doing to each other here on the earth. So when you dirty up the earth and throw your cigarette butts and your beer cans out and dump your acid into the water and whatever it is you're doing to pollute the earth, you're only hurting yourself. And everybody with you that's doing that is all of you are hurting each other, because eventually we all live here on the earth. And if it becomes so polluted from all of you doing these polluting things, we're all going to suffer, because nobody seems to appreciate the earth is holding us up and giving us life, and you're killing it. And so I think that if there's anything going to happen, my feeling is for December 21st, some sort of a spiritual awakening is going to begin. And if that happens, then that means that a lot of people are going to, for the first time, are going to be hit with the overwhelming feeling of direness, fear of tomorrow. What we have done, we're out of control. The human race is out of control. Our leaders are politically corrupt. Our monetary systems are corrupt. Everything about our world is totally corrupt. And if you're going to save the world for your children, your grandchildren, somebody better change the way the earth is being run. And we better do it quick, because the guys who are leading us into this new world order and all of this totalitarian, fascist, communist, Nazi BS that we are living in, it's going to destroy the human race. So somewhere along the line, we're going to have to wake up and find out that there is a divine presence in the universe that men have called God. And whatever that divine presence is, it's going to begin to shake us very soon. We're going to be coming very close to God very soon. We're going to wake up and find out we are in trouble on the earth. Our water is polluted, our air is polluted, our food is polluted, our government's polluted, our people are polluted, our everything around us is dying. We're killing everything, and there's nothing but crime in the streets, and our money is corrupted. Our political systems are corrupted, and my God, our religions are nothing more than fascist corporations manipulating and lying to people. So I'm just assuming that if there's going to be something happening on the world scale after December 21st, it very well might be a spiritual renaissance coming on the earth, in which the human race is going to awaken to what's really going on, and they're going to start asking questions. And that's when I hope that I'll be able to be there to help educate people to what's been going on for all these years I've been trying to tell them. So that's why I'd like to have you continue to listen to the program, because there are so many more things we need to talk about that you've never been told before. And that's what I hope to be able to do, is to help you to understand things that you have never heard before. You're going to need to know this kind of material real soon.
Well, a spiritual renaissance doesn't seem like a bad thing to me.
That sounds very positive. And in fact, I think we've encountered them in the past. Look at the movement in the 60s.
That's right.
You know, that was a prime example of people that weren't open to the Vietnam War and a lot of the things that were taking place
they
during
were
that
questioning
time.
authority.
Well, exactly. And I think that's a key element. And the problem with our generation right now is authority has become big corporations. And these big corporations are polluting our political leaders just because they went to Harvard or Yale or some big university. They get elected, and then they come in with great ideas, and yet they're polluted by the corrupt corporations or corporations that want to have policies. And that'll be subjects as we evolve into the show.
Yeah. Well, Gerald Massey, the great Egyptologist, Gerald Massey, one of the greatest Egyptologists that ever lived, and one of his first books said, he had a beautiful poem, and he said, the poem was, quote, "They are going to find it difficult. They who have accepted authority as truth rather than the truth as the authority." Gerald Massey. And that's true. They, meaning the people of this world, they're going to find it very, very difficult when they find out that they have accepted authority as the truth rather than the truth as the authority.
I think we should put that on the front page of the web.
I think it's beautiful.
Yeah. Also, back to the 2012 end of the world.
Yeah.
Or whatever they want to call it.
The end of your world.
End of mine, yeah. Okay, so a lot of people say it's the end of days, the end times, the end of the age. Is there a misinterpretation, or are
Yes.
people mixing things up?
Yes, absolutely. I'm mixing things up, and I'm mixing apples and oranges and grapes. You know, so there's first of all, it's not the end of the age of Pisces and the beginning of the age of Aquarius. No, from all the best calculations, we know that the age of Pisces probably began right around the year 325 AD. 325 AD is most likely the best calculation for the beginning of the age of Pisces, which is where we are now. We're in the age of Pisces. Pisces represented religion. That's why today, all over the world, we have all these lunacy religions killing each other. Well, that's what Pisces represents. Pisces represents religion. And so we're in the age of Pisces, on the age of the rule of religions. And so the next age to come is the age of Aquarius, the water bearer. And this is why Jesus in the book of Luke 22:10, go back to the New Testament and look up in the book of Luke, 22nd chapter, 10th verse, 22:10. And the apostles go to Jesus and they say to him, now that you're going to die, where are we going to go? What are we going to do if you're going to die? And so he says, go into the city and you will see a man carrying a pitcher of water. Go into the house of the man with the water pitcher. My God, how much more obvious can you be? Luke 22:10, Jesus says, go into the house of the man with the water pitcher. That's the house of Aquarius. Aquarius is always a picture of a man carrying a pitcher of water, and it's called the house of Aquarius. And so any Bible, all Bible reference works. Go to any good biblical reference library, seminary, and do some reading and research on carrying water. I spent 2 weeks doing nothing but just researching this one subject, carrying water. And all the Bible reference works and all the encyclopedias and Britannica, Americana all tell you the same thing. No man in the ancient world ever carried water, period. That was a woman's job, and it was demeaning to a man, and a man would never do such a thing. It was always the women at the well. Women carried the water. They still do today. Women carry the water because in the ancient world, it was a disgrace for males to carry water. So when Jesus tells his apostles, go into the city and you will see the man carrying a pitcher of water, men don't carry water in Jesus' day. It doesn't happen. And so he says, go into the city and see the man with the pitcher of water, and go into the house of the man with the water pitcher. What is the house of the man with the water pitcher if it isn't the symbol for Aquarius? Aquarius is a man carrying a water pitcher and is called the house of Aquarius. So what we're saying is that the whole, as I've said before, and I'm going to show again, the whole of the New Testament is astrotheology. I don't care what you think of it. I don't care if you believe it or understand what I'm saying. I'll prove it to you. The whole story of Jesus in the New Testament is an astrological story, period.
What's the significance of the Council of Nicaea in Constantine when all that took
that's
place?
Year 325. 325, the Council of 325. Yeah, if you take 2,150 years, I have said that I believe the age of, and I'll get back to your question in a minute. I have said so many times, I believe that the age of Aquarius will officially begin right around the year 2475. 2475. This is a 2012. Well, we're talking about 2,475.
We got a few hundred years
Yeah,
yet.
you got at least 450 years yet.
We got a little lease.
Yeah.
That's a good thing to know.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And so if you're talking about the coming of the age of Aquarius, well, from the best calculations, it's 420 some odd years yet before the age of Aquarius will be here.
So the dawning of the age is
It's
a
the
little ways away.
dawning. It's the dawning of the age. It's not here yet. When the sun starts breaking, before the sun actually breaks the horizon. The sun's coming up in the morning, it gets light, but the sun's not up yet. It's just like after the sun goes down, there's still an hour or so of sunlight after it's gone. And so we say in the morning when the sunlight hits the earth, hits
Dawn.
us, it's the dawn. So therefore, the sun, when it moves into the constellation of Aquarius, we say its sun is in Aquarius, but it's not there yet. It won't be there for 2000 until 2475. So over 425 years yet. So this is just the dawning of the age of Aquarius. It's not here yet, and it's not going to be here for at least 425 more years. So you're not going to see it.
So for all those doomsdayers,
Yeah, well, they're not going to be around. They're not going to be around to see the age of Aquarius. They're not going to be here.
tough luck, doomsdayers.
Yep.
You got to hang around for a little bit.
Yeah, at least 425 years more before you'll even see. And
Yep.
I will go a step further and tell you that the age of Aquarius is not going to be what you think it is. It's going to be a horrible time on the earth. From all indications, the age of Aquarius is going to be a very fearful and frightening and horrible time for the human race. And that's going to be 2,150 years of this mess that's going to happen when the age of Aquarius gets here. I am not one of the believes, you hear a lot of people talking about, the age of Aquarius is going to be the age of egalitarianism. It's going to be wonderful and everyone's going to be happy and everyone's going to be free and the world's just going to be wonderful in the age of Aquarius. No, you are totally wrong. You need to go back and look at the astrological calculations of Aquarius and everything around Aquarius, because if you look at all the astrological signs around Aquarius and all the implications of a good astrologer will tell you all the implications of the constellations around Aquarius, go back and look at the whole picture and you're going to find out Aquarius is not going to be very pretty at all. You think it's bad now? You stick around and watch what this country is going to look like in 100 years. You have no idea in the world what this thing's going to look like in the next 400 years. We are heading for a totalitarian, fascist, iron boot in the face of a child existence on this earth. The guy who wrote 1984, back in 1948, he said, "Do you want to see a picture of the world in the future?" He said in England, a guy who wrote the book 1984, George Orwell. He said, "The picture of the world coming, picture this in your mind, an iron boot on the face of a child."
Well, you'll see that right now with the fascist control of certain
Of our
policies
country.
that are
Yeah.
taking place. I mean, try and go through an airport line these
Yeah,
days
that's it.
and watch them pat you down and stick you through a radioactive machine that, you know.
Or drive drive downtown, drive around in a big city in a car and watch what happens to you when the cop stops you. Yeah, watch it. You better say yes, sir, and no, sir,
Well,
and get on your knees and kiss the ring.
You know what gets me right now in Los Angeles? I don't even watch the news anymore, but when I was, there was a shooting. Every day there's a officer
there is
involved
now.
shooting. So what happened to due process? And kids are getting tasered at school, and it's gotten out
Pregnant
of
women.
control.
It's totally out of control.
Yeah.
You think it's bad now? Watch what's coming.
Oh, I've walked. Listen, I drive now. You get on an airport and you walk through the line,
Yeah.
and it's first of all they want you to walk through the X-ray machines, and those are just human microwaves. If you go, the MIT physicist, if you type in body scanners and DNA on the internet, you'll see that these actually play with your DNA. They're not safe to walk through.
No, I know they're not.
And then if you refuse to walk through it, they pat you down and go through your luggage and treat you like a criminal.
That's exactly right.
And it's just gotten way out of hand. In fact, lately on the news, Congress, there's some congressional people that are actually fed up with the treatment that their family members have had through TSA and whatnot.
Well, that's too bad.
And you know what?
Congress is upset about it.
TSA, they don't even want to appear. They feel in the local news, we're exempt from Congress. We don't have to answer to them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just gotten out of control.
It's totally out of control. But that's what happened in the Roman Empire. That's what happened in Adolf Hitler's Nazi Germany. You take a bunch of screwball, unemployed tree trimmers, airheads, dingbats, and losers, and give them a badge and a gun and representing the
And
Führer and a uniform, and they represent the Führer in Berlin, and now they are God. Whatever they say, that's what the law is. Why? Because they have a badge, they have a uniform, and Adolf Hitler has given them the imprimatur of his name, and so they represent the government. And so from here on out, they don't give a damn about your freedom, liberty, justice, your American freedom. You don't have no freedoms. You are nothing more than a blip on a computer. And
Like,
so
like Richard Pryor used to say, justice,
that's
just
right.
us.
That's right. There is no justice. There's just us. So anyway, I think that 2012 is going to be a time. I could be wrong, but I'm thinking 2012 December is going to be a time of an awakening because people have got to wake up and understand how the world works. And it's going to come very shortly, I think. And when it does, people are going to want to understand for the first time how the law works, how government works, how the banks work. And this kind of knowledge I've been talking about for years. It's about time people start listening. And I think that's what 2012 is going to cause people to do, is to start seriously questioning the world they live in. And I'm saying, well, it's about damn time.
People need to wake up. And with that, Jordan, we appreciate your wisdom this evening. It's always a pleasure.
And we can't wait to get going with the show. We'll have a launch date for you very, very soon. If you like what you're hearing, make sure everybody signs up on iTunes at Jordan Maxwell Show. Every new show we do will be downloaded into their iTunes account. You can find us on Facebook at Jordan Maxwell Show. Follow us at Twitter at J Maxwell Show.
And email us any questions you might have at jordanmaxwellshow@gmail.com.
Jordan will get back to everybody he can. He will try and look at these emails on a regular basis. And we can't wait to get going.
Let's do it.
Welcome to the Jordan Maxwell Show. Jordan Maxwell has been an esoteric scholar and a preeminent researcher in the fields of astrotheology and religion for 52 years. He is well respected by thousands of open-minded free thinkers around the globe, many of which have been waiting for years for him to do his own show. It's finally his time. Jordan has been studying a plethora of interesting, thought-provoking subject matter his entire life. He's been teaching seminars, giving speeches, writing books, and basically sharing his wisdom all over the planet. The objective of the Jordan Maxwell Show is for Jordan to share what he's learned in his lifetime with everybody who cares to listen for free. So help Jordan spread the word. Repost this link and share it with your friends. You can find all the podcast episodes on our website at jordanmaxwellshow.com, where you can also find links to both Facebook and Twitter. You can subscribe to the Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes. Just search for the Jordan Maxwell Show. The objective of this show is to give Jordan a free form in a social setting amongst friends on his own schedule. He'll lead us through a matrix of politics, history, religion, biology, and astrology, among other topics, in his own way, on his own time, and at his own pace. As time goes on, we will narrow in on more specific topics and host many special guests. Jordan, what did you want to accomplish on this show?
I want to do this show because I want to make it available. See, when I was growing up, I wanted to know. I was into everything. I was researching and studying everything I could get my hands on, and I wanted to know. I wanted knowledge. And so I really appreciated, more than anyone will know, I really appreciated speakers, teachers, authors, writers, people who were the leading authorities in that day that I could go to and listen, go to seminars and sit and listen to them and learn from them and write down their sources of their information and go back and get the books and read. So I was traveling all over California and all the museums and all the federal and state depositories, all kinds of research libraries. I lived out at UCLA and USC stacks. They would call them the stacks at USC, underground libraries for years and years and years, cross-referencing everything, reading everything I could on the occult, on the strange things that going on in the world. And like I said, I was meeting all kinds of off-the-wall characters who were blowing my mind with stories about all sorts of interesting things. And these people were all well-grounded, highly intelligent, military people, scientists, physicists, astronauts.
Well, it's like they say, when the student's ready, the teacher will appear.
That's it. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. That's
Excellent.
what we're doing here. I just want to wake people up, and I'm so tired of hearing radio that does nothing but just pour out slop into the public trough, as we're just shrill, feeding the pigs. It just feed the pigs. You pour some slop into the public trough, and it's called radio, and it's all about dope and loud music and craziness and stupidity and ignorance, and then politics and religion and commerce. I have always wanted to hear a radio show that damn well tells you something that's really important, intellectually and spiritually gratifying. And nothing out there on radio today is either spiritually gratifying or makes any sense. It's all a bunch of bullshit. I know it, and everybody else knows it. I want to produce a program that's based on really interesting people. You have no idea in the world the kind of people I know and that I'm going to bring on this show that are going to blow your mind. So I want to tell you how much I appreciate you being here to listen to me, because I'm telling you, it's a very interesting
Absolutely.
Definitely. If we can cover 1/10, if we can get 1/10 of the people in here that we've talked about,
Oh,
would be,
yeah, it's just sharing the wisdom. Really, that's the key for future generations to kind of
look at those
point
young
out.
people today have no basis for it. They have nothing to build on. They
Yeah.
haven't been given anything. And also, this is what Dick Gregory said. He said Americans love talking about how we have the right to elect our leaders. We can go to the polls and elect our leaders, but you can't select your leader.
Yeah, we get two
It's just-
choices.
You get two choices. Yeah, Abbott or Costello.
Yeah.
Mutt and Jeff,
Yeah.
Laurel and Hardy. You either have
It's-
one of the two. Which one of these thugs do you want?
Yeah.
Because they both work for me.
Don't get me going on politics.
Oh man, politics is
Yeah,
it's
at
incredible.
least American politics.
Yeah.
It's
It's
got
a hell of a story, American politics.
Yeah, but I think, listen, there is hope.
Well, like I
You know.
said, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. It's a train coming.
Yeah, and as you know, you've lived all over and experienced all kinds of culture. America still is the finest country on the planet.
America was the greatest thing that ever happened on the
Yeah.
face of the earth. I love my country. I love the idea of being free. But I'm telling you, unless and until the young people, don't look to the older people to do anything. They're too stupid and too old and too dim-witted. And the people with money, they're not about to do anything. People with money are not about
No,
to
they're
give
into
you
hoarding
a
it.
nickel to help
Yeah.
you do anything to save the human race. I will guarantee you that. The guys with the big money in Hollywood, they're not about to give you a nickel.
No, it
So the
doesn't
only
take-
hope, if there's any hope at all, is young people who have the vitality and the energy. I don't have the vitality and I don't have the energy. I've got the experience, the knowledge, and the wisdom of some 53 years of being in the world of the occult. And so that's why I just want to share with young people who want to know. Because God, this world is so fascinating when you
Oh, it's
really
amazing.
begin
It really is a beautiful place, and it's a journey, and we're only here for a short time. And the key is making every day count.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I love talking about my experiences and the things I'm interested in, because I want the young people in the audience to get enthralled with the stories that I'm telling them. I've been doing what I do for 53 years. I started back in 1959 with talking at little mom and pop grocery stores and bookstores, and I was just fascinated with the world of the occult, with all the things that are not seen. I don't know why I just gravitated toward the dark side on everything. No matter what was happening in the world, I always knew that there was more to the story yet. There's something else going on that you don't see. One of the themes of the Masonic Order of Knights Templars became very famous: as above, so below. So I always applied that to everything happening on the earth. Whatever's happening on the earth, there's got to be a reason. And I don't buy for 1 minute that things just happen. No, things don't just happen. Things are caused by people who make them happen. I wanted to know, and that's the big thing. The emphasis is on the word want. I wanted to know. So I decided to dedicate my life to studying the occult. The word occult simply is a Latin word which means hidden. Doesn't mean it's evil or bad or of the devil. It just means hidden. And so I realized, as I said, even growing up as a small kid, I already realized that nothing is what it seems. There's always a reason for everything. And almost never do people see the reason for things. Things happen, and so we react to when things happen. I've lived a whole life of strange, off the wall experiences. And every time I think it's over, no, it's coming back bigger.
Just beginning.
Just beginning. I've done over 600 radio interviews. I've worked with CBS on the Ancient Mystery series. I've spoke all around the world, all over the earth. I've traveled extensively, speaking about the world of the occult. And I'm fascinated with how much people don't know. I've had 36 peak experiences in my life. I'll give you an example of the kind of thing that happens to me. And back in 1992, 93, I was asked to speak at a conference in Pasadena at a large hotel. There would be about, I don't know, at least 500 people in the audience. And so about a week before, I went out there with the two guys who were putting the conference on. Gary Schultz and Norio Hayakawa from Japan were putting this UFO, alien conference on, and I was going to be the keynote speaker. But we went out to the hotel about a week before to kind of spy out the hotel and see what we were going to do. Norio asked me, he said, when you come up on the platform, what are you going to need? Are you going to be doing a slide presentation or a blackboard or what? And I told him, no, I don't need anything. All I want is a table and a chair because I want to be able to lay all the documents out that I'm talking about. And I just want to be like a teacher in front of a class. I don't need anything special. So he said to me, he said, all right, then I'll tell you what we'll do then. We'll have somebody sitting behind you on a bar stool with a video camera over your shoulder so that when you're talking about a document, hold it up knowing that he's going to zoom in on it, and we'll have closed circuit TV so people can see what you're reading. And so that next Saturday, it came off great. I did 2-hour presentation on UFOs and alien stuff and all kinds of occult subjects, and it went off fine. That night when we were leaving the event, the guy who was filming me, sitting behind me on the stage, he asked me, he said, Jordan, could you come over tonight for dinner? My wife and I'd like to have you come over. And he lived right there in the city in Pasadena. I said, sure. So we go over there. He's got a really nice condo. The wife is in the kitchen fixing dinner, and he and I are sitting in the front room talking about all kinds of strange stuff. After a while, she comes out of the kitchen and says to him in front of me, she said, have you told him yet? And he said, no, I wasn't going to tell him till after dinner. And I thought to myself, oh, God, not again. I don't like surprises. So I said to him, I said, what do you mean you were going to tell me? Tell me what? And he said, we had an ulterior motive for inviting you here. He said, I've told this story to so many people over the last many years, and my wife has heard it so many times. Now I'm going to tell you the story. He said, I just turned 50 years old. And when I was 17 years old, I was back on the East Coast. And one morning, I was out of school for the summer, and I was thumbing my way north to stay with my cousin. And he said, an old man picked me up at a pickup truck. And he said the truck was filthy, dirty, falling apart. And the old man looked to be at least 90 years old. And he said, but at least it's a ride. So he says, when I got in, this old man began to tell me everything about me and my family. He was absolutely correct. He knew everything about my dad's job, my mother, her friends, my sister. The whole time we're driving, he was telling me all about my life.
Deja
how
vu.
and how I'm doing in school, what my sister's boyfriend's doing, and how my dad's doing in business. And he said everything he was telling me was exactly right. And he said, I was amazed as a kid, who is this old man in this dirty beat up truck that's telling me this stuff? And he says, and when we stopped, when he let me out, he said, everything I've told you up to now was to entertain you and get your attention. Now I'm going to tell you something important. After you're 50 years old, you're going to be on the other side of this country. And one morning, you're going to be on a stage with a man sitting at a table with a lot of papers. And you're going to have a camera. That technology does not exist, but it will then. And you're going to have a camera sitting behind him over his shoulder so that when he picks up the paper to talk about, you will be able to hit it with the camera so that people in the audience will be able to see what he's talking about. Now, when that happens, you tell the guy sitting there that you're filming, you tell him, I said that I put him at that table. He's sitting at that table doing what I want him to do. That was not his idea to sit at that table. It's my idea. I put him there. And he says, so this morning I'm sitting there filming you, and it finally dawned on me because I was so interested in getting everything ready, I wasn't thinking. And he said, I looked in the audience, I looked at my wife, and she was staring at me. Today, the prophecy was fulfilled. It was like 17 years ago. And the old man just told me to tell you that he put you there. That's not your idea. He wanted you there. That frightened me so that I got up and left. And I remember walking out at night, and I walked out to the street, and I was shaking. I was frightened. And he came out and walked with me. And I said, I don't understand what's happening. And he said, all I'm telling you is what the man said. So somebody knew what you were going to do 17 years ago when they told me. And he said it wouldn't be until after I turned 50. That's just one of many experiences. Because I'd had so many experiences before that, it was just one more devastating blow that tells me that it doesn't seem to me that anybody is in control of anything. The thing about that particular story that really strikes me is the fact that he knew a particular camera did not exist then. How did he know that that camera was a technology that didn't exist? That implies that all this technology we're being given. Somebody is giving the human race technology, high, incredibly intelligent technological advances. Somebody is giving it to us. I've sat with, I don't know how much I can say on radio. And this has always been my problem is when I'm on radio, I have to watch what I say because there are other people's lives are involved. And I don't want to cause other people problems in life, but by telling stories out of school. But I've been told some really incredible stuff from very important people in this world. I mean, profoundly important people in this world that you would not think that I had an opportunity to even be in their company. And what they told me.
We've collectively have sat down with some of those folks.
That's right.
Remember the gentleman who introduced us and
That's right.
his involvement
With the government
for years and years
at
and
the
years.
very, very pinnacle of government.
Mm-hmm.
Pinnacle of government.
Right.
I remember him telling me, Netanyahu works for me. I remember the night he said that. Netanyahu, Kissinger, no, they work for me.
Well, I remember he invited me over to his house that day after September 11th in the World Trade Center. I went over to his office and sitting in his office amongst all the photographs of him and every world diplomat out there on the planet, including several presidents.
Oh, yeah, and Queen Mum and Prince Charles and all these royalty of Europe. He had pictures of everybody.
Yeah, and I remember having the discussions. You and I had some very interesting Shabbat dinners at his house.
That's right. We sure did.
He shared a lot of his wisdom and explained
and if anybody had it, he did. I mean, he was one of the top people in this government.
And sharp as a tack.
At
92 years old, he was sharper than half the 20-year-olds at the table.
Yeah. Brilliant man.
Yeah, great guy.
Well, I don't know if I ever told you this, but in 1999, December 31st, New Year's night, the next morning, New Year's morning of the year 2000, I got a phone call from him. And I said, what a pleasure to hear from you. And he said, well, I'm just calling to wish you a happy new year. And I said, well, thank you for thinking of me. And he said, of course I think of you. You're my friend. And so I could hear he was in a restaurant. So I said, so where are you? And he said, well, I'm having breakfast with my wife. He said, she wanted to come to Palm Springs for the weekend, for the holiday weekend. So I brought her over here and we're having breakfast. I said, well, that's nice. And so he said, I'm here having breakfast with Secretary Powell and Dick Cheney, and they want to say hello. And yeah, he's there with Powell and Cheney. And he said, I've been talking to them about you and about my feelings about you. I was just amazed. And so we talked, and I talked to his wife for a few minutes, and then that was it. And so then when she handed the phone back to him, he said, well, you will be coming to dinner next week. And I said, yes, I will, Doc. Yes, I will. And he said, well, I've been talking to Powell and Cheney about you. And so I've told them about my feelings about you. And I said, well, I hope it's good. And he says, always, I love you, and we'll talk later. So I said, well, thank you. So that was it. But, Powell and Cheney sitting there
Oh, yeah.
discussing me.
I'll never forget the call when his aide came in and said, Dr. Kissinger's on the phone. Would you like to take his call? And he and Henry Kissinger had a 5-minute conversation about
Yeah,
how the world was about to change after that day.
that's exactly right. And he told me, he said, there are 7 men who run California. One of those sessions when we were up in his office,
Mhm.
in his home, and our other mutual friend, the other doctor,
Mhm.
was there, and so he said to me, he said, there are 7 men who run the state of California. One of them is in charge of all entertainment. One is over agriculture. One is over the mineral resources of California. Another one's over the corporations and international corporations. But basically, the power of California is in the hands of 7 men, and they work directly for me. I hired them. I don't know what that tells you, but translated, it seems like means this guy was calling the shots for California. Not only was he doing it, but he's calling it for in Washington D.C. because he told me one of his actual words were, Netanyahu works for me.
That's amazing.
He and I, as you well know, because you were there, he and I became very, very close friends. And there was a third one in our triumvirate. It was a doctor who was also with us in that time. And I'm telling you, I sat and talked with him about world politics, about world religion, and
Very fascinating. He was,
absolutely.
a very good mentor, I think, for all of us. He was,
He was absolutely a wonderful mentor for all of us.
well, and I think that sort of goes back to the show is he, at the age of 90, 91, 92, was sharing a lot of his worldly wisdom
Yeah.
to potentially make this a better place.
Mhm.
And,
That's what he wanted to do.
sharing the wisdom is really, I think, the cornerstone to this show, where you're giving a palette to go out and share experiences, life experiences. And I think seeing that knowledge is power.
That's it.
And
Knowledge is power.
and
Absolutely.
and the symbolism within everyday society. I'll notice I've traveled the world extensively, from Brazil to Europe to Asia to you name it, getting into the symbols, which you really opened my eyes to. They're symbols, and these
Yeah.
symbols have been around for an awfully long time, and they're
And they're in
prevalent.
your face.
They're right there in your face.
Everywhere you go.
Well, look at, walk into a courtroom or look at the state seal, and
Oh, yeah.
they're right there on the wall.
That's right.
The old saying, "Read between the lines."
That's right.
And
And read the fine print.
Yeah.
Read the fine print. But before you sign the contract, read the fine print. What are you talking about? And sign on the dotted line.
Yep.
Well, sign on the dotted line and read the fine print go together. Because when you're signing a check, if you have a checkbook, look in your checkbook. And where you signed your name, it looks like small dots. So therefore, you're signing on the dotted line, okay? But get a magnifying glass. It's not dots. It's small, tiny print. That's why the attorneys tell you, read the fine print.
right.
The fine print is on your check where you're signing your check. And so read the fine print.
Yep.
And so when you get a magnifying glass and look at that line you're signing on, it's not a dotted line. They're not dots. They're letters, and it's spelling out something.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting the way the banking, does what they do to us.
Well, the banking system. Well, that's the irony of the banking world. If you look at the control that they have,
Over everything.
printing everything. And it's funny that if you look at 4 countries that are considered the biggest threat, if you look at North Korea, if you look at Iran, if you look at Cuba, and even Venezuela, and those aren't the 4 countries that have nothing to do with quote unquote the Rothschild banking. They have their own sort of way of monetization. There's not control over the central bank system.
Yeah, and that's why they're the enemy. But this whole idea of banking, and I've always loved the as I said, the dark side, especially in relation to UFOs and ancient mysteries and who built the pyramids and where do these ancient monoliths and you know huge stones. Um, I've been to Egypt 3 times. I spoke in Cairo 3 different times, and we went to the pyramids. And I have to say that we were right across the street from the pyramids. We stayed, and so every night we would just sit out on the patio upstairs. It was 6 stories up, and on the patio we look right across the street at the Sphinx is right there, and then right behind it on the Giza Plateau, the plateau above it was the pyramids. And so every night there was a light show, light music show. We'd sit out there on 7 stories up on the roof, watching the show every night. But the pyramids are strange for me. I was not as impressed with the pyramids as I thought I would be. Although and the reason why I think is because your mind does not comprehend, even when you're looking at them across the street. Your mind does not comprehend how big these things really are until you get there. You drive up, it's about 2 or 3 blocks, and you have to drive up there to the Giza Plateau. Well, they're right there in front of you, but wait till you get there. Then you begin to see how large they really are. And that's very impressive. But the thing that blows my mind is when you go inside the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid is not the middle one. The middle one is the one that everyone always sees. No, that's not the Great Pyramid of Giza. It's the one before it is the Great Pyramid of Giza. The one in the middle is very impressive, but that's not, in point of fact, the Great Pyramid of Egypt. And when you go inside the Great Pyramid, it's a mind trip. I'm just amazed at the size of the stones inside that gallery when you're climbing up the gallery, walking up this long. Have you ever been in the
I've not been there yet. No.
Oh, it's incredible. Absolutely.
Road trip.
Yeah.
It's a mind trip
Well,
inside
how old
the
do you
Great
think
Pyramid.
they really are? Because there's a lot of controversy over the true age
absolutely.
of
Lots of controversy. Well, the Egyptians told Herodotus that they had no idea who built the pyramids. So when Herodotus, the Greek historian, that was back, I don't know, before Alexander the Great, or right around that time, when the Greeks went into Egypt, the people that were not Egyptians, they were Arabic, but they told Herodotus, we don't know who built them. I have no idea.
Well, even the Great Pyramid, they say they're even finding controversy of what it really was. And
oh yeah,
and
yeah. There's never. I'll tell you one thing we know for sure that it wasn't.
Mhm.
And the one thing we know for sure that it wasn't is what all of our schools teach that it was, and
Well,
that is the Great Pyramid. All 3 pyramids were tombs for the pharaohs.
not true.
That is as ludicrous on the face of it. Just on the face of it, that's stupidity. Anybody who would make a statement like that in public
Well,
should be ashamed of
Well, now they're
themselves.
coming out saying that the Great Pyramid was a potential power generator of some
Oh
sort.
well, anything, but tell me that it was a tomb.
Mhm.
Anyone more than 500 brain cells all going the same way will tell you that the pharaohs were buried about 25 miles south of there in a place called the Valley of the Kings.
Yep.
That's where the pharaohs are buried. There's no pharaohs or anybody buried in any pyramids, and they were not tombs to start with. So when you understand that the 3, and you just mentioned it, those 3 pyramids at a particular time of the year, the
Line up with
Orion's
Orion.
belt
Mhm.
is directly overhead. And Orion's belt is 3 very bright stars, but one of them is a little off center. The last one's a little off center. The other two in straight line, but the third one is a little one and it's off centered a little bit. That's exactly what the pyramids are. The two great pyramids, and then there's a third pyramid which is a little off center. Well, it coincides with the Orion's belt, exactly perfect. So what I'm saying is that the pyramids were anything but burial tombs. No, there was nobody buried in those tombs.
Well, look, and
Nobody.
they all the same ones. The Mayans. You also look at the
Same thing with the
well,
Maya.
the
Exactly.
Indians, the Indian temples, and the one I found fascinating we were discussing earlier is off the coast of Cuba, 2 miles under the surface of the ocean.
Yeah.
They've been able to find a duplicate of the same Giza plateau with the pyramids to scale,
Yeah.
and they also line up with Orion.
Well, and what about the pyramid that's found on the floor of the Atlantic Ocean, right off the coast of Florida? There's a big pyramid sitting out on the floor of the Atlantic Ocean. Now, people don't know about it. It's because it doesn't really have anything to do with football or sports or basketball. So what the hell is
Yeah, they could care
how the
less.
hell important could it be? It's just a pyramid sitting out there on the damn ocean floor.
Well, how do you find out about it?
Yeah, well, the way it was found is that one of the doctors that worked at the from the story I heard is that he was worked at the Oceanographic Institute in Miami, I think it is, and he was flying his own plane with a friend one day out over the Bahama Banks, which is 10 miles north of the island of Bimini and the Bermuda Triangle.
Mhm.
10 miles north of Bimini is an area called the Bahama Banks, and he was flying out over that area, and the sun, he said, was at a exact angle that he could see into the ocean, because usually it's just reflecting off the ocean, you can't see anything, but if you hit it at the right moment, the sun is at a particular angle, you can see into the ocean. And he said, and as they were flying over, they saw a pyramid that looked like a pyramid, the size of Cheops pyramid in Egypt.
Mm.
So they marked it where they were and came back, and they went back out there with I don't know, with the Oceanographic Institute and probably the Coast Guard. I don't know who else went out there with them, but they went back out there and they swam down, and they found this pyramid, and it has an all-seeing eye at the top, and they discovered that the eye, or the opening at the top of the triangle, the top of the pyramid, was sucking in water. And it says it was sucking it in and it was blowing it out the bottom. So there's some kind of a generator actually operating right now in this pyramid that's on the ocean floor of the Atlantic, 10 miles north of Bimini, in an area called the Bahama Banks. And he said that the doctor, I think his name was Ballantyne with a B, Dr. Ballantyne, with the Oceanographic Institute. Anyway, he said, and this was incidentally on Discovery or History Channel. There was a show on this.
Mhm.
Shocked me. I didn't, I was amazed to see it, but there was a whole
Well, they
program
do such
on
great
this.
jobs on some of those
Yeah,
programs.
because normally they don't put on highly intelligent shows, but this one was very interesting. But he said that when he was swimming with other people, they were all swimming around this pyramid. He says at least as high as the Great Pyramid of Giza, the big one. And he said, but he swam into the eye at the top. He
Mhm.
swam into it, and he said, and there were two hands, that were a little larger than normal human hands, that were suspended in space as he swam in. These two hands were suspended,
Mhm.
and they were made out of. He felt they were made out of pewter or some kind of metal hands, and they were holding a crystal. And he said, I popped the crystal out of the hands, and he said the hands are just suspended in space.
You've seen that actually in a lot of the architecture of the time. You'll see that with the
The
double
two
hands,
hand, the double hands,
double
yeah,
hands
holding
connected
something.
together, holding up
Right.
something. Well, that's kind of getting back to the pyramid here. You'll
Oh
see
yeah,
with,
yeah, I know. I mean, when people look at a dollar bill and have no idea in the world what they're looking at.
Maybe this is a good place to break. We could talk a very long time about symbols on the dollar bill.
So there's going to be a lot of different guests, and many of them have their own books and articles that they've written, or videos that they have produced, their seminars, etc. And so when I'm introducing these people to you, you'll want to get maybe their books and their videos, etc. So you can get all of that, of course, at Amazon, because Amazon carries a lot of the articles and the books and videos that I'll be talking about. And you're learning from the best of the best teachers.
We have a deal with Amazon, and it's very simple. If you like what we're doing here and you want to support Jordan and this show, you just go to Amazon. By clicking the Amazon link on our homepage, doing your online shopping, and Amazon will support us, and it won't cost you anything more. Well, people, there's a lot to learn, and we need to wake up. Thank you for the support. Welcome back to the Jordan Maxwell Show. Remember, you can find us on jordanmaxwellshow.com. Check us out and make sure you like us on Facebook. We are the Jordan Maxwell Show, or you can follow us on Twitter at JMaxwellShow for any news or announcements from Jordan. You can also subscribe to the Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes. To be able to do a quality show, we need people to listen. So thank you for spreading the word. We have a few people in the studio today, and last time we were just going into all the symbolism on the dollar bill. So, Jordan, let's start there.
I started talking about this back in 1962, 63, 64. I was talking at little mom and pop bookstores and stuff about the symbolism on the back of the dollar bill, on the front of the dollar bill. There's all kinds of symbolism. And most people do not see the profound significance of symbols on our money, on our coats of arms, on heraldry, on the corporate logos, on flags, national flags. All of these symbols mean something to highly intelligent people. Again, like I said, it's not important to the normal person out in the street, the symbols on the dollar bill, because it hasn't got anything to do with sports or
yeah.
Paris Hilton or.
Well, you go in even to the courtroom and you'll see the.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's there. Go look at the Hall of Congress and you'll see the fasci. That to me is
Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln's arm is resting on, both arms are resting on fasci.
Yeah.
Which is an Italian fascist symbol. It symbolizes world domination, fascism. Mm-hmm. Corporate fascism, the corporations taking over the world. And Abraham Lincoln's hands are on both. And we can get into all of that. That's a whole nother story. I mean, when you get into government. But going back to the dollar bill, you will see on the when you're holding the back of the dollar bill to you, it's on the right-hand side is the eagle. And the eagle has 32 feathers on one wing and 33 on the other. 32 and 33. A lot of very interesting is he has 9 tail feathers, and in the world of the occult, there's an idea expressed that there are 9 men who are called the Council of 9, because religion and God is always equated with 3. There's always a triune God everywhere, all over the world. You have triune deities, 3, and so the idea being 3 times 3 is 9. It's the opposing of the gods. All the gods are represented by 3. That's why you have Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, 3 major religions. They're called the people of the book. Why do you have 3? You have 3 because you have Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, Osiris, Isis, Horus.
Well, even Solomon's mind, doesn't the 3 symbols Sol, Om, Mind?
Sol, Om, Aman. Sol, Om, On. Solomon. There was no King Solomon. There was no King Solomon ever existed. There was no King David or King Solomon or any of those other biblical characters. That's why the Bible is called the greatest story ever told. It's a story. Solomon, there was no Solomon. And so therefore today there is no Solomon's temple. There was a temple of Sol, Om, On. S-O-L in Latin is the sun, Sol. Om, O-M, are the priest of the Hindu priests who are called the priest of Om. Remember the chant of the Om? And then you have the word On, O-N. Well, the Greeks went into Egypt, and the center for sun worship in Egypt back then was a city called Heliopolis. Helios, and this is all Greek. The Egyptians didn't call the city Heliopolis. The Greeks call it Heliopolis because Helios is Greek and Opolis is a city.
Right.
So it's Helios is the city of the sun. I should say that Helios is Greek for the sun, and Opolis is a city. So therefore, Heliopolis is the city of the sun. But the city that the Greeks call Heliopolis, the Egyptians called it On, O-N, because it was a city of light, the city of the sun. This is why when you walk into a room, you flip a light switch on, because in Egypt, city of light was called On. So therefore, it was a city of the sun. Well, Sol, Om, On are all three names of the sun. And therefore, the Temple of Solomon, Temple of Solomon, is the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Great Pyramid of Giza is the Temple of Solomon, because the pyramid is the temple of the sun. The Aztecs and the Mayans had temples to the sun and temples to the moon. But the ones in Egypt the Great Pyramid was called the Temple of the Sun, because it was all dedicated to astrology based on the sun. So that's why it's in Heliopolis that became, and the city was called On by the Egyptians. But when you go back to the American dollar bill, you will see above the eagle's head, there are 13 stars. Look at those 13 stars, and you tell me, what configuration do the 13 stars collectively make up? There are 13 stars above the eagle's head on the back of the dollar bill. Look at them, study it, think about what you're looking at, and put all 13 stars together in one picture. What does it make up?
Well, it's significance to a lot of different approaches, but
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, look at the stars, and what does it make up? What are you looking at?
Star David.
That's exactly right, isn't it? And they all put them all together into one star, and becomes the hexagram. Hex, hex is 6. Well, the Star of David is a 6-pointed star. That's why it's called a hex.
Mm-hmm.
Why? It's because the ancient prehistoric world, the ancient Babylonians, Sumerians, they would draw a circle on the ground and then draw a triangle within the circle, and then an opposing triangle, which is a Star of David, we would call it, inside of a circle, and stand inside of that circle, that star, and cast a spell on you. That's where we get the idea of
a hex,
of
putting
a hex
on somebody.
putting the hex on you.
Yep.
And so today we have Jews all over the world who are proud to show you they have the hex put on them, because a hex is a 6-pointed star. And so they call it the Star of David. No, that first of all, we know it's not the Star of David, because the star itself, the 6-pointed star, originally came from the Hindus in India. This is an Indian Hindu symbol of the 6-pointed star. It can be traced back to, in the ancient world, as a symbol for the planet Saturn. Saturn was always the astronomical, not astrological, astronomical, one of the symbols. And the astronomical for the planet Saturn was a 6-pointed star, a hexagram, which I think is interesting, because on the planet of Saturn today, on the North Pole, there is a hexagram. Did you know that?
Didn't know that. No.
There's a hexagram on Saturn.
Well, Saturnalia is really the.
That's where we get Christmas from, the Saturnalia. Christmas, we call it Christmas. No, it's actually Saturnalia. It's the 12 days of Christmas. Like the song, the 12 days of Christmas. No, the 12 days of Saturnalia.
Yep.
It's called Saturnalia. Look it up in the dictionary. It was a celebration in the ancient Rome.
It's all pagan.
It's a pagan celebration, where they had trees. They would put candles on the trees, and they would give gifts and celebrate. And during the Saturnalia celebration, which we today call Christmas, It was a celebrating of the sun. It was called the celebration of the invincible sun, because the idea was, and this gets into religion and theology, which is the one subject that I'm fascinated with. If you think about it, all your life, the situation in the heavens has always been the same. It's the same story year in and year out. The sun is in summer, and then it goes into fall, then it goes into winter, then it goes into the spring, comes back to summer, and it never stops.
Well, the 3 days you've got the summer, so the winter solstice really is the cross.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying that the system is that the sun starts in summer or spring, summer, autumn, winter, and then it starts all over again, spring, summer, autumn, winter, and it never stops. That's the way it is. So the sun, the ancient people said that the sun was dead in winter. Everyone in the northern hemisphere felt that the sun was dead in winter. It is dead in winter for you. It's freezing up here. But if you have the money, or if you're a bird, you can fly down to Rio. That's when summer is in the southern hemisphere. You go south for the summer. That's why you see the birds, all the birds going south in the fall. Why? Because they're getting out of here because it's winter. It's going to get cold here. So you fruitcakes stay here and work on your job. We're going down to Rio, down to the beach. And so the birds are flying south for the summer because that's where the sun's going to be. So that's the first day of winter in the northern hemisphere. December 21st is the first day of summer in the southern hemisphere. And so it's just the opposite there. So when they're having summer, we're having winter. Well, so in the northern hemisphere, we said that the sun dies for us. It's dead. It's of no value to us. We're freezing to death up here. Yeah. That's a whole story we can get into later. It's called astrotheology, and that's a big subject. I mean, you can go
it's fascinating.
4 or 5 hours just on explaining where the Catholic religion came from.
Well, look at the Sistine Chapel, as we were talking about. If you walk into to get
to
the
I know.
solar
it's all
system.
astrology.
Oh, it's right there.
Everywhere in front of you.
Everywhere. Yeah.
Been out there all your life, has been sitting there. All you have to do is, like I said, all you really have to do is do something you've never done before, some really strange, interesting thing you've never done before. Go to a library and read a book.
Right.
That would be something really interesting.
Yeah. Jordan, what's a book?
Right.
What's a book?
Yeah. And so, on the back of the dollar bill, going back to the back of the dollar bill, on the left-hand side, which is called the reverse of the Great Seal. First of all, on the right-hand side, going back to the dollar bill, you will see the eagle. And the eagle represents, and the eagle has always represented in all societies, always the eagle is the most important symbol in all societies. And it always means the same thing. As far back as we can go to the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Phoenician Canaanites, the Greeks, the Romans, America. America has the bald eagle. That's our symbol. No, it's not your symbol. It's been the oldest symbol that's ever been used by any civilization on the face of the earth, period. All ancient civilizations use the eagle. It represents the sun. And there was an ancient priesthood coming out of Phoenicia, Cana, with a very thousands and thousands of years ago, a very ancient priesthood, were the priest of the sun. And it goes back to, even in Egypt, there was a priesthood of the sun. And they were stationed in, and they lived in an area we call On, or Heliopolis. So the eagle represents the sun. But what's interesting about the eagle is you'll notice it only has 2 wings, left wing and right wing. That's why you can only have 2 political parties under this system in America. You can only have a left wing and a right wing, because the eagle only has 2 wings, left wing and right wing. But the both wings are operated by the same brain. So there's a third party here. There's the brain that operates the left wing and right wing, which is telling you that our political system is run by money.
Oh, that's
it's a business.
Lately, it just seems like these political groups, special interest groups, are controlling our political party. Look at the Monsanto.
Yeah, I've always explained it like they're 2 different sides of the same coin. It's the same coin, though.
Yeah. Well, then you get into the banking side of it. You look at these big investment banks that are backing both parties.
I can't wait to get into that stuff.
Yeah.
Why do you have a bank? You find banks are on both sides of a river. They're called river banks. Well, what does a river bank do? It directs the flow of the currency because your money is a liquid asset. It's the cash flow, the liquid asset. Therefore, that's what a bank does. It directs the flow of the current.
Back to the writing is on the wall,
That's
right
it.
between the lines.
Absolutely. I mean, so on the left-hand side of the back of the dollar bill, you will see a pyramid. Now, how many Americans have looked at the back of a dollar bill? Most people don't even know what's on the back of a dollar bill. But on the back of the dollar bill is an Egyptian pyramid. And at the top of the pyramid was an all-seeing eye. It's become very famous now. Hundreds and hundreds of websites and speakers out there all over the world now talking about the symbol on the back of the dollar bill is Lucifer, the devil, or Horus, the Egyptian god of the sun, and all kinds of stories out there about the symbol on the back of the dollar bill. Well, I was talking about on radio and television and speaking at circuits and expos as far back as the 1964, 65, 66 about the symbol on the dollar bill and what the words mean. It's above the top of the pyramid. You will see the Latin words Annuit Coeptus, and beneath the pyramid you will see the banner, which incidentally has a forked tongue. It's a forked tongue on the banner, and it says Novas Ordo Seclorum. Novas is novus, meaning novice or new.
Right.
Novas means new. Ordo is order, the new order. Seclorum is where we get our word secular. Secular means anything that's worldly. So Novus Ordo Seclorum is the new order of the world, the new world order. Well, what are you talking about, New World Order? Well, it's based on the pyramid with the all-seeing eye, the New World Order. And the Annuit Coeptus at the top is Latin for our enterprise is now a success, or God has favored our enterprise with success. So what the symbol is saying is that this is a pyramid represents a new world order, but the idea is already a success. God has favored our enterprise, Annuit Coeptus. Okay, so there's an enterprise, a world enterprise, and it's called a New World Order, and it's based on the pyramid. So what the hell are you talking about? What are we talking about? We're talking about the eye and the triangle. You will see a light emanating from around the eye. The eye represents the Messiah, the Jewish Messiah. Ask any well-informed rabbi, what does that symbol at the top mean? And he will tell you, if he's well-informed and highly intelligent, well-read, that is the symbol for Messiah in the Hebrew religion. The Jewish religion, the Messiah is a triangle surrounded by light on top of a pyramid. That's the symbol for the Jewish Messiah. Also, and I'll tell you why, I'll explain to you why, but also in the New Testament, Jesus is represented as the triangle on top of a pyramid. Now, let me tell you why. Because in the Hebrew, there are two places in the Bible. I think one of them is in the book of Isaiah and one's in the book of Psalms. And we're talking Old Testament Hebrew, where the Messiah is referred to as the chief cornerstone the builders rejected. Again, in the Hebrew, Messiah is the chief cornerstone the builders rejected. Then twice in the New Testament, in Christian theology, Jesus is referred to as the chief cornerstone the builders rejected. Same words, but now it's in Aramaic and Greek, not in Hebrew. But it means the same thing. So then you'll say, okay, so the Messiah or Jesus is the chief cornerstone the builders rejected. This is why Christians who have no idea about any of this, because they've been watching Bugs Bunny and Big Top Pee-wee, so they have no idea about any of this. I spent 53 years studying this, while most Christians haven't spent 53 minutes. Christians will tell you that Jesus is the cornerstone of the church. Nothing could be more ludicrous on the face of it. Go back and read it. If you can get an education, go to school and learn how to read, and go back and read the actual Hebrew scriptures and read the Greek and Aramaic scriptures, and it will tell you, no, Jesus is not the cornerstone of the church. You are wrong, totally wrong. A cornerstone is a corner of a building. It's the first stone that's laid. It's a perfect square. And so wherever you lay that perfect square, when you build out from it, It's going to be too late. If you built the building and it's a little off, you should have straightened the cornerstone out to start with. So the cornerstone is on the bottom of the building. Jesus is not the cornerstone. The word in Greek and Hebrew is chief cornerstone. Chief cornerstone is totally different than cornerstone, because the word chief cornerstone in Hebrew means, look it up in the Hebrew dictionary, chief cornerstone is a Hebrew word which means a triangle perched on top of a pyramid. Because if you take a perfect four-sided pyramid in your mind, four-sided pyramid, absolute perfect, you take a razor and you cut off the tip. The tip you've just cut off is itself a pyramid, four-sided pyramid, right?
Absolutely.
But it's a little tiny one.
Smaller than the larger.
That's right. It's a little tip, but it is a four-sided pyramid. Now put it back on and it completes the full pyramid. That's what the idea is, that Jesus or the Messiah is the completion of the divine plan of the universe, the completion of God's divine ancient plan that the Egyptians knew about, the Babylonians, the Sumerians, all the ancient peoples of the world understood what God is and what the Messiah and Christianity, what Jesus actually represents. The word in the New Testament for Jesus is the chief cornerstone, which is a triangle sitting on top of a pyramid. And Jesus is referred to as God's Son, the light of the world. Well, of course, the Son is the light of the world. What else lights the world if it isn't the Son? S-U-N. Well, and the Son is our risen, Jesus is our risen Savior. Now, Jesus is the Son, S-U-N, not S-O-N. And so you ask any 6-year-old child, where is Jesus? And a little Christian kid will tell you he's in heaven. Well, when you go out at night and you look into the stars at night, what are you looking into? You're looking into heaven. Well, during the daytime, you will look up there and you'll see something called the sun. So God's Son, and obviously it's God's Son, it's not your son. It's not doesn't belong to Africa and doesn't belong to the Chinese. It belongs to God. So it's God's Son. And God's Son is in heaven. Of course it's in heaven. Where the hell else would it be if it's not in heaven? And God's Son, as you remember, is our risen Savior. Of course it rises. Every morning about 5:30 it rises, right? And it is your Savior. If it doesn't come up, you're dead in 3 weeks. So it is God's Son is your risen Savior. Of course it's your risen Savior. And so the Messiah has to do with the divine plan of the ages, which is the war between light and darkness. The whole idea and the ancient Egyptian religion, the ancient Babylonian, the Phoenician Canaanite religion, and Judaism, Christianity, not Islam, but Judaism and Christianity, basically boils down to the war between light and darkness. That is what the whole New Testament story of Jesus is all about. The entire story of Jesus in the New Testament, the thing that the Christian church is supposedly based on, is based on a metaphor, an ancient metaphor, symbolic story. That's again why I said that the Bible is not the greatest collection of facts. It's the oldest story. It's the greatest story ever told. Of course, it's the greatest story ever told. It's the oldest story. And the story is very simple. It's the war between light and darkness, between God's Son, the light of the world, as your risen Savior. And he gave you life. Of course he gave you life. Without the Son, you wouldn't even be here.
Have you studied much of the Islamic and the Quran with its significance and its paralleling with the
absolutely.
biblical
But they got a little different slant on things. But it's interesting when you get into theology how much people don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm just amazed at the stuff that's right there in your face. But the people who have given their whole life over to the church. They've given all the money to the church. They've given their whole life to the church. They crawl on their knees and fall all over themselves when they see the Holy Father or the priest and all that nonsense. They don't want to admit that they were wrong. Look at when I was, you know as well as I do, when you were a child, and even today as an adult, Nobody likes to be made fun of in front of a class. Nobody wants to be laughed at because he doesn't know it, he didn't do his homework and he doesn't know the problems. And so as a kid, you're standing in front of the class and the teacher's asking you to do a problem that you don't know how to do. Why? Because you didn't do your homework and you didn't study. So all the kids are laughing at you because you're an imbecile and you're stupid. And they're laughing at you. Well, children don't like to be laughed and mocked by their friends.
Well, I noticed the nuns were great at that.
Oh, I know, but yeah, but that's
a whole nother chapter. But
that's a whole different story. But the point I'm making is that people don't like to be made to look like a fool in front of their friends and show that they're ignorant and stupid. They don't want to do that. That's very offensive and hurts people. And so that's why most people will go along with anything that the group, whatever the group believes, that's what they believe. Whatever the group wants to do, that's what they want to do, because it's humans want to be gregarious, or they want to be among and accepted by their friends. So
well, I call them sheeple.
Well, of course they are. That's what
Sheeple,
sheep.
yeah.
All the sheep want to be together. And so, what you don't want to do in human society is be a thinker, be an educated, a thinker who questions everything, who analyzes everything. That's what you don't want to do, because when you do that, now you're going to lose your friends.
Well, that's where they want to dumb you down.
Now, of course, they want you stupid.
Yeah, and that's you even look at the curriculum of what they teach the kids. I know.
Well, look at the Bible. The Bible has Jesus saying, "By their fruits you shall know them." That's an acid test. By their fruits you shall know them, meaning, no matter what a person can say about themselves, what did they do? Don't tell me about how wonderful you are. What did you do? Because by what you've done, I can tell who you are. So by your fruits, I shall know you. So that Jesus, someone comes to Jesus in the Bible and it says that they asked Jesus, they had a seed, and they asked him, what kind of a seed is this? And he said, the Bible says, Jesus said, they took the seed and said, why don't you plant it and water it? And whatever it comes up, if it's an apple tree, then it was an apple seed, airhead. But if it comes up as a peach tree, then it was a peach seed, goofy, airhead. So you don't have to be a big scientist. Just plant the thing and watch and see what it produces. So by their fruits you shall know them. Well, what is the fruitage of the church and religion and government today? The fruitage is the entire nation has got an IQ of 40. Nobody knows their butt from a hole in the ground. Nobody understands how we're getting ripped off. Nobody understands we're being ripped off and destroyed. Nobody understands why we have to go to jail, why you have to go to court, why you have to pay this fine, why you have to pay that ticket, and who's running the country, and why do you only have two political parties? Nobody knows anything about none of this. Why? Because no one seems to see the
well, they're too busy with their basketball.
Yeah, they're too busy with
surviving.
basketball and watching sex, drugs, and rock and roll on TV.
And then they're not to mention how they dumb you down with things like fluoride in the water and all the.
Absolutely.
How about our society and this prescription drug nation that we live in?
Oh, it's incredible. We bellyache. You see it on television every night about the Medellin cartels in Colombia and those horrible gangs that are selling drugs and all this stuff, and all these drug cartels making billions of dollars. But nobody seems to question, or nobody seems to realize, where are these Medellin cartels getting the billions of dollars? Where's the money coming from? It's coming from America, airhead. It's coming from Americans who are sucked up on dope. This country is filled with people who are dope addicts.
Well, it's the downside. It's the demise of this country and other nations.
It's the demise of the country, of course. Yeah. It's everywhere. Any city has gangs, drive-by shootings, motorcycle gangs, drugs everywhere. All over America, people are working every day to get their money to go out and buy drugs on the street at night.
Whether they're legal or illegal.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, the doctors, look at the stuff the doctors are giving people. It's crazy.
So I'm just saying, so when you see the Medellin cartels making billions, yeah, they're making billions off of America because Americans are a drug addict society, period. Well, if it's not alcohol, it's soccer or football or baseball or alcohol,
And these are kids that aren't adhering to the Rand McNally programming that they want to throw into the schools.
I know.
They find that if a kid's hyperactive, let's give them the dope and let's zombieize them. And
let's make our little tweaker right early.
Yeah. I mean, it's really sad. And it's sad that, our political leaders adhere to these big pharmaceutical companies that are backing their wallets to
Well,
get
they
them
have
reelected.
to. They have to.
Yeah, but
The
it's really
politicians have to.
well, it's going to be the demise of this nation.
Well, I know, but at least they will live high up
The
until the
earth.
last day.
Mhm. Oh yeah, that's a whole nother chapter. I mean, if you look at some of the political leaders, and I won't mention any names.
You don't
but
have to.
You don't
Anybody
have to.
who
But
got more than 500 brain cells knows who they are.
go Google your elected officials and see what their net worth is pre getting into politics, and look at it right now.
Absolutely. You're right.
And listen, healthcare, a whole nother subject. We've got the Obamacare and whatnot, but how about becoming a society that the taxpayers that put you into office have the same health care that your elected officials have? I mean, if I'm elected to Congress, I'm adhering. I get health care for life,
That's
and
right.
it's phenomenal health care.
I know.
I'm going to run for Congress.
Yeah,
Well, I think you.
Oh, wait,
if
I
you were
can't.
smart, you'd run for the border.
yeah, that's
But
Well,
it's and also on the bottom of the pyramid, going back to this symbol for the Messiah and Jesus, which is symbol on the dollar bill, the triangle at the top, represents the Messiah. As I said, it represents Jesus in the Christian scriptures. On the bottom, there are 13 layers on the pyramid. There are 13 stars above the eagle's head on the other side. There are 13 stripes on the flag, 13 stripes. The eagles is holding 13 arrows on one side and 13 berries and 13 leaves on the other side. Everything is done in sequence of 13.
what about the significance of the 13 colonies? Is that
Well, that's right. That's right. It's based on the 13 colonies. Why? People don't know that the United States of America can be traced back to India. That's where we have come from. The United States of America has come from India.
Maybe this is a good place to stop for the day. India seems like another topic altogether.
What do you think, guys?
I think it's a good idea to stop here because there's so much more I want to talk about, but it's going to entail another long discussion about the connection with India, because that is an incredibly important story that's never been told to the people.
If you want to learn more about the topics we speak about on this program, you can find most of the books about these subjects on Amazon.com. Just bookmark our homepage, and when you need to buy something, I mean anything, go to our homepage, click on the Amazon link, shop, and Amazon supports us. Simple, and you will not be charged 1 penny more. We appreciate the support. And we've got a new sponsor too, Fit for Sale. You can find their info on our website. Fit for Sale is a reseller of new and used gym equipment. They retail home gym equipment at wholesale prices. Make sure you click through the Fit for Sale link on our homepage and use the code JMSHOW for a 10% off the already low prices. If you shop for gym equipment online, you'll want to check them out, especially before buying anywhere else. See you next time. Welcome back to the Jordan Maxwell Show. Remember, you can find us on jordanmaxwellshow.com. Check us out and make sure you like us on Facebook. We are the Jordan Maxwell Show, or you can follow us on Twitter at JMaxwellShow for any news or announcements from Jordan. You can also subscribe to the Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes. And remember, it's free. There are lots of ways to find us, so please tell all of your friends about us. To be able to do a quality show, we want people to listen. So thank you for spreading the word. We left off talking about everything being in groups of 13. You are going to explain why. So, Jordan, where does this all originate?
People don't know that the United States of America can be traced back to India. That's where we have come from. The United States of America has come from India. So the United States of America as a republic can be traced back to India, to the Hindu. All of Judaism and almost all of Christianity and virtually all of Islam, all three of those major religions, can be traced back to the Hindus in India. I mean, the Jewish religion especially is just filled with Hindu and Buddhistic symbols. I mean, the six-pointed star, the Star of David, no, that was originally comes from the Hindus and India. and also was picked up by the Buddhists. And later on, it becomes known as the Star of David in the 1890s. I mean, it was only a couple hundred years ago, if that, that the six-pointed star became known as the Star of David. Before 1890s, there was no Star of David. Jews never heard of any Star of David. There was a six-pointed hexagram, yeah, but it was not called the Star of David. Point of fact, there was no King David. King David never existed. I got news for you. Muhammad never existed. There was no such a man named Muhammad. As far as I'm concerned, no such man ever existed named Muhammad. But it's like everybody in Spain's name is Jesus. Mexico, so many young men are called Jesus.
Or Jesus. Or
Jesus and Jesus, right? But what happens if we find out there was no Jesus? Well, it's too late. You already got 46 billion people and they're all named Jesus. And why? Is because everybody else is doing it. So that's what my name is. My name is Jesus or Jesus. And then you find out, well, there was no Jesus, never existed. I mean, I remember talking to rabbis many years ago. My dear friend, a high-ranking rabbi, this was back in 1965, 66, and 67, who was a good friend of mine. And I used to send him all kinds of documents and research materials back in 67. And he would send me all kinds of interesting research on Jewish religion and the Christian religion. So we were trading a lot of interesting stuff many, many years ago. I asked him one time, I said, Rabbi, tell me the truth. You're not talking to a fool. Tell me the truth. Was there a Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, or a King Solomon, or King David, or any of these people in the Bible? Did they really exist? And he said, look, it's a religion. Everybody's got a religion. Catholics got a religion. A Protestant got religion. Islamic people got a religion. For Christ's sake, give me a break. I got to have a religion too. I mean, the Jews got to have something too. And I said, well, that doesn't answer my question. Were these people real in history? And he said, well, look, first of all, there was no King David and King Solomon. All of these people are just stories in the Bible. That's why the Bible's called the greatest story ever told. It is the greatest story. It's just a story. Now, when you understand how this stuff works, you begin to see that the story goes back to India, Brahman, Vishnu, Shiva. Or in Egypt is Osiris, Isis, Horus. Or in Christianity is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Or in Judaism is Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It's always a triune Godhead. And so the rabbi said to me, was there a Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva? And I said, no, those are just metaphor names for gods. He said, well, that's what Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is. There was no Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob. It goes back to India. It goes back to the Hindus, because the highest ranking priests that represented God in India were called Brahmins. Brahman. And so you put an A in front of it because Abram. And that's what the Bible says. Abraham's name was Abram before he became known as Abraham. And the Brahmins in India had a very special river that they would bathe in, and it was called the Waters of God. That was supposedly where everyone was baptized and all the Brahmin priests would bathe. And that river was called Saraswati, the Saraswati River. And so you put an A in front of Brahman, it becomes Abraham or Abraham and Sarah. No, it's the Saraswati River for the Brahmin priest. Judaism goes back to the Hindu. Christianity goes back to Hindu. Islam is a whole different subject.
Well, I find Islam fascinating with Mecca and their pilgrimage, and actually, if you trace Mecca back to centuries.
All the religion of we call Islam was already in existence.
Mm-hmm.
Fully already developed and in existence way before any Muhammad would ever live. The whole Islamic religion was already in place, but it was a worship of the planet Saturn at the time. It was involving the moon worship. It was involving the planet Venus. This is why in all Islamic countries today, their flags and all the harlotry of the official colors of the Islamic countries of today is green. Look it up in any reference book on occultism, and it will tell you that the color green is an Islamic color. That's why all their flags and national coats of arms are all green. Green was the color associated with Venus. That's why when you see Islamic mosque, you will see a crescent and a star. Mm-hmm. The star represents Venus, the morning star. And the crescent is the morning star when it first rises. Because when it first rises in the morning, even astronomers will tell you, you will never see Venus as a full circle. It always is a crescent. The crescent has been used for the moon worship, but that's a little bit later. But originally, the crescent was the symbol for Venus. All I'm saying is that Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are ancient pagan religions. And there's only a handful of people in the world that know anything about this. And it's not good business to tell the people the truth. I've always wondered, how important is it to tell people the truth? Really. Analyze that. If someone's dying, how important is it for the doctor to tell them that they're dying? If your wife's cheating on you and I know it, how important is that to tell a man that his wife's cheating on him? How important is it to tell people the truth? Because remember, generally speaking, people will finance and support what they want to hear. They will not finance or support what they don't want to hear.
Well, the truth hurts.
Well, of course. They're not going to give you money and support you so you can tell them the real truth.
Yeah.
And so if you love country western music, you're not going to pay a lot of money to go to a rap concert.
Well, if you go back to the priest, I think it was, they were ordered by the Vatican, they'd give them for the translation. They would, one monastery would get half the truth and the other one would get the other half the truth. And these two monasteries would never get together to know the whole truth.
Well, yeah, divide and conquer.
Mm-hmm.
Keep everybody stupid. This way, the guys on top, they control everything and nobody knows what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
That's like going to court. Why do you go to court? You play basketball on a court. You play tennis on a court.
Look at a court hearing. It says the event starts at a certain time. It's right on
That's
the
right,
wall.
event.
It's nothing but a big game.
It's a show. There was a book by Dr. Hans Hyman. It came out in 1938 from Rutgers University, wrote a book called Plans for Permanent Peace. Go back over that and look for it and go on the web and see if you can find it, called Plans for Permanent Peace. But Dr. Hans, H-A-N-S, Hans Hyman. And in his book, he said basically that a world war is going to start next year. And it's going to start in Germany. I'm trying to remember, but he was basically saying the war was going to end in about 1945. After the war is over, he had 4 fold-out charts in the book, if you can find the book. And in it, he explained how the whole world is going to be set up in a whole new monetary, political, super government of the world. And it's going to be starting in 1945. Those 4 different maps that open out from the book are very, very interesting, showing how the banks are going to all be connected around the world, the savings and loans, insurance companies. It's all been planned for a long time.
Well, you look at the Marshall Plan, which rebuilt Europe and Japan after the war destroyed it. I mean, that's still in effect in a sense, and with the central banks keeping those economies up or down, depending on how they want to make things happen. I mean, look at Japan right now; they're in another recession. You look at Europe; they're on the brink of.
And the reason why is because all of the money around the world is being manipulated by the bankers.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's always been controlled by a handful or so of families.
Of course, absolutely. Yeah. So, matter of fact, if the Federal Reserve and the Internal Revenue are home office, people don't know this. You know where the home office for the Federal Reserve and the Internal Revenue are?
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm. Get out of here.
Yeah, Puerto Rico.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. And why? The Federal Reserve and the Internal Revenue is the in-house money for America. You're talking about the money of America, the Federal Reserve, Internal Revenue. It's in Puerto Rico. Why? Pirates of the Caribbean. Well, who were the Pirates of the Caribbean? Their symbol, the pirates' flag was a black flag with a skull and crossbones. It was called a Jolly Roger. And what is the Jolly Roger flag? The skull and crossbones on a black square. The black square represents the planet Saturn. The skull and bones was an order, a secret society called the Knights Templars, and they were the pirates of the Caribbean.
Well, that goes back, and you look at the Swiss cross, and you look at the policy. We go back to Harvard and Yale, and the skull and bones at Yale.
Absolutely, skull and bones at Yale.
Well, then you have the two-sided political system where Harvard is liberal, and then you look at Yale for more policy.
Yeah. All of this is very, very interesting stuff that people don't know any of this, and they're never going to be told any of it.
Well, it's not even in the textbooks.
No, it's not going. It's not
Never
going
to be either.
Kind of funny. I thought of you, Jordan, the other day. I was watching television. It's a family auction house. And this one kid brought in his father's Knights Templar sword and his
regalia.
Regalia, I guess you'd call it. And the auctioneer is going, wait, I thought this didn't exist. I thought the 1300s, this was gone. And the kid said, well, I don't know anything about that. This is my dad's, and he's in the Knights Templar, and he died, and I just want to see if I can get some money for it.
Well, doesn't a lot of that stem to Central Intelligence too? Protecting. People think that it's an agency about spies. Really, it's controlling or monitoring, not controlling, monitoring the flow of money around the globe.
Absolutely. CIA was originally called the OSS. Mm-hmm. In the Second World War, the Vatican came up with the idea, because the Vatican is the best secret investigating organization in the world.
Also, one of the wealthiest.
Yeah, of course. But they're the best spy agency is the word I was looking for. The best spy agency on the earth is the Vatican. They're far, far superior to MI5 and MI6 in London. Far superior to NSA here in America, NSA and CIA. Why? As well as because they've been around for 1,600 years doing what they do. So they're pretty good at it. You just came into the world 200 years ago. No, they've been doing it for 1,600 years.
Mm-hmm.
So just understand that for 1,600 years, the Vatican has dominated Europe. Actually, for 2,300 years, Rome has dominated Europe, starting with the Caesars of Rome, and with the fall of the Roman Empire in 425, with the official fall of the Roman Empire, came the Vatican, ultimately became the power of Europe, Rome. So Rome hasn't gone anywhere. It just morphed into the Vatican. And it's still Caesar. He's still God. And everyone crawls on their knees.
All leads to Rome.
All roads lead to Rome. Yeah. And so once you understand that the Roman Empire has dominated Europe for 2,300 years, first of all under Caesars, and then the last 1,600 years under the Vatican, what I'm saying is that for 2,300 years, Rome has dominated Europe, period. And Europe has dominated the earth. All the earth has been dominated by the Portuguese, the Spanish, the British, the French, the Germans. The whole world has been dominated by Europe, and Europe has been dominated by Rome. So the bottom line is all roads lead to Rome. All the crap going on today with all the drug cartels in South America and the meddling cartels and the Nazis in Brazil and boys of Brazil and the Nazis in Argentina and Paraguay and Uruguay, all of these Nazi SS Gestapo countries like Paraguay, Uruguay, Argentina, and Peru. But keep in mind, all of these countries were very Catholic. They're very Roman. As a matter of fact, Paraguay and Uruguay was founded by the Jesuits, and they run all the rest. So the bottom line on all of this is, if you want to know what's going on the earth today, you better look at Rome. I hear all this stuff about the Jews doing this and the Jews are doing that. When in point of fact, no, it's not the Jews as much as it is the guys who've been in power for 2,300 years. Rome. And the Roman system is based on an ancient Phoenician Canaanite system. And there's just a very big story about history that people are not aware of. But
the Venetian Canaanites were really the architects.
That's right. They were the architects of our whole political system and our judicial system and all of our money systems. It's an incredible story about the betrayal of the human race by that ancient people called the Phoenician Canaanites.
Well, that goes back to the biblical Cain and Abel.
That's right.
Right there.
That's right. And when you go back to the history of Egypt, we're told in the Bible, we're given the story about Moses. Moses, first of all, there probably was no Moses. There was a line of pharaohs called Thutmoses. Thutmoses the first, second, and third. Thutmoses. Thut gives us our word today in English, thought. Thought comes from the idea of Thut, and Moses means the son of in Egyptian language. So in the Egyptian language, Moses merely means the son of, and Thut gives us our word thought. Therefore, Pharaoh Thutmoses was said to be the thought of God. God thought up Thutmoses. And so Moses was most likely never existed. But the religion based around Moses, Thutmoses, was moon worship. Because from Egypt and of course, and from the Sinai on the other side of the sea, in the Sinai is a large set of mountains in the middle of the Sinai are huge mountains. And so the people on the west, which would be in Egypt and the west part of the Sinai, every night they would see the moon come up.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously the moon comes up from behind the mountains. So obviously anyone can figure that out. The moon lives in the mountain. So the moon comes up every night from the mountain. And so the moon's name, the old Arabic name for the moon god, because he was obviously a god, and he was sleeping during the day, but he comes out at night. His name was Sin, S-I-N, Sin. Look it up in the dictionary, S-I-N. That was the name of the moon god in Arabia. And Sin lived in a mountain, obviously, because every night we see him come out from the mountain. Well, a mountain in the old ancient Arabic tongue was Ai. So Ai was a mountain, and Sin was the god of the mountain, the god who lived in the mountain, the moon god. So you put them together, he became known as the old man of the mountain, or the moon god who lives in the mountain, Sin Ai. So today we call it Sinai. No, it's not Sinai, it's Sin Ai, the moon god of the mountain. So we talk about how holy is Jerusalem and, Mount Sinai. There's nothing holy in Jerusalem. The only thing holy in Israel are the stories that come out of it. They're full of holes. The whole thing is sex worship, drugs, rock and roll, money, politics, religion. There's no truth in any of it. Go back and read the history books. Go back and read about Sin. And he would rise up in the nighttime. And that's why even today the Hebrews still have their holy days after sundown. Why are holy days after sundown? Because that's when the moon comes out.
So the significance of the holidays with Passover, where the sun passes over the earth, it's all, goes back to sun worship. And,
of course.
Well, what I found interesting is having some time spent with Kabbalah and its significance with astrology, numerology, and the Torah.
Of course. Let me give you an example how this stuff works. If you go back to the very earliest times in mankind's recorded history, we're talking about 6,005 to 7,000 years ago, on the plains of Shinar, what we call today Iraq, Iran. That was one of the oldest civilizations on the earth. The idea was that on the first day of winter, try and follow this logic. On the first day of summer, the sun is as high in the northern hemisphere as it's going to get. And it's right over us. So therefore, he's really hot. God's sun is really hot now. And so the constellation that begins summer is Leo, the lion, Leo. And so therefore, the sun, when it's in the constellation of Leo, begins summer. The dominant symbol during summer was Leo, the lion. That's why Disney makes movies about the Lion King. Of course, the Son, God's Son, the light of the world, our risen Savior, is Lord of Lords and King of Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because all kings, rulers, potentates, princes, police department, fire department, every college, university, every institution on the face of the earth, the badges will always have a sun on it.
Mm-hmm.
God's Son is King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
Every state symbol.
Every state symbol, everybody has a sun. Why? Because it's the only thing that causes life on the earth, period. So follow the logic now. On the first day of summer, the sun is as high in the northern hemisphere as it's going to go. And so the Lion King is really hot. 3 months later, or 90 degrees later, if you have 30 days in a month, 3 months later is 90 days or 90 degrees. He is now halfway down. He was really hot at one time. Now he's not that hot. We call that fall because he was hot. Now he's falling. He's losing power. So we call that fall. Well, when you start to fall, you go all the way down as you're falling all the way down south until you hit December 21st. And now you've hit bottom. Now you're dead as far as we're concerned. You're gone. You left the world. You're down there. So now he's not only fallen, but now he's dead. That's the first day of winter. Well, when the sun goes south and it hits December 21st, what's interesting is that on the December 22nd, the 23rd, and the 24th, all 3 days, the sun does not go any further south, but it does not come back to the northern hemisphere either. So on the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, it just sits on that same degree.
Winter solstice.
The winter solstice for 3 days. So the ancient Egyptians said that the sun doesn't move for 3 days. Well, anything that's been moving every day and stops for 3 days, he was dead. So therefore, God's son was dead in his tomb for 3 days. Then on December 25th, the sun moves 1 degree northward, which means it wasn't doing anything for 3 days. It was dead. But now it's been born again. It's come back to life. So now it's going to start its annual journey back to the northern hemisphere. So 90 days later, it's springing back to life. Mm-hmm. So we call it spring. I don't care what you call it. The sun's coming back to us. And so when it comes back, the main constellation of the zodiac, which represents spring, was Virgo, the Virgin. So therefore, God's son is born of a virgin, Virgo, the constellation of Virgo and the constellation of the zodiac. So he is springing back to life. He's come back. So the ancient Egyptians said, when you die, you passed on. And we say the same thing today. When someone dies, we say, well, grandmother passed last night. Or she passed over, or passed away, or passed on. Past means they've left, they've gone. Therefore, the sun, which was really hot in summer, 90 degrees later, he fell 90 days later, he's falling. Now he falls all the way down to winter. Now he's dead. He's not even falling. He's just totally dead. Then he's reborn on December 25th, Christmas. He's reborn on December 25th. Now, 90 days later, he comes back over the equator. And as it passes over the equator, there's a big celebration because everybody knows he's coming back. He said he would return. He promised he would return. Well, he did. And now we can plant and live and harvest, and we can have a good time now because God's son, the lay of the world, is coming back. So as it passes over the equator, we say God's son was dead in winter, but he has passed over the equator. So the Egyptians had a very big celebration. They called it the Passover. Mm-hmm. And so today, the Hebrews and the Jews still celebrate the Passover in the first week of spring. The Christians, of course, would not have anything to do with that. That's Jewish religion, the Passover, when the sun's passing over the equator.
On the third day, he rose again and fulfilled the scriptures.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So now it's coming back to us. So he's springing back to life. But the Christians cannot have anything to do with the Jewish religion. That's called the Passover. So in the same week that the Passover is going on, the Christians have something called the resurrection of God's Son. I don't care what you call it, the resurrection, he's come back to life, or he's passing over, coming back to the northern hemisphere. I don't care what you call it, Passover, resurrection, Easter, it doesn't matter, whatever you want to call it. But the bottom line is both the Jews and the Christians are worshiping the Son who's crossing over, who's passing over. He is resurrected. He's coming back to life for the northern hemisphere. It's all sun worship. It all has to do with astrology and sun worship. There's nothing holy in Jerusalem. This is not the chosen people of God. It's just a religion, for God's sake. Give me a break. It's like Hinduism, Buddhism, Shintoism, Catholicism, Protestantism, Judaism. It's just a religion, for God's sake. It's just a story. I mean, come on, get on. I always say, why don't you go out and get a job and buy a book and do something and educate yourself as to how this damn stuff works. There's nothing holy in Rome. My God, there's been more people
more
murdered.
Sacrifices in Rome than anywhere on the planet.
Sacrificing, yeah.
Look at the Colosseum.
Classic example. And then when you get into Judaism and all the Hindu symbolism in Judaism of Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the holy river of Sarah, Brahma, Sarah, or Abraham and Sarah. And like the rabbi told me, there's nothing. All religions in the world are based on a triangle, pyramid, the 3 points of a triangle: Father, Son, Holy Spirit, Osiris, Isis, Horus, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Always a triune God, always three. That's why you have to have Christianity, Judaism, Islam, a triune Godhead. All of this stuff is mystical stuff that the ancient peoples knew, and that the masters who learned all of this stuff thousands of years ago has put the world together today. And we live in a world today that is crawling with occult symbols, words, terms, numbers, numerology. But it's over the head of 99% of the people on the face of the earth have no idea what's going on. None. Nobody ever tells them anything.
No clue.
Yep. Always has been. And as I said, the bad part about it is that people will not support the truth. And when you start, if you understand, and I could go on for days on this subject of the solar cult of the ancient Egyptians. Once you understand that Jesus did not exist as a man, there was no such a man as Jesus. It's a story. But once you understand the story is a metaphor, it's a symbolic story. And Jesus is a key symbol in the metaphor. Jesus represents, he said, I am the truth and the light. No man comes to the Father unless he comes through me. What is it that is the truth of all truth in the light if it isn't the sun? You can do all kinds of things in the dark at night, nobody sees you. But anything is done in the sun at 12 noon, everybody sees you. That's the truth and the light. We saw you. So therefore, God's Son, the light of the world, who incidentally had 12 apostles, of course the Son has 12 followers,
12 signs of the zodiac.
The 12 signs of the zodiac, the 12 months of the year.
Wow. I know you could go on about this for hours, but let's break here.
Yeah, well, I'd like to talk about this subject in detail sometime soon.
Don't forget, if you want to support the show at no cost to you, do all of your shopping on Amazon.com. Make sure to click through our homepage on the Amazon link. See you next time. Welcome back to the Jordan Maxwell Show. You can find us on jordanmaxwellshow.com and make sure you like us on Facebook. We are the Jordan Maxwell Show, or you can follow us on Twitter at JMaxwellShow. You can also subscribe to the Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes. And remember, it's free. There are lots of ways to find us, so please tell all of your friends about us. To be able to do a quality show, we need people to listen. So thank you for spreading the word. At the end of the last episode, we were talking about the Son of God, seasons, and how they relate to different religions around the world. So where should we pick up?
Well, I think we should pick up the conversation and talk about Horus, the sun god.
Who or what was Horus?
Horus was the name of the sun god in Egypt. The Egyptian priests would go out early morning, 4:30 in the morning, and sit and face the rising of the sun. And so the sun, when it began to break the surface, That was their God. He is our risen Savior. And so his name, they gave him the name of Horus, Horus, Horus. It was said that Horus walks across the sky in 12 equal steps. So when it first comes up in the morning, it's Horus of the first step. Then a little bit later, a little bit further up, it's Horus of the second step. Then Horus of the third step. And when it gets straight up over the sky, in the middle of the sky, overhead, Horus became known as the Most High God. Why? Because it don't get any higher than high noon. And so the sun is now the Most High. Of course it's Most High. From here on out, it's going to go down again. So therefore, God's Son is the Most High at 12 noon. That's why, he was in the temple teaching the wise men at 12 years old. No. The Son is in God's temple. The temple of the heavens is God's temple. And he's in the temple teaching the wise men at 12 noon. Because if you can't learn intelligence at 12 noon in the broad daylight, you're a real idiot. And so God's Son is in the temple teaching the wise men light, enlightening the human race at 12 noon. Then he begins to walk 6 more steps. And now he's leaving the world. And when he leaves the world, he's leaving the world in the hands of the Prince of Darkness. The evil one, the Prince of Darkness, is coming because God's Son is leaving the world, and now he's going to have a ball, the Prince of Darkness, because God's Son is leaving. So God's Son is leaving the earth, the whole earth, in the hands of the Prince of Darkness. And in Egypt, the Prince of Darkness was called Set, S-E-T, Set. Why? Because they noticed it did get dark at sunset. Right.
Pretty simple.
Yeah, pretty simple.
All makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and so therefore he is born, when he's born in the firstborn in the morning, he's the baby Horus, the baby Jesus, and then he walks across the sky in 12 steps. So they said 12 Horuses, Horus. No, we changed it.
12 hours.
Exactly. Horus, Horus? No, Hours, hours. You just change the R to U and R, and becomes 12 hours. So now God's Son walks across the sky in 12 steps, and the sun represents light. He is the light of the world. Well, light in Latin is Lucius. Lucius, when it's personified into a person, Lucius is an idea. Light is an idea, concept. But if you're going to make that concept into a person to worship, then the name you would call Lucius or light would be Luke. Luke is Lucius in Latin. Lucius is light. Horus is the god of light.
The god of light.
Okay? So therefore, it's Luke Skywalker. He walks across the sky in 12 equal steps, and he meets Darth Vader, the Prince of Darkness. So the whole story of the Christian religion is the war between Horus and Set, between God's Son, the light of the world, our risen Savior who walks across the sky in 12 steps, who is the Savior of the world because he brings light and warmth and energy and all the wonderful things. And he's, he takes care of everyone. He gives everyone energy and food. And so then he has to die. And when he dies, he's going to leave the whole world in the hands of the Prince of Darkness, Darth Vader, because Luke Skywalker is gone now. So all I'm saying is that religion is the story, and it's the story of the war between light and darkness. Now, how do you understand all of this today correctly? Very simple. If you go back into, this is why the Bible is called the greatest story ever told, because it is the greatest story ever told. Why? Because it's the oldest story that's ever been told. The oldest story ever told on the earth was a war on earth between light and darkness. 12 hours of light, 12 hours of darkness. The boogeyman comes out at night and is going to get you. And in the morning, thank God, God's Son is risen and everything's going to be fine now. And he's come back to save us because he promised he would. And in spring, he does come back to the northern hemisphere because he promised he would return. Thank God he does, because we freeze up here. And we're not able to raise any crops or anything because everything's frozen solid. religion is actually the worship of the sun. It goes all the way back to the ancient sun worship and moon worship. In the ancient Arabic world, the moon was called Sin, and that's where the Hebrews get the idea that their holy days are after sundown, because that's when the moon comes out. Another one of the ancient gods of the Hebrews. They had quite a few ancient gods at different times in history. When they were called Hyksos, the Hebrews, what we call today Hebrews, were called Hyksos in ancient Egypt. And at one time, the Hyksos became involved when they left out of Egypt and went north into Palestine. They had already learned the worship of Isis in Egypt. Isis was feminine, the feminine perfection of spiritual wisdom. Isis, Isis. Then, with the coming of the new religion under Pharaoh Akhenaten, which was the worship of the sun was called Amun Re, Amen, Amen Ra. Amen Ra. That's why the Christians still today are praying to God's Son, the light of the world, and they say at the end of their prayer, Amen. Of course, it's Amen Ra, Amen Re.
Amen, Son.
Amen, God's Son. Amen. But when the Hyksos people left out of Egypt, they had already learned the worship of Isis, Isis. Then they had been under the Pharaoh Akhenaten, learning the worship of Amun Re, R-A, Ra, which is where we got our word sun ray. And then when they leave and go north into Palestine, they encountered a people called Palestinians, and those Palestinians already had their own God. They had their own religion. And that religion was the worship of the planet Saturn. Saturn was referred to in the ancient world as Lord of the Rings. Well, of course, Saturn is Lord of the Rings.
Of Saturn. Well, what's significance right now in the times that we see?
Well, we also see the Jews in Hollywood making Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Oh, but about the Gaza situation right now, and I think a lot of this has to do with. Well, obviously, it's religious based. Most.
Yeah, but it's all being manipulated purposely. That's why you see the head of Palestine and the head of Israel. My God, how many times have I seen pictures of the head of Palestine and the head of Israel? They're all shaking hands, having wine, and shooting the breeze, and smoking cigars together, and they're all patting each other on the back, and they're all friends. It's just business. Nothing personal here, Sonny. It's just business. We're talking money. We're talking politics. Divide and conquer. Democrat, Republican. It's just business. You keep people occupied, cause problems. You cause all kinds of divisions so that there's, if everybody's happy and just doing their thing, they're not going to listen to you. Who needs you to be over them? You need somebody like you to be over us, to protect us if we are in trouble. But as long as we're not in trouble, who the hell needs you? So therefore, the government makes sure that the people are always one step away from chaos. There's going to be bloody violence, starvation, all kinds of terrible things.
That goes back to the fear. Fear is a massive power tool. I mean, look at the head of the Illuminati, and he discussed it. Tell people, anything, and they're going to believe it.
Precisely. That's what. Can't remember the famous Nazi. Not Goebbels. Yeah, Goebbels. He said, if you just tell a lie big enough, and they just keep telling them, eventually everybody's going to believe it.
Oh, powerful propaganda.
That's right. And remember, propaganda does not deceive you. Propaganda helps you to deceive yourself. Because you have a brain and you don't listen to the propaganda. Go out and read a book and study and understand how the world works. And then you see the whole thing is all a bunch of bull. Just all politics, money, corruption. The eagle only has two wings. I mean, and left wing is evil. And well, that's what the word in Latin, the word for left is sinister, right? So why did God put your heart on the left-hand side? Because that's a sinister side. In Latin, sinister. And the sun is your solar plexus, and in the center of your chest is the solar plexus, and your heart is on the sinister side, the left. And I'm just saying, once you understand, this is why Jesus had 12 apostles. The sun has 12 helpers, the 12 signs of the zodiac, the 12 months of the year. Once you understand Jesus is a symbol and a metaphor story and a symbolic story, everything begins to make sense. He's resurrected in spring. His mother was a virgin. The 12 apostles. A lot of people are not aware of the fact that in Rome, the ancient Roman Empire, there was a religion just before the advent of Christianity. There was a very powerful, dominating religion in the Roman Empire. It was called Mithraism. Mithra was the god of light. He was called God's son, the light of the world. He died on a cross. He was resurrected after 3 days. He had 12 apostles. His mother was a virgin. It's called Mithraism. Go through an encyclopedia and look it up and read about Mithra. He was referred to as God's son, the light of the world. He was put to death on the cross. He was resurrected on the 3rd day. All of this stuff is Mithraism. Then when Christianity comes along,
It's a myth.
yeah, just keep everything the same. It's like the same thing. As Sears moves into a business, we keep everybody on. Everybody stays on the job. That's from here on out. I'm the boss.
It's like Hollywood sequels.
Yeah,
Just,
that's right.
just
a Hollywood
recycle the same
sequel.
stories.
So it's just incredible when you understand how this religion works. And how many people go to church? How many people go to church and have no idea in the world what the word church means? It's an incredible story. People go to church. You spell church, Church. But church comes from a Scottish word, kirk, Kerk, or Kirk, kirk. So if you're a Christian on Sunday morning in Scotland, you go to kirk. Or if you're in England, you go to church. Kirk is a Scottish word which can be traced back to, because the Knights Templars, when they went on the Crusades for the papacy to the Middle East, they learned a lot of the religion of the Middle East and brought it back to Scotland. And so in the Middle East, there was a worship of a goddess. Her name was Circe, Ceres, Circe or Circe. She was referred to in the ancient Middle East, especially with the Phoenicians, Carthaginians, who were big in Carthage. The worship of the Mother Circe. Mother Circe. Well, Mother Circe becomes Mother Kirk, and then later on becomes Mother Church. But Circe is the basis for Kirk, and Kirk is the basis for church. So go back and look at this Mother Circe, and you will find in Greek mythology she was able to hypnotize people and take their minds from them under hypnosis and bring them into her house and lock the door behind them, and then magically take their minds from them and then eat them, feed off of them. That's Mother Circe, or Mother Circe, Mother Kirk, or Mother Church. And that's what Mother Church does. Well, that's what the church does. She brings in people, locks the door behind them, no reading of any books. We don't want to question nothing. We don't want to discuss nothing. Just do what you're told. Write a check and keep your mouth shut and send the church your money. So therefore, Mother Church, Mother Circe, Mother Kirk is living off of the people. I'm just amazed at how many people don't see this stuff. And, and they will tell you, Christians will tell you, well, yeah, but, we're supposed to give a tithing, which is 10% of our income. We give 10% of our income to the church, tithing to support the church. And I say to people, do you know where tithing comes from? Have you ever looked in a book and read a book on what tithing is? Tithing didn't have nothing to do with giving 10% of your income. Tithing was very simple. The ancient Phoenician Canaanites and all the ancient people in the Middle East realized each year when you grow your plants and food, you save 10% of the seeds, so you got something to plant next year to give it back to God, so to speak. Give it back to the universe. Put it back into the ground and water, and then you will have food for next year. And so the church comes along and says, no, that's a great idea. I never thought about that. That's good. So why don't you get these goofballs, these airhead misfits, goofballs who don't have brain one, have never read anything, and we just tell them that you have to give 10% of your money to the church. Right. Now, normally we were going to take 50%, but we only take 10% unless, of course, you got some money and we'll take 20%.
Have I got a deal for you?
Yeah, I got a deal for you. I'm gonna let this go for $29.95, no ups and no downs. And so you find out that no, religion is just a business. Come on, that's all it is. Just a business. It has nothing to do with anything spiritual. And anyone who has more than 500 brain cells all going in the same direction, watches Christian television, has to know this is the most hideous, most abominable, silly nonsense that people can be involved in.
What gets me, I look at the private jets that these guys are flying
private
around
jets
in,
and diamond rings and gay haircuts and jumping around the stage with their Rolex watches, and they're talking about the Lord Jesus and the Lord Jesus this and that, never realizing there is no Lord Jesus. There was no Jesus. It's just a story of the Son. The whole story of the Bible is astrology. Period. End of sentence. I think people pretty well have suspected and pretty well know, but like I said, people don't like to be made fun of. They don't like to have other people laughing at them. And so, since everybody in town is going to church, if you don't go to church, they're going to laugh at you and mock you. And so, it might even affect your job. So you need to be at church. You need to just go along to get along. Just sit there and let them play guitars and sing songs and all of that, and you'll feel good, and they'll feel good, and everybody's happy.
Right.
So it's a disgusting situation, and we haven't even scraped the surface. That's why I'm just doing what I do. I'm just trying to awaken people to how ignorant, ill-informed, and unread the world really is. And so I've always wanted to know what's behind the curtain. And so that's what I do. That's why I do what I do, is I want to make knowledge available to those who want to hear. Most people don't want to hear, but for those individuals who do want to know, I want to be here to help them, to show them where to go for the information on how to figure out how this system started, what the symbols mean, how the government works, how things work. Because I'm telling you, nothing in this world works the way you think it does. And I mean nothing.
Well, I like the way you're doing it too. I like the way you're going to do it on this show. People that have followed you for a long time, and things are going to be interesting for them. But hopefully a lot of new people find you and really like what you're talking about and listen.
Basically, what I want to do is I just want to enlighten people who want to know, because most people don't care to know the truth until they get in trouble. They don't want to know anything about the law, even though the law says ignorance of the law is no excuse. Well, yeah, but nobody cares about it. It's not important because it has nothing to do with basketball or Paris Hilton or anything. Now, once you're found guilty and going away for 25 years to life, in prison, now all of a sudden it hits you of the system you're living under. Now what is going to happen to you? Because now, how does this happen? What's going on? Well, it's a little late for you to figure it out then.
I wish I knew the law.
Yeah, I wish I knew the law, and you said the wrong things in court, and that got you 25 years. When you walk into a courtroom, you see the people are sitting out here in the audience, and then there's a fence and a gate, and then there's a judge and all the rest of the group inside. What do you think that fence is there for? What do you think that gate is there for? It's symbolism. The people who are sitting out here in the audience are called, that area in a courtroom is called the law of the land. Then there's a fence and a gate. On the top of the gate is a piece of wood, and that's called a bar. And so, but you're not licensed to pass the bar. Only the attorneys are licensed to pass the bar. And so when your name is called, you are passing the bar. When you put your hand on that gate, by law, when you put your hand on that gate and open the gate to go in, that gate is called a water gate. And you have just now opened the water gate. The water gates are when you're going through the Panama Canal. They've got gates, and when the gates open, the ship rises. And so that's why in a courtroom, when they call your name, you open the gate. That's a water gate. Now you've opened yourself up to hot water. Now you're in hot water because you've opened yourself up to maritime admiralty law. Maritime admiralty is the law of water. Because the ancient Romans said there was only two things on the earth, land and water. So there's only two kinds of law, the law of the land and the law of water. The law of the land was, of course, the law of the culture of the people who lived on a particular piece of land. But the law of the land is different in every country. You can do things in South Africa you can't do in Russia. You can do things in China you can't do in America because it's the law of the land. But there's a bigger and far more important law on the earth, and that is called the law of the high seas, the law of water. The law of water is the most powerful law on the earth. It's called maritime admiralty. That's why we say that money goes through your hands like water. No, maritime admiralty is the law of money, water. That's why it's the cash flow, the liquid asset. That's why you put your money in a bank, because it's called a river bank. And as we said before, what does a river bank do? It directs the flow of the currency, because your money is a cash flow, it's currency. Let me give you an example. When a ship pulls into harbor, it comes in on water. Say $800 million worth of Toyotas came in this morning at the harbor, and when it parks at the dock. All ships by law are female. Rocket ships, sailing ship, airships, it doesn't matter. If it's a ship, it's female. That's why captains will always say, she's a very seaworthy, she is this, and she's that. Because all ships by law are female. Why? Because she delivers the product. The airship, 747, delivering a product. You paid $800 to go somewhere. We're talking business. You're transporting something. Yeah, transporting you. You're a product. The whole idea of the water, the law of water, is the law of money. So when you go through the gates on the Panama Canal, you're opening up the water gate. So when you're in court, they call your name and you put your hand on and you open the gate. You're not licensed to pass the bar. Only attorneys are licensed to pass the bar. Therefore, when you walk past that gate in a courtroom, officially, the way it actually works, and you ask any good lawyer that is intellectually honest and will tell you the truth, that when you walk in past that gate, you are officially, as far as the court is concerned, dead. You are a dead man. You do not exist. You died. And therefore, you cannot speak to the judge. Because why? Because dead people don't normally stand up and talk to you when you go visiting a cemetery. And so you have to have someone speak for you. So the attorney is your mouthpiece. He speaks for you. Why? Because in point of fact, lawfully, you are considered to be dead. You're finished. You're dead. And so he will speak for you. And because why? You're in hot water. And if he can't speak for you correctly, then somebody's going to have to bail you out. That's what happens if your ship is going under. You're taking on water, you're going under. So they're going to have to bail you out. And since your body is 90% water and you're a biological battery of water, they're going to, if you can't get bailed out, they're going to take your body, which is a biological battery, 90% water, and they're going to put you in a cell, like a battery, as a cell. So they're going to put you in a cell, and now your body, which is a biological battery, is in the cell. That's the electricity or energy. And that energy can now be sold to corporations that need the energy. They need the corporation energy, so they can sell your body to corporations. So Sears and General Motors, General Electric will buy your body while you're in the cell. So your body, when you're in the cell, is making a lot of money for some people. You're buying your bond. And a lot of people do not know that your physical body is a security on the New York Stock Exchange.
Well, that goes back to, that had to do, that transformed back in, was it 1913 and then 33 when we became surety when they formed the Department of Human Resources. and
That's
that's
right.
each one of us is surety for the
For the body social.
correct.
The body social, and the whole body. Like for instance, if you're working for General Motors, well, General Motors is all over the damn earth. They're in India. So they're all over the earth. It doesn't matter. If you're working for General Motors, no matter what country, no matter where it is, then you are an employee of General Motors, period. Okay? So the entire company, no matter where it is one corporation, one company. And so in law, it's referred to, General Motors is referred to, and any big corporation is referred to as a body social. It's a social body. It's called Ford Motor Company. It's made up of people. It's a social body. And so it's called body politics, the body social. And so when your body is worth like $6 million on the New York Stock Exchange, you don't know that. You're not supposed to know that your body is worth millions of dollars on the New York Stock Exchange, but it is. And therefore, your body is a security for the corporation called United States Company, the United States Corporation, and you're security for that corporation. So when you retire, which means when you get off from work, you're retiring for the evening, or after 65 years, you're retiring. You get a benefit of the money that's been used, that the corporation has used you for all your life. They get the use of your body, which is worth money on the stock exchange, which you didn't know. So therefore, you get a dividend back for the use of your body, and it's called Social Security. No, your body is a security for the body social. Now they're giving you part of it back, and they call it Social Security. So if you understand how this thing works, I'm not saying it's evil or bad. I'm just saying you need to understand how the world works. And I've used this example before. If you have a two-story building and you're going to put a lot of weight on the second floor, think about it. First off, if you've got any brains at all, you go downstairs, get a building inspector, get on a ladder, and go up through the ceiling tiles on the first floor and look at the foundation of the floor you're going to build on. Before you start putting heavy equipment like printing presses and everything on the second floor, you better find out the foundation is going to hold that kind of weight. So what you're doing is you're standing underneath of what you're going to build on. You're standing under the foundation, which is where we get our word understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So unless you can stand under the world you live on, then you don't understand. And so that's what I've been saying for years. Nobody seems to understand how the world works. Courts are just a game. It's a game. It's called the commerce game. And how do you play the commerce game? It's two teams. You play tennis on a court. You play basketball on a court. It's a game. How do you play tennis on a court? You play with a racket. Come on. Understand how this stuff works. It's a racket.
Complete racket.
Yeah, it's a big racket. It's a basketball. It's tennis. It's a game. Any game, you're going to have a referee. So the judge is a referee. When the judge walks out, everyone rises. The same thing was when a Catholic priest walks out, everyone rises. It's just a game. It's called Maritime Admiralty, the law of water. All of this is just a beginning of the things I want to talk about. There's so much more we could talk about in the future. There's just
that's the cornerstone to the show. We'll segue into a different subject matter. And
God, yeah, there's so many of them.
Everything that you've talked about, that you've hit on here, you could have so many shows on them.
Oh God, yeah. Religion,
That's
politics, commerce, mythology, mythologies.
Even Saturn alone, with the judges wearing the robe and the priest and the
All of this stuff is fascinating when you begin to really understand what you're doing in this life, what is really going on. So my feeling is, if you need to wake up and realize that the world is not what you thought it was. Nothing works the way you think it does. You need to educate yourself.
Yep.
You need to have somebody explain it to you. Knock and it will be open. Seek and you will find, but ask and it will be given. I'm trying to give to the world knowledge. And that's very dangerous. I think, therefore I am. No, it's I think, therefore I am dangerous. Real, intelligent wisdom and knowledge can be very dangerous. The government you live under is not interested in you finding out how they do what they do. You need to understand how the world works. And the basis for America, or I should say, the basis for the white man's system, the system of the white man or the white man's culture is in Europe, north, east, west, and south. Incidentally, that's where we get the word news. North, east, west, and south. NEWS, news. So anything that happens in north, east, west, or south is news, right? but in Europe, north, east, and west, and southern Europe is all, even before the Roman Empire was dominated by the white man, what we call the European white man. In that system we call Europe, for thousands of years, there was already a fully operational governmental system even before the Roman Empire. It was referred to the white man's system of government in Rome and in Europe was called the Druids. The Druids were the priests, the doctors, the lawyers, the teachers. They were religious leaders. They were everything. Anything that's important in white man's culture was a Druid running it. And so America is a Druid country. If you don't understand Druidism, you're not going to understand America. You're not going to understand any of it. But one of the most important symbols in the Druid system was a magic wand, like today's orchestra leaders with the magic wand.
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter with the magical wand. And and Merlin the magician with his magic wand. Well, magic wands were always made out of the wood of a holly tree. It's made out of Hollywood. Okay? Period. And that's why today we have something called Hollywood. You need to realize and understand what Hollywood is, how this world operates behind the scenes, who runs the banks, who gave you your educational institutions. There's a whole world of knowledge we have not been privy to know about. And I'm suggesting that the whole world needs to wake up. The whole human race is being manipulated and exploited. And the rich are growing richer, the poor are growing poorer. And the reason why, as you said before, people have no power in America. Well, they don't have any power anywhere in the rest of the world, too. But the reason why they don't have any power in our country, which used to be a very powerful country, but Americans don't have any power anymore. Why? Simple. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power, and you have no knowledge.
Well, the truth will also set you free.
That's it. Know the truth, and it will set you free. The Bible has God saying in the Old Testament, "My people are dying from a lack of knowledge." And one of the most important scriptures in the Old Testament, I think is probably the most important thing I've ever heard in the Bible ever, was a scripture that says, "Where there is no vision, the people perish." I'll say it again. It's a very powerful thought. Where there is no vision, the people perish. That's why our country is dying. That's why our country is falling apart. That's why the whole world is dying, is because there is no vision. People have no idea in the world what's going on. They have no vision. They don't know where they've come from. They have no idea what they're doing now or where they're going. They have no idea. They're cattle. They're just like animals out on the Serengeti plains, out there with their children, eating grass, never realizing there are lions who are creeping up on the herd. The lions are organized. They know what they're doing. It's the masses of animals out there on the Serengeti plains that have no idea in the world the lions are planning dinner. And they're sliding quietly in the grass, moving up on you. So that's where the human race is today. We are, as a human family on the earth today, are not able to protect ourselves from the predators. We're not able to do that.
Sacrifice has been taking place since the Mayans. It took place with the Romans.
That's
it's
right.
taking place right now.
Sheeple beware.
That's right. We are not able to take care of, the human race cannot take care of itself because there is no vision. And where there is no vision, the people perish. Vision means you have insight. People have no insight. They don't know what's going on. No one's ever told them anything. All they've got is beer and pretzels and ball games. They have no knowledge, and knowledge is power. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what the whole essence of this show is all about, just to tell people the truth. Know the truth, and it will set you free.
Well, speaking of beer and perishing, I say let's get some food.
Not a bad idea.
Sounds
Not a
great.
bad idea.
Thanks for that, Jordan.
I don't know about all of you hearing this, but listening to a little Jordan Maxwell every day is healthy for the mind. If you click on our Amazon link on our homepage and shop at Amazon, they will in turn support us. It won't cost you anything extra. We want to keep bringing you all this information. And remember, it's free. See you next time. Welcome back to the Jordan Maxwell Show.
All right, thanks for tuning in, everyone. Because if no one was listening, I'd be wasting my time. But if you like what we're doing here, please let your friends know about us and where to find us. You can find us on jordanmaxwellshow.com. You will also be able to follow us on Facebook at Jordan Maxwell Show and follow us on Twitter at JMaxwellShow for any messages, and you can leave posts and messages yourself. You can always find the latest shows on our web, but if you want to make sure you don't miss a show, you can subscribe to Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes.
And we've got a new sponsor too, Fit for Sale. You can find their info on our website. Fit for Sale is a reseller of new and used gym equipment. They retail home gym equipment at wholesale prices. Make sure you click through the Fit for Sale link on our homepage and use the code JMSHOW for a 10% off the already low prices. If you shop for gym equipment online, you'll want to check them out, especially before buying anywhere else. Jordan, I think the listeners out there would probably like to know a little bit about you. Can you tell us a little about yourself?
I've been doing what I do for 53 years. I started back in 1959 with talking at little mom and pop grocery stores and bookstores, and I was just fascinated with the world of the occult, with all the things that are not seen. I don't know why, I just gravitated toward the dark side on everything. No matter what was happening in the world, I always knew that there was more to the story yet. There's something else going on that you don't see. And like the Knights Templars, one of the themes of the Masonic Order of Knights Templars became very famous: as above, so below. So I always applied that to everything happening on the earth. Whatever's happening on the earth, there's got to be a reason. And I don't buy for 1 minute that things just happen. No, things don't just happen. Things are caused by people who make them happen. And so I learned, I wanted to know, and that's the big thing. The very word, the emphasis is on the word want. I wanted to know. So I decided to dedicate my life to studying the occult, or the word occult simply is a Latin word which means hidden. It doesn't mean it's evil or bad or of the devil. It just means hidden. And so I realized, as I said, even growing up as a small kid, I already realized that nothing is what it seems. There's always a reason for everything. And it's almost never do people see the reason for things. Things happen, and so we react to when things happen.
Jordan, we'd really like to know what really made you react in life. I mean, these stories with you and your childhood, I find it very captivating.
We'd like you to take us back in time a little bit. You've dedicated your life to these very unpopular topics all your life with seemingly little chance of praise. Something must have moved you profoundly. So when did you know you were a little different?
I started having otherworld experiences. aliens coming into my bedroom, UFOs, experiences as a child, 7 or 8 years old, seeing things, going out of body. I went out of body when I was about 8 or 9 years old. I went, one night I was supposed to be sound asleep, and I woke up, and I was on a bridge about 4 or 5 miles from home on a concrete overpass, and on one of the main streets in the city, and it was probably like about 2 o'clock in the morning, and I woke up and I'm standing out here on this bridge and I'm freezing to death. And some of the things that I really remember in this event was how cold I was. I was absolutely freezing, and I was standing between two pylons on the bridge. Because of the wind chill factor, the wind's blowing, so I would stand behind these big pylons, and I heard a car speeding, and it was 2 o'clock in the morning. It was a little Mickey Mouse town back in 1959, so there's no traffic, but this car was speeding, and I looked out from the pylons, looked out to see this car because I could hear it coming, and it was running red lights, 2 or 3 red lights. And as it came up onto the bridge, I watched it as it was coming up, and as it passed me, there were 2 boys in the front and 2 girls in the back, and the boys saw me. They gave me the finger and thought it was funny, and the girls waved at me. There was 2 girls in the back, and they shot past me, and I waved at the girls. I waved at them, and I remember thinking, what am I doing waving? What the hell am I... Why am I out here in my PJs at 2 o'clock in the morning on a bridge waving at these kids as they went by? But I knew them, and when they went down the other side, the tire blew on the passenger side, and they lost control of the car and swerved. And as they swerved, they bounced over the curb and slid across the gravel into a restaurant, into a little cafe, and they smashed into the front of the cafe. And I ran across the street because even at 8, 9 years old, I realized I had the presence of mind to understand the severity of what I just saw. I knew it was horrible wreck, and there would be people dying there. So I ran across the bridge and started running down the other side to see what I could do to help them. And as I ran across the gravel, it hit me that I had no shoes on. And I remember distinctly thinking, well, you're halfway there. You can either go back to the street, which is halfway, or you can continue on to the restaurant, which is halfway. So either way, you're going to be in the gravel. So I figured I may just keep running. And so when I got to the restaurant door, I saw all of this chaos, all this terrible, obviously blood and glass, and people are crying, and the cars smashed into the front. And so I went inside, and I saw chaos everywhere. And there was an old man sitting on the floor, and he motioned to me, and I went over, and I remember grabbing him from behind by his shirt, and trying to pull him away so I could pull him out of the mess and have him sit up and lean up against the wall. And he kept helping me, was pushing himself, and I got him up against the wall, and I turned around to see who I could help. And I remember thinking that there's going to be people who are dead you can't help. So just think about, who can you help? Who can I help? And I looked around, and all of the people were looking at me, and it was a horrible mess. And of course, 8 years old, I'm looking at blood, and I'm looking at chaos. And then I started crying. I didn't know what to do. And I burst out in tears, and then I woke up in bed. And I was totally ballistic. My parents came in and tried to quiet me down, and after a few minutes, they got quieted down, and my mom explained to me that it was a terrible dream, and go back to sleep. And so I told them that night who I saw, the boys, the girls. They knew the family. They knew the girls and the boys. They knew the car. They knew all what I saw. They knew. And so the next morning when I got up, I came in the kitchen, and my dad had already left for work, and my mom was sitting there, and she just looked at me, and I know her well enough to know that look. that there was something wrong. And when I walked into the room, she looked at me and I said, "What's wrong?" And she turned the newspaper around to me, and on the front page, the accident, the kids, the car, the whole bit. It's all right there on the front page, the newspaper. And she looked at me, and I looked at her, and she says, she didn't really say much of anything. She just looked at me and said, mumble something. And I mumbled something back to her that I was there. I saw it. So that was like 8 or 9 years old. So I think that happened to me for a reason. I've often thought about, why did these things happen to me? I am convinced that I've had these kind of experiences, and that's just one of many. But I've had these kind of experiences because I think someone wanted me to know at a very early age that the world you live in is not what you think it is. There's another whole world in existence that you're not aware of. And so somebody was making me aware of the alternative world that's around us, so that you can leave your body and go somewhere else and see something and come back. And how is that possible? I don't know how it's possible. All I know is I did it. And so that began, that was like, as I said, about 8 years old. And then that began a series of things which began to happen to me as a child. And I remember one night waking up in the middle of the night, and when I woke up, I went totally ballistic, out of control. I jumped up in bed and started screaming my head off. And of course, my family come running up, and the window was open, so of course the whole neighborhood could hear me. And when my mother flipped on the bedroom light, I'm standing in the bed jumping and screaming, and I told my family, I yelled at my dad and mom, "Don't come in the room. He's here in the room. Don't come in this room." All I could think of is that I don't want my mother and father to have to be confronted by what I'm feeling and what I'm seeing. I said, "Don't come in. He's here. He's in the room." And my mother kept screaming at me, "Who was in the room? Who?" And I said, "He's right there by the door. Where? Don't come in the room. He's right there." And then I could feel, very obvious to me, I could feel the energy. And I said, "Now he's over in the corner here. He's standing here in the corner." And I wasn't seeing anything, but I knew it. I could tell there was something there. And I was screaming. I said, "No, he's coming back by the bed." I said, "No, he's going back to the corner." And then he went out the wall. He went out through the wall. And when he left, I fell down on the bed after screaming and yelling. I fell down on the bed, and I said, "He's gone. He's left. He's gone." That was the most scariest thing, one of the scariest things that ever happened to me in my life, because whatever it was so evil, so profoundly powerful and evil, that I didn't even know what it was I was seeing, but my psyche, my spirit was reacting to the presence that was in that room, that was so frightening to me as a kid. And so, I began having all kinds of strange experiences where I'd wake up and was paralyzed and couldn't breathe, and could see things moving in my room. At night, I pull my bed up next to my bedroom window, um, because where I lived, it was a hotbed for UFOs and alien contact stuff. It was in Gulf Breeze, Florida. Gulf Breeze is very famous for UFOs and alien stuff. But I would pull my bed up next to the window so that at night I could lay there looking at the stars. And when I'd fall asleep, in the middle of the night, if I wake up, there was someone at my window staring at me. And when I woke up, I'd see them, but they would move. But they didn't move fast enough, because when I woke up, I saw them, they moved. And I jumped up as a kid, I jumped up quickly and threw open the screen, because I obviously couldn't get away. From 1 second, it only took me to, and my dog was out there. He wasn't barking, and there was nobody there. The moon was full. There was nobody there, but somebody was there. And so I had that happen quite a few times, where I wake up and there was someone at the window, and the moment I wake up, they're gone. So I know I was being watched by other world entities because my dog didn't even see them, didn't react to anyone. So along with that, I was born and raised a Catholic, and so I was a part of a very, very Catholic family. We were very well known in our hometown. And at school, at Catholic school, we were told that we were going to have confirmation service. In Catholicism in the Catholic Church, children at 7 or 8 are said to be confirmed Catholic. And there's a ritual you go through, and then therefore from that point on you're a Catholic because you've been confirmed. Well, it's called confirmation. And so we were told in school by the nuns, incidentally, the word nun in Hebrew is a fish, but we were told by the nuns in school that tomorrow night at church, at the ceremony for the confirmation, after the ceremony is over, the bishop might possibly ask you children if you have any questions to ask your bishop, now that you are absolutely confirmed a Catholic. So if that happens, he may and may not, but if it happens that he asks, just remember, nobody asks any questions, period. Nobody asks questions. You just sit quiet. So the next night after the confirmations was over, and I never forget the bishop, his Bishop T.J. Tulin from Mobile, Alabama. T.J. Tulin, the bishop from Alabama, and he came, and after the ceremonies were over, he said to the children, well, now that you're confirmed Catholics, if there's any questions you'd like to ask your bishop, I will try and answer them if I can. And everyone knew. Nobody says anything. So I stood up to make damn sure everybody sees who I am. So I stood up and I said, yes, I have a question. I said, my father works with torches, like a welder. And I said, could I take a torch if there was an angel next to me? If an angel appeared to me, I had a torch, could I burn that angel? Would it hurt him if I hit him with the torch? And he says, I don't exactly know what you mean. I said, very simple. If there was an angel next to me and I have a torch burning, could I hit the torch? Could I hit the angel with the torch, or would it hurt him? And he says, well, no. And I said, why not? And he said, well, fire, I remember him saying something to the effect that fire is a natural phenomenon. You got to have wood, plastic, or paper or something to burn. You can't burn an angel. And I said, why can't you burn an angel? And he said, because angels are spirits. You can't burn a spirit. And I said, well, then why am I concerned about going to hell where my spirit will burn forever if you can't burn a spirit? And so so there was a red-headed priest. I remember the red-headed priest. He looked at me and said, yes, sit down. So I said, sit down. But it occurred to me, you know what? I don't think there's anybody in this church who's got brains enough to pull pee out of a boot. I don't think anybody's thought very deeply about anything. Here I am, a 9-year-old kid, and the bishop is looking at me like I'm an idiot. I just asked him an intelligent question, and this fool can't even answer a 9-year-old.
Well, I remember the nuns too, having similar backgrounds growing up in a Catholic household. Boy, those nuns were sadistic.
Oh,
I remember you'd come home and your hands were burnt, and they'd take a spoon to your knuckles. And
that's right.
I mean, and I just think. That's a whole nother chapter.
Oh, God,
They're not the most pleasant laddies out there.
Frustrated, angry, bitter.
Yeah.
And they're going to take it out on the kids.
Yep.
Bitter fish, right?
They're horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible.
So that started me on a course of looking behind the scenes at everything. And because I have had these strange otherworld experiences with entities, and I don't, I'm just using terms. I don't know what they were, but entities, EBEs, they're called today, extraterrestrial biological entities, alien life forms from other places in the universe that are here. There's no doubt in my mind about that there are alien life forms here. But anyway, so I started having all kinds of incredible otherworld experiences almost daily. And I got to where because I was so young, I didn't realize the seriousness of this. I didn't have the presence of mind or the maturity at that time to realize what's going on here with your life. Somebody's messing with you. I just was fascinated by all the things happening, not realizing there's a reason these things are happening to you.
Did you share this stuff with your parents?
Oh yeah, yeah. I would tell my mom the things I saw last night and things, and she would, she's just looking at me like all parents look at their children. Was just the child having imagination, and that's part of growing up as a kid. But we had a ghoul come into our town. A ghoul is someone or someone that digs up dead bodies and eats them. That's what a ghoul is. Look it up in a dictionary. Ghoul, ghouls. Well, we had a ghoul come into our town that was actually, in fact, digging up bodies that had been newly buried and eating part of them, eating on them. They don't eat the whole thing, but they eat parts of the body and would leave the bodies in the street. And the first time the officials found, some person's body that had died a couple of weeks before, laying in the street, and some of it had been eaten. Some of the body had been eaten. Everybody in town went ballistic because there's obviously not an animal. Somebody dug this body up and was eating on it and dropped it, and so therefore there was somebody in this town that needs to die real quick. And so the military, because it was a Navy town, Pensacola, Florida that's where I'm from originally. It was Pensacola, and it's a Navy town. And I remember that the Navy got involved, the military got involved, because it was like a good, it was kind of like what am I trying to say? The Navy always wanted to show itself a friend to the city they were in. So anytime the city had serious problems, the Navy would come in to help the city, especially during hurricanes or something like that. Navy guys were always everywhere, they're helping everyone. And so the Navy got involved. Well, the Marines got involved too from Eglin Air Force Base, and the Air Force too got involved, because whatever this thing was, it was going around digging up graves and chewing and eating on the bodies. This ghoul, whatever it was serious, and it was frightening to the city, and the military was involved with it. Now they were looking for this guy. And they were trolling all night long. I remember in the city, military jeeps and driving around, and especially around the graveyards. And that's a whole story in itself about what happened that night. And I'm not going to go into the whole thing, but
what did the newspapers say about
the
it?
newspapers kept talking about another body has been found, and that the mayor and the police chief is meeting with the officials at the Naval Air Station, and the Navy is providing sharpshooters at the graveyards, and that the Marine Corps has sent in some guys to help help try and find out who these people are, who this guy is. And they finally cornered him, and they finally. It's a long story. I'm not going to go into it, but I remember what they did is the military and the police or whatever, they picked a particular cemetery, and they put it in the paper that someone had been buried there just recently, and they put it in the paper. But a week before that, the military had gone to that graveyard, and put lights out there in the trees and set it all up as a sting, and then put it in the paper that someone had been buried there, and had military guys out there waiting. Just waiting. My uncle had been in the army, and he was a short but wiry kind of guy. Take on a fight anytime, and so he was all for going out, take care of this guy myself. And so my dad and him were going to go out to the graveyard, because my girl cousin, was dating the deputy sheriff in town, and so the deputy sheriff was telling us, the family, what was going on behind the scenes. And he's the one that told us, there's going to be a sting. We're putting together the next night or two. There's going to be a sting where we're setting up the graveyard with sharpshooters and lights. And so I wanted to go out to watch this, and my dad said, "Well, we'll go out." My uncle said, "I'll go. I'm going to go out there." And so the deputy, my cousin's boyfriend told us, well, if you're going to go out there, you go to this north end of the cemetery because all the action is going to be at the southern end. And you can't go in the cemetery because you go inside, you're going to get whacked. So stay away from it. And so what we did is we went out and crawled in this high grass. It was one of these really old deserted cemeteries. And the place is scary to start with in the daytime, but it's spooky at night. And I'm crawling in the grass with my dad and my uncle on both sides, and we crawl up to the gate and to the fence. I mean, the steel fence. And I remember that it was so incredibly spooky out here with my dad, my uncle, 1 o'clock in the morning in high grass at a cemetery, waiting to see what's going to happen, And I loved the spookiness of it because, a kid's going to be spooked to start with. But then being out there with your father and your uncle and military, and there's a ghoul in town and all of that. I mean, it was all just great sport for me.
Oh, I find it fascinating.
That whole area in Florida is spooky anyway.
Yeah.
There's a lot of history in Pensacola of dark stuff going on, finding all kinds of strange things there in Florida, and especially in Pensacola area. And that whole area is well known around the world for UFO activity, Gulf Breeze and that whole UFO thing going on down there where people are seeing aliens at night and UFOs all over the place. So it's a very arcane and strange place to be growing up in. And I had all of the experiences that one can have out of body and going to strange events and seeing things. So it just set me on a path at an early point in my life where I lived my whole life in the world of the occult. Strange stuff happening to me. I'd see at night. I'd see aliens in my room. I would have extraordinary experiences, like I told you before, like going out of my body to another place. I just grew up with this kind of surroundings and these kind of experiences.
I want to go back to the ghoul, though. Did he
And
ever
so
show up at the cemetery?
They showed up, and there was a whole lot of action going on in the cemetery, and lights were on, and there was all kinds of shooting and firing, guns going off, and people yelling, military guys yelling. But from what we gathered, from what I was told by my cousin's boyfriend, the deputy, he said this guy was able to jump over the fence that was surrounding and went into, I guess, a swamp area, or because they've got a lot of that in Pensacola, swamp area. And they weren't able to actually catch him, but they went after him and had dogs going after him. Well, the thing that was really shocking to the deputy was the fact that he had been hit. Whoever this was had been hit by the military. They were all firing at him, and all these were sharpshooters, so they hit him. But for some reason, it didn't seem to bother him. He didn't die. He didn't die, and he was over the. It was over.
Wow! So did the ghoulish behavior stop?
So absolutely, but it all stopped, and everybody was happy. And I definitely remember that there was about a month or two went by, and everything was finally over, and the city had calmed down, and then it was in the Pensacola News and Journal newspaper that a ghoul had hit Birmingham, Alabama, and
so he moved on.
Yeah. It said Birmingham, Alabama, is now being plagued by someone who they're calling the ghoul of Birmingham, and they were finding bodies on the streets about half eaten, and so they had the problem now. He went to Birmingham. But this was all in the newspapers. I mean, I'm not making this stuff up. And I've got a lot of emails from the Pensacola Historical Society that I got. And I could show you the emails that all of this was in the newspapers. So it's just part and parcel of the kind of life I lived.
What I find compelling, it sounds almost like a character out of the Twilight series, the movies that were just real popular, and almost like this werewolf vampirian.
Yeah, and when I was doing radio a few years ago, I got a phone call from a lady who was representing a man that she thought I would like to have as a guest. And she said, my friend is a werewolf. He has, and I thought you would like to have him on your show. And I said, I'd love to. And so she began to explain to me that there is a legitimate disease called lycanthropy. Lycanthropy is a disease which we refer to as a werewolf. Lycanthropy. Look it up in a dictionary. Look it up in a medical dictionary. And she said that a couple of days before a full moon, he must report. He's the only, from what she was saying, he's the only person in America who has a full medical disability from the federal government for lycanthropy. So it's as if the federal government is agreeing this guy is a werewolf. Period. And he has full medical protection from the federal government if he conforms to the laws and the regulations they put on him. He has to go into a hospital a couple of days before the full moon and must stay there sedated for a couple of days after the full moon each month, and that's what he has to do. And so he must go to this hospital and be sedated, because I don't know if he actually turns in, begins to look like a werewolf, but his actions, and because in his mind, he begins to lose it and begins to do whatever werewolves do, and the government knows it. And so they're giving him full medical disability as long as he reports to the hospital at the end of the month.
Yeah, I have some friends. I have a friend that's a police chief, and he actually puts extra officers on detail during a full moon. And it's true. The moon has a lot of influence on our oceans and lakes and people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the moon pulls the oceans of the world.
And what is our body? 2/3 water.
Yeah, of course.
So
how does it affect you?
That makes a little sense.
Yeah.
Well, that's why we say,
lunatics.
Yeah, lunatics. You're getting a little loony.
Yeah.
You're acting loony. Lunatic comes from lunar, the moon.
Yeah.
Jordan, that's some pretty heavy stuff for such a young kid. It all sounds really creepy. Good stuff. Today was great. So thank you very much, Jordan. That was fun.
And please support the show at no cost to you by doing your online shopping at Amazon. Make sure you click through the Amazon link on our homepage.
All right, thanks for listening, and join us next time, because I really got a strange story for you. I mean, it still sends chills up and down my spine 50 years later, because it was an extraordinary story when I was 18 years old. And it's all true, and I'll tell you about it next time.
See you next time. Welcome back to the Jordan Maxwell Show. You can follow us on Facebook at Jordan Maxwell Show, and follow us on Twitter at J Maxwell Show for any messages. And you can leave posts and messages as well. You can always find the latest shows on our website, but if you want to make sure you don't miss a show, you can subscribe to the Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes, and the show is always free. So please support the show at no cost to you by doing your online shopping at Amazon. Make sure you click through the Amazon link on our homepage. When we left off, you said you were going to tell us a story that was going to blow our minds. Let's get right to it. You seem to be like a magnet for strange occurrences when you were a kid.
Oh, yeah. I've had many, many truly strange otherworld experiences growing up as a child. Some of them were absolutely frightening, but most were just fascinating and interesting, because I love that kind of thing. I've always loved the dark side of the world. All the real strange stuff that's going on that no one knows about, I'm fascinated with. This is the kind of experiences that I grew up with. I remember one time sitting on a roof with my friend in school. We used to hang out. My good friend in school when I was like seventh or eighth grade. And I'd go over to his house sometimes on weekends, and we'd go up on his roof and sleep at night in summer, just a couple of kids. And one night we were sitting up there on the roof looking at the stars and talking, and all of a sudden from the east and from the west, lights, two lights, one coming from the east, one coming from the west, instantaneously like a shooting star, just like a meteor. But they were shooting across the horizon toward each other over our town. And we were up on the roof so we could see these two lights. But we were talking, nothing was happening. All of a sudden, boom, two lights came together and blew up over the city, coming right across the horizon, and they ran into each other. And bloom, when it blew up, it blew all kinds of sparks and all that stuff. And I don't know, I was in the 7th grade, and I'm thinking today, meteors don't do that. They don't fly parallel to the Earth, and they don't, come together. What is the chance of that happening? There is no chance. So obviously, these were two unidentified flying objects that crashed into each other for some reason. And as I said, UFOs and alien stuff was happening all around me. That was Gulf Breeze. And as I said, Gulf Breeze is still very famous today. Many books written about the alien and UFOs and all kinds of strange demonic stuff people do not know. People are totally unaware of the world that is around them.
Yeah, I've never met aliens. I've never seen aliens. I've never seen ghouls. None of that kind of stuff that you're talking about has ever happened to me.
Well, after the show, we could go down to Hollywood Boulevard. I'm sure we could.
Yeah.
But that'll be scary.
That's different.
Yeah,
Hollywood
I don't
Boulevard.
want to see that.
So anyway, when I came out to California, I decided to leave home at 18 years old. I was a couple of months before 19 years old. So I left home in 1959, early 59. And I had just turned 19 years old. I wanted to leave. I started planning it when just about the last part of my 18th year, saving my money and preparing to leave. So when I ended up in Los Angeles with $9 in my pocket, in a city I had no idea where I was. I was about as far away from home as I could be, with $9 to my name, in downtown Los Angeles on a Friday night. And I took one look at Los Angeles downtown, and I said to the bus driver, I said, where do people live in this city? Where do people who are regular, normal people? I'm not staying down this place. And so he said, well, there is a nice bedroom community out in the valley. And I said, what valley? He said, well, I'm going out there. It's called the San Fernando Valley. And I said, well, I only have $9. He said, don't worry, I got to go out there anyway. Just get on the bus. So I did. I got back on the bus. And so now it's about 12 o'clock at night when we left the bus station in downtown LA. And I got out to the valley. About 45 minutes later, I'm out in North Hollywood. And I got off about 1 o'clock in the morning. I have no idea in the world where I am and what I'm going to do. And so I started sleeping in industrial waste cans, the big blue industrial waste cans. I roamed around the city for a couple of hours, and I found a little industrial park. And one of the companies there was a paper company. And so their big blue trash cans had just paper. And so I figured, well, that's better than sleeping in garbage. So I was sleeping in the containers on paper, and I did that for about 3 nights. And then I started getting desperate because the $9 is gone. And so it occurred to me, I'm going to have to do something because I'm going to starve. So the next morning, I got up, crawled out of that trash can, just a 19-year-old kid on the bum, and there was and in that little industrial park was a lot of little shops, but one of them was open. It was a machine shop, and so I went in. I walked in and to look, told the guy I was looking for a job, and he said I was just getting ready to put an ad in the paper today for somebody. So he says, yeah, I was just getting ready to put an ad in the paper. So why don't you figure? And I said, and he said, but I don't want anybody in here till next week, till Monday. So come back on Monday and start work then. And I said, "Oh, I'd be happy to." I said, "But also," and then I told him, I said, "But I'm broke and I have nothing." And he said, "Oh, I've been there before. I've done that too." He says, so he reached in his wallet and pulled out $100 and 520s. Well, back in 1959, 520s, $100 for a kid, that was a lot of money. I was shocked at that, absolutely shocked. $20 would have been great. He gave me $100, 520s, and I couldn't believe it. And I said, "This is very generous of you." He said, "Oh, you'll be back. You'll be back. Anytime you get hungry, you'll come back." So he says, "And I need somebody." So then I walked out. Then I left, and I walked about a block, and there was a room for rent a block away. So I rented a room. It was a really nice little room. It was upstairs room, a big picture window, so I could see the city. And I'm only a block away from work, and I got $100 in my pocket. And I thought, wow, that wasn't bad. So from that point on, I started having extraordinary otherworld experiences. It was coming continually. One thing that actually happened that changed my life, that really was what I would call a peak experience, was while I was there at that in that room, 1959. I would walk downtown. I was about 3 blocks from downtown. There's a little Mickey Mouse, no place. North Hollywood was just a little tiny little 3 or 4 blocks of shops, and that's it. But there was a restaurant in town, so I walked down one Saturday morning to town, and the restaurant was filled. There was no place to sit except one seat at the counter. And so I took a seat at the counter, and sitting next to me, I'm 19 years old, and sitting next to me was a girl about 17 or 18 years old. So we got to talking, and come to find out, she only lived about 2 blocks from me, and I only lived about 3 blocks from town. She had walked downtown, so had I. So then we hung around town for a while, and then we decided to walk home. And so we started meeting on Saturdays and Sundays. I'd just meet her in downtown, and we'd hang out together. And then when we walk home, she lived 2 blocks past me, so that I never walked home with her to see where she lived. I know it's only a couple blocks, but I'd never been there. But she knew where I lived. So one night, a few months after I knew her, one night she comes over to my place, and she says, "My dad wants to talk to you." And of course, I wasn't interested to talk to any girl's father. And I
No,
said,
of
"I'm
course
not
not."
interested to talk to him." And got nothing to talk to him about. And so she said, "No, my father's very important and very interesting man, and he has something to tell you." And I thought, that sounds interesting. Okay. So I walked over there with her. Well, when I walked up to the door, um, she was with me, and he happened by chance to be coming out of the door, and he saw us. And the moment I saw him, I got a reaction. I got a spiritual vibe, so to speak. And the hair raised up on the back of my neck. I got a spiritual feeling that was very powerful, very and it was involuntary. But my spirit picked up something on him, and I immediately stopped. And he looked at me, and he motioned to come on in. And I knew there's something about this guy that I don't know what this is. I don't know what I'm getting into here, but I can feel it. There's something about him. And my girlfriend said, "Come on." So we went in. The thing I noticed about the father instantly was that he did not make any normal human moves. Everything he did was calculated. I knew that. Everything he did was calculated. He knew exactly what he was doing. And I watched his mannerisms. I watched the way he moved, the way he talked. This was a very strange man, but what I was feeling off of him, I loved it. I couldn't get enough of this. A strange, occult, mystical man, but I loved it. I don't know who this guy is, and I don't know what he's into,
Mhm.
but I'm fascinated with him because I'm feeling it. And so he motioned, "Come on in." So we went in. We sat on the sofa. He sat on one side of the sofa, and I sat on the other. And my girlfriend and her younger sister, Mary, about 10 years old, they sat on the floor, and the mother was in the kitchen. And we were just talking small talk. He's asking me, he said, my daughter tells me she met you downtown. Yes. And you're working now. Yes. And so just small talk. And we were talking. Well, I was beginning to feel a little better about him because he was talking about normal human things that I could relate to.
Mm-hmm.
But I knew there's something around about this guy. I don't know what it is, but there's something about him. And so after a few minutes of talking, he just very nonchalantly said, remember when you were back in Florida and your dad built a new back porch? Remember when your dad tore down the old back porch and built a new back porch and your uncle helped him? And he used green lumber because it was cheap. It was cheap lumber, and he used green lumber, and it smelled funny. Remember when he did that? Yeah, that scared me.
Oh,
that
yeah.
really legitimately
Who is
scared
this
me.
guy?
So this
Yeah.
guy knew that.
He knew, and he said, "Well, did he do that or didn't he?" And I said, "Yes, he did." And he said, "Well, how in the world would I know that? How would I know that?" And he said, "And then you got up out of bed. You were 8 years old, and you were supposed to be in bed. And one night you got out of bed, and you went out on the back porch, and the moon was full. You remember that?" And I do remember that. I said, "Yeah, I remember." And he said, "What did you do?" And I just looked at him because I didn't want to show tears in front of my girlfriend, but he was frightening me. And he said, "I'll tell you what you did. You sat on the steps and you talked to God, didn't you? And what did you say to God? You looked at the moon and you said to God, what did you say?" And I just looked at him. I didn't answer him. And he said, "Well, you talked to God, didn't you?" I said, "Yes, I did." And he said, "Well, what did you say?" And I didn't say anything. He said, "Okay, I'll tell you what you said. You said that you wanted your life to be important. You wanted to do something important with your life. You wanted your life to mean something. Is that what you said to God?" And I said, "Yes, that's what I said." And he said, "Well, how would I know that? How would I know any of this?" And I told him, I said, "I don't know how you know that." And he said, "I know because I was there. We were hearing you." And I said, "What do you mean you were there? There was no one there." He said, "No, you didn't see us, but we were there." I mean, how did I know all of this if I wasn't there?
Now, were you scared at the time when he?
I was scared. I didn't know what the implications were, but he was right. He was on target. And so he basically he said that I was there, and then he said, "And we've been watching you from birth. We've been watching you." And I said, "What do you mean we? And you've been watching me?" He said, "Well, everything I said happened. Did it happen? Yes." "Well, how would I know if I wasn't there?" And I said, "I don't know how you know that." And he said, "I know that because we were there. We've been watching you." And then he said to me in front of my girlfriend, "Why are you in California? Why did you come here? What possessed you to come to Los Angeles?" And I said, "I don't know. I just had to come." He said, "That's right. We brought you here. Because after all, you did ask God to let you do something with your life. Is that what you said?" "Yes." "Well, then we're going to give you a chance to do something with your life."
Was your girlfriend at the time listening to
Yeah,
this?
she's sitting right there with her sister, 10-year-old sister, and Mary was sitting right there with.
Wow.
So he said, "You've always been interested in UFOs and aliens and all that kind of stuff, haven't you?" And I said, "Yes, I have." And he said to me, "We know that." And he said, "Would you like to see some UFOs up close tonight?" And I said, "Yeah, I would love to." He said, "I can do that for you. Come with me." So we got up. The two girls got up. I never saw the mother that night, but the two girls and myself and the father got up, and we walked out into the front yard. And now it's about midnight, North Hollywood, 1959. And he looks up into the sky and starts inaudibly talking. Mouth is moving. He's obviously talking to someone, but you can't hear him. And then he looks at me and he said, "They said they'll be here in a couple of minutes. They're coming from Griffith Park area going north, and they'll be here in a couple of minutes." And I said, "Who?" And he said, "Us. We're here. You're interested in aliens and UFOs, right? When you said you wanted to see some UFOs tonight." "Yes." "Well, then just wait. They'll be here." And so I swear to God, maybe a minute and a half to 2 minutes later, there were three beautiful disc-shaped craft in a triangle formation came from Griffith Park area, from south, going north. And as they came over North Hollywood, all three of them stopped right over the top of us. And they were almost, not quite, but almost the size of a full moon in the sky. So they weren't just lights, they were circular, round, disc-shaped things that were glowing. But what I remember about them most vividly is that they were all three identical. On the bottom, it was like divided into 6 or 8 slices, and each slice was a different color. And they were circulating the colors, but not so fast as to blend the colors. And they were circulating. And the one thing that stands out in my mind about that event that night was the colors were laser colors. They were not just oranges and blues, but they were brilliant colors, brilliant blues and oranges and greens, and circulating, all three identical, beautiful, just breathtakingly beautiful, not one sound at all. And I stood there staring at these three things, and I looked down at my girlfriend, and her sister are just looking at me as if, they see this all the time. They just want to see how I'm reacting.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that.
Yeah, they're not impressed at all, but they're looking at me to see if I'm going to be impressed. And the father's looking at me, very condescending, looking at me like, well,
now what do you want to say?
now what do you want to do?
Ta-da.
Did I say that I could bring them? Well, there they are. And I was standing there looking at them, and I thought to myself, absolutely brilliant. No sound, and they just sat, all three just sat there. And then he looks up and he starts talking to them again. And then he says to me, he said, they said they're going now. They're going north and they're going, but they'll be back. And so they did. They started to move very slowly, and I stood there watching them as they went out north and went over the mountains, and they're gone. Not fast. They just moved along. They were gone. And I said, my God, that was beautiful. Who are you? And he says, we've been here for a long time. He said, then you asked God to let you do something, so we're going to let you do something. And what we have in mind for you to do is not going to happen till the very last part of your life. So for 4/5 of your life, just go out and live. We will see to that you will meet who you're supposed to. You will learn whatever it is you're supposed to learn. We will train you. And whatever you're supposed to do and learn, we will see to it that you meet who you're supposed to. Because we have something specifically for you to do, but it's not going to be to the very last part of your life. And I said, what is that? He said, well, it's not important to discuss it now. All you need to know is this, that when it comes time for you to do what we have brought you here to do, you will know what you have to do. You will understand by that time what is going on and what you have to do. And you will have us there behind you to see to it that you will accomplish what we want you to do. And the one thing he told me also, he says, don't worry about what is to happen in your life. We will decide at what time you are to do whatever you're going to do. We'll decide where you're going to go, what you will learn, and what you will ultimately do for us. We've already decided that. And so he said, now tonight I'm going to start you on your journey. You have to start somewhere. So I'm going to start you tonight. I'm going to give you a gift. It's a book, and I want you to read it. It's called The Complete Works of Charles Fort. F-O-R-T, The Complete Works of Charles Fort. There's a Fortean Society even in England today. Charles Fort's book is just phenomenal. It's actually 3 books in one. The Complete Works. He wrote 3 large books and put them in one volume. And basically what Charles Fort did is he spent most of his life researching strange phenomena that's never been explained by anyone. There's all kinds of strange stuff goes on in the world, but his book is a collection of strange, off-the-wall stuff that nobody has ever explained and is not explainable. All kinds of strange stuff that's happened that was documented. But what makes his book, Charles Fort's book, so important is that he footnotes almost every paragraph. Every paragraph is footnoted. Tells you where he got the article, who wrote it, what paper, what date, And then he tells you just briefly what the article is about. It is a mind trip. Stuff that's happened all over the world that nobody has any explanation for, period. And that's what he did. He collected thousands of cases of strange things that just challenge your imagination. And basically what his book was doing was just making you aware that the whole world is not what you think it is.
Well, that's
There's stuff going on all over the world. You have no idea in the world.
that's where Einstein gets into the different frequencies and the vibrations. Meaning,
Yeah, and,
you know,
and other dimensions,
Yep. Parallel universes.
parallel universes. Yeah.
There's so much.
And our
So
brain
much.
can only comprehend, let's say, frequency A, where there could be 20 other frequencies.
Exactly.
20,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true.
And
Jordan, how old were you when that experience happened?
19.
You're 19 years
19
old.
years old.
Now, what
And-
about the girlfriend? Did you stick around with her, or was it
Well,
time to...
yeah, we became very good friends. And so maybe a couple of months, less than a couple of months, I'm sure it was, I went over to their house. Sometimes I'd go over there on the weekends, and he and I and the mother and the girls, we would take off and we'd go up to Palmdale. That's back in 1959, 53 years ago. And there's only a couple of warehouses out there, military and that kind of thing. This is like 50, 60 miles north of Los Angeles. And we go way out into the desert. And I remember walking out in the desert with him, and the girls would take off with their mother, and they were roaming around. He and I would go to caves, and he knew right where they were. He drove right up to them. It was the caves going into the ground. One of them had tracks going down, so it was obviously a mining hole. And we went down there. We went way down. We had the flashlights with us, and my girlfriend went with me about halfway, and then she got spooked and decided wanted out. And so we went on down further, just the father and I, until we hit water. And he told me, he said, yeah, they were digging down here, and they were mining, and they hit water, and they all died, and they're all dead down there. And then other ones he would stop at, we'd get out, and he would show me. We'd walk up to the opening in the ground as some kind of like a little hill, and on the other side of the hill would be a hole. And we'd go around, and I'm looking at this little hole in this side of this little hill, and we'd go down there for a little bit with the flashlight. And obviously somebody made that hole, somebody made that entrance into that hill. And we could shine the light down and see us going down further. And he said, this is as far as we could go. We can't go any further.
Yeah. Now, Jordan, what was the man's name? You know, obviously he was very influential in your life. You've got to remember the guy's name. Back when your old girlfriend at 19 walks you back to her house and you get the chills up your spine.
Or is it better that we don't know his name?
Yeah, I guess that's probably the key.
I mentioned his name before, but I'd rather not now.
All right.
I already did in the past, but I shouldn't have, but I did. So whatever is whatever.
When was the last time you talked to this girl? Or
Oh,
saw her?
I know. Oh, that was 50 years ago.
Wow.
So once
She's gone. She left 3 weeks out, about a month after the last time I saw her. You know, I only saw the family about 3 or 4 times after that.
And where did they go?
I have no idea. They just walked off and gone. They walked off and didn't even tell me they were going. She didn't even come to tell me they were leaving. One day I went over there on a Saturday morning to see them, and the house was totally empty. They're gone, and that's it. And never to see them again. They're just gone.
So after that trip to Palmdale,
That was it. They're gone.
pretty much.
Never to hear from them again. Never to see them again. But now, looking back on it, I understand it. And now I understand. He was here to do his job. His job was to recruit me. He had did that. He locked me in. There's no doubt about it.
No doubt about
I'm
it.
sold.
You're done.
He's gone.
Good.
He's on to whatever else he has to do. He's gone on, moved on.
So we don't know what happened to the girlfriend.
Nope. No idea in
Wow.
the world.
You know, the first time when you met this guy, you were talking about UFOs, or I think the second visit at the girl's house.
No,
And
that was the first visit, I think.
First
Yeah,
visit.
the first
and he
visit.
called the UFOs. That light, the UFOs, when they came and went, I mean, I could just imagine this. You're 18 years old. You got some girl you think you're dating, and her dad's out in the backyard. Instead of telling you he wants his daughter home at 8 o'clock, he's telling you there's UFOs and come take a look.
Yeah.
They'll be here in a minute.
Yeah, we've been watching you for a long time. And he says, so would you like to see some UFOs up close tonight? And I said, yes, I would. He said, well, and his words were, well, I can do for you. So come with me. I'll do that for you. And so we go out in the backyard and be damned if he didn't do it.
That's classic. Now,
Awesome.
what I find really neat about that is you go home after that, you take a shower, you get in bed. The next day you see your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Did she ask you anything like, what did my dad and you talk about last night?
No,
or-
she was right there beside you.
there.
So
She was right there with me the whole time. Her and her sister. Her sister was Mary, and her sister was about 10 years old, and she was about 16, something like that.
What was her name?
And her name was Sharon.
Sharon.
And that was a mystical time. I mean, she was a girlfriend. Just met her father, who blew me away. Her father made such an impression on me because it was not a normal human I was in the company of. And so his very presence just stayed with me. I carried that strange feeling I got when I first met him. It just stayed with me all the time. After I met him, it was just playing on my mind. This guy is not from here. He's not of this world. And yet he was just an ordinary kind of guy, just very, very ordinary man. But my God, the stuff he would tell me.
So after that night, you kept on dating the girl, and she was
sure. For another couple of months, I'd see her every other day, and then on weekends we'd meet in downtown North Hollywood.
So what'd you talk about? The latest movie?
Yeah, just latest movie and kid stuff. And
No.
But I'm just saying, with my girlfriend, it was normal. It was just a normal relationship. A young guy meets a young girl, and so it was all just normal. But she, she was not extraordinarily impressed with any of this because it was her father. She looked at me the night we saw the UFOs. I was staring at them, and as I said, they were about almost the same size of a full moon. So they're not just like lights. These are actual full moon size, 3 of them, and they're circulating colors. And so I'm standing there next to the father, and he's looking up at them, and I'm looking up, and then I look down to see my girlfriend and her sister. They're looking at me, and the look on my girlfriend's face was, she was saying, yeah, that's my father. That's it. That's him. You're seeing it. You think you're seeing something? You are. That's them.
did you ever ask the girl like what her dad did for a living? Is he
I know what he did for a living, but it was very mundane, very ordinary.
so he's your average kind of
Just your average kind of guy.
wow. And did she, when you guys were out on dates, did you ever mention the UFOs or?
No, I don't think so. I don't think we ever talked about it. It was just like
That's so hard to believe.
Yeah.
Like I'd be like, I need to know more about this.
I don't recall having long conversations with her about her father and what happened. It's strange, but as a kid, I mean, I was only 18 years old, but I did at least have the presence of mind to know that what has just happened, what I saw, he was able to make happen. And he knew all kinds of things about me that nobody should know. No one.
Maybe this is a good place to break. To be able to do a quality show, we need people to listen. So thank you for spreading the word. See you next time. Welcome back to the Jordan Maxwell Show. You can follow us on Facebook at Jordan Maxwell Show and follow us on Twitter at J Maxwell Show for any messages. And you can leave posts and messages as well. You can always find the latest shows on our website. You can subscribe to the Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes, and the show is always free. So please support the show at no cost to you by doing your online shopping at Amazon. Make sure you click through the Amazon link on our homepage. So please tell all of your friends about us. To be able to do a quality show, we want people to listen. So thank you for spreading the word.
There's so much about religion that we haven't been told. And the reason why the people have not been told is because it's the guys who are running the planet feel that this kind of information is on a need to know basis. And you don't need to know. All you need to do is what you're supposed to do. Just go watch basketball and be a team player, go along to get along, and everything will be fine. Unless you get out of line and start asking too many questions, then they have to whack you. You know, we were talking at the break about the Philadelphia experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Benefit of those who have never heard of the Philadelphia experiment, there have been 2 major movies made on that subject, and there is something legitimately into the story. Then there are going to be those people, scientists, who will say, "Oh, it's all a bunch of bull that never happened. There's nothing to it." Well, that's what they want you to believe. You know, that's why they tell you, just go on back and watch basketball and don't worry about it. Nothing to it. But probably one of the most brilliant minds America's ever turned out, and there's quite a few incredibly intelligent people in this country. But one of them is a dear friend of mine from many years ago, Colonel Tom Bearden. I first learned about Tom Bearden many years ago, back in the 70s, mid 70s, when my dear friend Bill Jenkins was the head of ABC News here in Los Angeles on ABC Radio News. And Bill Jenkins had a radio program at night on Saturday nights. During the weekday, Bill Jenkins was the man who would give the news on ABC News. So he had that incredible voice and that presence of a newsman for ABC News, you know, Bill Jenkins. Bill was an extraordinarily bright, incredible guy. But I was amazed at how many people he knew, all kinds of strange people. You know, he was well-traveled and highly intelligent, but I met him, and when I first met him, I was scared to death when I first met him. This was a very important man to me. I looked up to him, and when I first met Bill, he invited my friend and I to come visit him over at ABC Studios, and he was just in dungarees and thongs, and right, he doesn't have to look pretty on radio. But it was funny because after meeting with him and talking with him, we had a very good relationship, and so he said, "Why don't you come out to the house this weekend? I'm gonna have some friends over." So I ended up going out to Bill's place out in the north end of the valley on weekends and hanging out with him and going to conferences with him, and I met so many people through him. And one of the people was a man named Colonel Tom Bearden and Dr. Bob Beck. Dr. Bob Beck, a lot of people will never know what an incredible man Dr. Bob Beck was. These names were all the old-timers, the scientists and physicists that they were on the cutting edge of technology and the occult world for government. They worked for government, but they were into some real interesting stuff. Well, I knew that Tom Bearden was one of the best scientific minds this country's ever produced. So I asked him one night, there was a big dinner over in Pasadena, and I was invited. Bill Jenkins got me invited. There was about 15, 20 top-of-the-line people, physicists, scientists, engineers. I mean, all of these are very heavyweight people, and some of them work for government. And they were all speakers at a conference. And so after the conference, they all went out to dinner together. And so I was invited. And so I sat quietly listening to all of these great minds talking about subjects that just blew my mind. Philadelphia experiment and crossbreeding animals with humans and all kinds of strange stuff the Nazis were doing and that this country was doing too. And so when it got kind of quiet, after everything had kind of quieted down, I asked Tom Bearden, I said, "Tom, what can you tell me about the Philadelphia experiment?" And he says, "Jordan, I'm not really at liberty to talk about that." And so, you know, being a fool, I only opened my mouth to change feet. So I said, well, I don't want any national secrets or anything. I said, but is there anything you can tell me? And he says, listen to what I'm telling you. Listen to what I'm saying. I cannot talk about that subject. So just drop it. Well, of course, in front of everyone, I felt about that big. However, as I look back on it now over the years, he answered my question. And that was the way he answered it. Because I wanted to know, is there anything in fact to this story of the Philadelphia experiment? Well, the way he answered it is, look at, drop the subject. I cannot talk about it. That tells me there is something to it and he's not talking. So move on and forget it. So that told me that there is something to this idea of the Philadelphia experiment. The Philadelphia experiment was quite literally during the Second World War on the East Coast in Philadelphia and in that area. They were working on the possibility, scientists were working on the possibility that they could make a ship disappear in radar electrically, do something with the ship electrically so that radar wouldn't see it. So that it would be making the ship disappear on radar. Well, the story goes on. I don't know because I never got the straight of the story, but there's been a lot written about it. That when they were doing the experiment, they actually made the ship itself disappear, and then they were all scrambling around trying to figure out what just happened. The ship was still sitting in the water, from what I've read, from what I've heard. I wasn't there, but from what I read, the ship was. You could see the indentation in the water where the ship was sitting, but there was no ship there, so it was still there, but you can't see it now. So. So it made a ship disappear, and then it made it reappear. They caused it to reappear. Well, I don't know. It could be that it just made it disappear on radar, or they made the ship actually disappear. I don't know, but it's very interesting. It's one of those really strange and interesting subjects, and go look it up. It's called the Philadelphia Experiment.
Was a lot of that having to do with the Tesla and his
Yeah,
technology, where
absolutely.
he
Tesla.
implemented
Right.
frequencies and potentially moving atoms.
Yep. And there's something out there too called the woodpecker. Tom Bearden and Bob Beck were talking about it. This is maybe back in the 70s. It's very interesting. They called it the woodpecker, and it's actually a signal that's referred to by the scientists who know about it. It's called the woodpecker signal. Off the coast of Alaska is a series of islands off the coast called the Aleutian Islands. And that last little island in the chain is the closest America comes to Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on the Russian side, I've been told that there were different islands off the coast of Russia also. And then the very last one is a radio station of sorts. It's a broadcast station. And from what I remember, they said that the station required so much power that they had to have their own little nuclear plant there by the station to feed it. That's how much power that station required. It had to have its own nuclear power. What it wasn't a radio station. It was broadcasting a signal that became known as the woodpecker. And if you get today, I don't know if it's still around today, but there was a time when I used to have shortwave sets. And if you turn on the shortwave radio and you have to go back on the dial all the way to one side or the other, back it all the way up, and then slowly but surely go through the dial till you hear it. And when you hit the woodpecker signal, it's a clacking, but the clacking has frequency. It will go up in frequency, then it goes down low in frequency, it goes back up, and then it goes down, back down for about a half an hour, 40 minutes, and then all of a sudden it'll stop. Then you've got to start all over again to go find it again. Somewhere along the dial, it's moved. And so what Beck and Dr. Bob Beck and Tom Bearden, these guys were talking about is the fact that it's a signal that the Russians were sending out, and they have it was like over the horizon radar, like a radar machine on that island, but they have two of them, and they're like dishes, like these big TV dishes, and they have a computer that moves the dishes. And so wherever they want to cause trouble on the earth, with a tornado or hurricane or earthquake or whatever, a tsunami, whatever, they can move one of those dishes, aim it, and then on the computer program it, the other dish moved in a the opposite direction, 90 degrees a different direction, and then they send out a very strong called ELF, extreme low frequency, ELF wave. And it's a very powerful electrical wave that goes out and goes around the earth. It shoots it around the earth, and then it comes back. Well, as it goes around the earth, this one that's aimed a little 90 degrees off shoots around the world, around the earth this way. And so they calculate it to where the two will meet. The two waves will meet, and where they meet, depending on the frequency and the power put into each one, they can cause earthquakes, tsunamis, tidal waves. They can cause rainstorms.
Well, that's
hurricanes.
similar to HARP, which is taking place right
Exactly.
now in the
Precisely.
exact same area. And
That's right.
and to the next degree, you've got the the chemtrails that they say
That's exactly right.
assist with the HARP and the frequencies to create weather.
A weather modification,
Yeah.
and that's being used in wartime. It's being used by Russia against us, and we are using it against Russia. And
Well, they're also using it against the farmers to create
that's right.
spike either in corn or whatever that product might be.
And but the other thing that Tom was talking about, and others were talking about in relation to that woodpecker, is that they also will turn it to a different frequency, and then move the dishes around so it hits a different country, and they can make people angry, because Nikolai
Yeah,
Tesla.
they can do behavior modification.
Yeah, behavior modification, exactly. And so this particular frequency, when it goes up high and then goes down, the reason why it does that is because, and I'm just paraphrasing what I was told back in the 70s, but that frequency causes some kind of a secretion of fluid in the brain to release fluids in the body, that Nikolai Tesla had figured out how the body works and how vibrations in the brain cause the body to do certain things. And so it can cause women to become very irritable and very angry. And unless, of course, you were like my wife, who was angry at us all the time. But then also when it goes into low frequencies, was designed for men. And so what they can do is they can cause people in an area, a particular area where they crisscross the signals, to become very agitated, warlike, and angry, or sleepless, or people can't sleep, or they become agitated. So depending on the frequency, they can affect your mental health.
I had a firsthand experience with some of the Tesla technology with a Rife machine.
Oh yeah, Royal Rife.
And a Rife was fascinating. And he was, from what I understand, a gentleman, lived down in San Diego. But a friend of mine had a Rife machine whose mother was experiencing some cancer, and he believes this kept her alive for a while. But anyway, he had the Rife machine and said, "Why don't you try this?" So he actually had the Rife machine and had an argon bulb at the end, and it looked like a primitive kind of machine. And I said, what the hell? So he turned the thing on to a certain frequency, and he ran the bulb around my body, and I ran it around my head, around my arms, up and down my legs. And I came home that night, and my wife just says, "Oh my God, you stink like sulfur. What's the problem?" I said, I don't know. I said, I tried this machine. She says, "Oh, you just stink." And I smelled like rotten eggs. And what this machine did, and what the premise behind the technology is, each cell and each atom in your body has a certain frequency.
It certainly does.
And the Rife machine, through its argon bulb and its technology, it fine-tuned, the good cells, and it killed the bad cells.
The bad ones. Mm-hmm.
And the smell that, I stunk like for a day or two was the bad cells that had, left
killed.
the body.
Mm-hmm.
And
Sure, Todd. Sure.
And see, his name was Royal, Royal, Royal Rife, Rife, isn't it? Rife.
And I think he lived in San Diego.
In San Diego, Royal Rife, and an incredible man. He designed the microscope that was far in advance of anything that we have today. But that microscope was able to go into a disease cell, into a microbe, and find out its vibrational frequency, or whatever,
frequencies.
and then use that equipment, the Royal Rife machine, to vibrate and kill off those cells. And so he could kill your disease by just waving the light over you. He'd kill the
Yeah,
disease.
it was through the
Yeah.
argon and the
Yeah.
frequencies.
So the medical profession said, no, thank you. There is no possible way you're going to do that. So government came in quickly and shut that
Well,
down.
from what I understand, they burned down his
Yeah, they burned his laboratory.
they burned his
home.
laboratory down, and
Yeah.
the technology was saved in a safe. One of his assistants at the time was able to save, and these machines still exist. You can go on eBay and buy one.
I don't know if they're the exact what he was doing, because his was very involved. So I'm just saying there's a lot of interesting things. So you need to look up his name. If anyone listening, if you're interested in some really strange science, look up Royal, Royal, Royal Rife, Rife, Royal Rife, the Rife machines. Read about it. It's very interesting stuff. And then also the Philadelphia experiment. You might want to look up some information on that. Philadelphia experiment.
Yeah, Jordan, I'm curious if we could maybe get back to Bearden for a second. Did you ever have a chance to talk to him about his plans for nuclear waste and how he had figured out how to deal with nuclear waste?
He said that there was already perfected a way to neutralize nuclear waste. He said there's a very simple way to do it. You can neutralize the bad stuff in the nuclear. There's a way to neutralize it. He said, I'm not going to go, he told me, he said, I'm not going to go into it, but suffice it to say, there is a way to neutralize, thereby rendering it's no longer dangerous. But that's like many years ago. I mean, back in the 60s, I remember a doctor who worked for the automotive industry. One of the big oil companies was a guest on somebody's show. I think it was George Putnam had him on back in 1964, 65 in Los Angeles. And they were talking about smog and the automobiles making smog. And the doctor said, he said, the reason why you have smog is because the oil companies making gasoline do not want to, what he called crack, C-R-A-C-K. They crack the oil twice. It's a process in which they take the raw oil and they do something with it, a process, and it's called cracking the oil.
Yeah, they use a column called a hydrocracker.
Yeah, okay. So he says, so then afterwards they take that stuff and then they crack it a second time. And that gives them the gasoline. And he said all they need to do is crack it one more time, and that would take all the pollutions and all the pollutants and sulfur, whatever, out of the gasoline. There would be no pollution at all if they would crack it a third time. But they decided that it's not cost effective. It would cost us money to do a third time, and why bother? Just put it out there. So they could make gasoline that was not non-polluted at all, from what he said back in the 60s, if they would crack the fuel one more time. But they don't want to do it. Cost too much. So, all right, wasn't it cost too much? It would cost anything at all. They don't want to fool with it. So just crack it twice and put it out there. And they don't care. So now if you fly all over the world, which I do, every time I fly around the world, I look out over the horizon of the earth, and all you see is smog everywhere. Everywhere is smog. So what we're doing is we're polluting the earth everywhere you go. There is no place on the earth that's not touched by pollution, but the oceans are filled with pollution. Our water is polluted. Our food is polluted. Our governments are polluted. Our educational systems are corrupt. Law enforcement and commerce and banking, the whole human system on the earth is dying, and it's polluted, and it's corrupt, and it's evil, and that's why the whole human race is feeling what it's feeling.
Well, but if you look at our society and our infrastructure versus, look at Singapore, I mean, you look at Shanghai, you look at the Middle East and Dubai, and how much the governments have put into their infrastructure, where our government with post-industrial war machine, which is all about policing the world to protect mineral rights in Afghanistan and areas like that. And,
narcotics
and narcotic
and
trafficking with the opium
poppy.
fields. And,
Yeah,
it's, there's no real money's put back into, if you drive across any bridge in major city, you'll see it's crumbling. Look at the schools. They look like prisons. One of the things that really gets me is a prison guard or a prisoner in the state of California gets approximately $70,000 a year per prisoner, where a student gets about $25,000 per student. And who was it? Victor Hugo once said, if you build a school, you close a prison, build a prison, you close a school. And, it's pretty symbolic, I think across the country, especially here in California.
Well, that's why prison is a very big commercial market today.
Huge business. The privatization of prisons has become a huge business. And, it's got to stop. I mean, if you look at the incarceration rate, I think some of the statistics, at least in California, 1 in 100 Caucasians is incarcerated.
Yeah.
There's no end in sight. Look at our U.S. population, or the U.S. versus any other world.
We have the highest per capita prison population
in the world,
on the planet.
Yeah.
And we're supposed to be a first world nation, forward thinking and everything.
Well, we are first. We're first in everything. Yeah. In pollution, corruption,
violence,
drug addiction.
Yeah, but the one thing Americans do, we are a resilient group, and hopefully, and I think we'll go back to the show, is pointing some of this out to people where, if we can assist in someone that makes a change.
Well, look at Albert Einstein said that this is a very, very dangerous world, not because bad people do bad things, but because good people don't do shit. They don't do nothing.
Well, they have no clue.
They have no clue about it, and they don't do nothing. They just watch it go, and all we know is we just vote for Obama, and that's all we know. And hopefully he'll save the world, And so Americans, the overwhelming majority of Americans, remind me of old Christmas light bulbs.
There's Americans and there's U.S. citizens.
Oh well, now that's a whole different subject too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean we can go into that where we're really U.S. citizens, not
Americans.
Well,
that's a whole thing. Here's all the documents on that. I was going to talk about all of that is right here. It's kind of hard to really impress anybody with this subject if they can't see it because there's so many documents. But the bottom line is that look up the word, and I'll go to a law dictionary. Go to a library and get a law dictionary, and look up the word commerce, which you think means business. But look up the word commerce in a law dictionary, and look up the word Congress and commerce, because both of those words mean basically the same thing. Congress and commerce basically it boils down to sex. Sex is referred to as commerce, and business. It is a business.
The oldest profession in the world.
That's right. Certainly is. And so that's why when I see you with some woman, I said, you know what? I think she's bad company. Company? And you say, mind your own business. Business? And you're going to get married. She's going to be your partner. Company, business, partner. That's right. That's why you have to have a license when you get married. Because the word license, a license is a permit to do something which without that permit would be unlawful. Therefore, you need to understand that your body, by law, is considered a corporation. That's why when you die, you're a corpse. Because your body is a corporation. You are a company. You may be good company, you may be bad company, but you're a company.
Mm-hmm.
You are a corporation by law. Any good corporate attorney will explain that to you. Your body is considered a corporation, a company.
And some of us, or all of us, are surety within the master company with the government.
That's right. A group of people got together after the Civil War in 1870s, and they formed a private corporation. It was a company formed, and anyone can form a corporation. And so there was a corporation formed in 1870s in Delaware, and the company name was called the United States Corporation. and it was a municipal corporation called the United States Corporation, and anyone who worked for that corporation would be called a citizen. So therefore, if you were a member of that corporation, you became known as a U.S. citizen. Citizen was was a word for an employee of that corporation. So today, if someone asks you, are you a U.S. citizen? You think that what the person is asking you, if you're in the bank or anything, and they ask you, are you a U.S. citizen? And you say yes. You think that they're asking you, are you in America lawfully to do business? Are you from America? Are you in America to do business? And you say yes. No, that's not what it means. And that's why attorneys will tell you, think about what I'm going to ask you in court. I'm going to ask you a question. Think about what you're going to answer. I am asking you, are you saying of your own volition, out of your own mouth, are you a U.S. citizen? And you think that he is asking you, are you lawfully an American to be here? And you say, yes, I'm a U.S. citizen. Do you know what U.S. citizen means under maritime law? Do you understand what you just said? U.S. is a corporation. It's a company, a corporation. And U.S. citizen means that you are an employee of a foreign corporation. Therefore, you're an employee of a corporation. Now, the corporation is called United States Company, the United States Corporation. Well, all corporations, I don't care how small they are, all corporations have to have a president. All corporations have to have a vice president and a secretary treasurer. That's just corporate law. So today we got a president, a vice president, and a secretary treasurer of the corporation called United States Corporation. And therefore, if you are a U.S. citizen, say for instance, and you're living in California, then you are a U.S. corporation employee working for a privately owned company called the U.S. Corporation, but you're living in California. So if you're making money in California, then what you're doing is you now are a franchisee of a foreign corporation. For instance, if you open up a McDonald's here in California, you are not McDonald's. You are merely one of the McDonald's, but you're not the McDonald's. Therefore, you are nothing more than a franchisee. You represent McDonald's and you're making money in California, but you're a franchisee of a foreign corporation, which is McDonald's. And it's not founded in California, so it's a foreign corporation to California. And so if you say that you are a U.S. citizen, that means that you are an employee of a foreign corporation, which is incorporated in Delaware, but its home office in Washington, D.C. Therefore, you are a franchisee of a foreign corporation living in California. Now, in the 1849 Constitution, when California was first founded in 1849, the California Constitution expressly says that no state tax will ever be charged in California. So, in point of fact, factually speaking, California does not have an income tax. There is no such a thing as a state income tax in California. But if you are if you are working for a corporation called United States, and you're a franchisee of that corporation here in California, once a year you have to pay the California Franchise Tax Board because you're a franchisee of a foreign corporation. There is no such a thing as a California state tax, but you're a franchisee of a foreign corporation.
And that franchise tax board.
That's right. You pay the franchise tax board, not the state of California.
I always wondered what that meant.
Yeah, because you're a franchisee of a foreign corporation. Now, what people don't realize is that there's two of everything. There's two of everything. I ask people all the time, how many states are on the federal union in America? And they will say 50. No, it's not true. There's 100 states in our union. 100 states in the union.
Correct. There's the state of California and there's California State.
That's right.
There's
exactly.
The state of Florida and Florida State.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
You have Cal State, California State. You have New York State. Yeah.
Well, that's where you don't realize you'll see at the seal. If you go to any courtroom, you'll see the Eureka is the capital for the state of California versus California State. Its capital is in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And you'll find it all across the board. And back to the old saying, the writing is on the wall.
The writing is on the wall. The bottom line is that there are 2 states operating in every state. The federal government operating in California is called the state of California. State of California is federal, period. California state is California.
If you go to a state park, you'll see the
California
State Park or the
park of the state of California, which means it's a federal park.
Mm-hmm.
And and across the country, all over in the different states, all official vehicles, fire department, police cars, anything, trash pickup, any official vehicle, whether it's a motorcycle or a 14-wheeler, it doesn't matter. If it's owned by the state, part of the law, it has to have on the vehicle somewhere the term "for official use only." The word "official" for official use only means that this vehicle, whatever it is, motorcycle or pickup truck, it doesn't matter, it's owned by the state for official use only. Okay. So when you get your registration every year, you get a little tag and you have to peel it off to stick it on your car. On that little tag, it says "for official use only." So what you've done is you have put the state as the owner of your vehicle on your license. And that's why you have to have a license to drive the car, because a license means a permit to do something which without that permit would be illegal.
Mm-hmm.
So let me explain to you what I'm saying. When you go in to buy a new car, when you drive out with the new car, in the glove compartment, or the salespeople will give you a stack of papers that come with the car. And therefore, that is called an operator's manual. So it tells you when to change oil and how to operate the thing correctly. It's called an operator's manual. And so therefore, you're operating a motorized vehicle, whether it's a motorcycle or pickup truck. It doesn't matter. If it's brand new, you're going to get an operator's manual. Okay. Because operator means in law that you as an individual are using those wheels for your own personal use. But if you're going to use the wheels that you bought for business, if you're buying the truck to do business, if you're buying the car to run a cab service, whatever it is whatever wheels that you're buying, if it's for business, now it's different. Now it's not your personal use. Now it's business. Therefore, now you are no longer referred to as an operator. If it's a business, you are referred to in law as a driver. That's why you have a cab driver, a truck driver, a bus driver. Driver and commerce means you are making money. It's a job. If you're not making money, if it's just your personal vehicle, then it is an operator's manual. You are an operator. But if you're using it to make money, you are now a driver. And so that's why today everyone has to have a driver's license, because it is assumed that you're going to be using it for business. And because you say, well, what I'm going to use it for is none of your business. Well, it's still business then, right? Mm-hmm. So you need to understand how these words work in court and why you have to have a marriage license. You have to have a driver's license for the same reason you have to have a marriage license, because you are considered a corporation. As I said, when you die, you're a corpse. Why? Because you're a corporation.
What always got me was the word that you'll see all the time, human being.
Yeah, well, that's a whole different story. Yeah. I mean, when you get into that. Yeah. But I was going to say so she is a corporation. So now you got Ford Motor Company doing business with General Motors. So now you got two corporations talking about producing a new product. Oh, really? We're talking business here. Mm-hmm. So you're going to come together and produce a new product. Well, that's fine as long as you get a license, because you are a corporation. She is a corporation. And if this project that you have going on between the two of you, if it doesn't work, you're not going to God, you're going to court. And you better bring your money with you and your house and everything else you got, because it's just business. We're just talking a license to do business. because if you look in the law dictionary, look up the word Congress and commerce, both will tell you both of those words mean sex. So the whole concept of commerce and the regulation of commerce is Congress has to do with sex. It has to do with the male and the female are corporations.
If you want to learn more about the topics we speak about on this program, you can find most of the books about these subjects on Amazon.com. Just bookmark our homepage, and when you need to buy something, I mean anything, go to our homepage, click on the Amazon link, shop, and Amazon supports us. Simple, and you will not be charged 1 penny more. We appreciate the support. Welcome back to the Jordan Maxwell Show. You can follow us on Facebook at Jordan Maxwell Show and follow us on Twitter at J Maxwell Show for any messages. And you can leave posts and messages as well. You can always find the latest shows on our website. You can subscribe to the Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes, and the show is always free. So please support the show at no cost to you by doing your online shopping at Amazon. Make sure you click through the Amazon link on our homepage.
There's two of you. There's the private you and the public you. There's two of you, just as there are two states in every state. Well, there's two of you. There's the one that your parents created. God gave to the earth as you, the one your parents created. And then there's the one that you are legally. You have two sides to your life. There's a private side, a public side. What you do with your friends and with your wife and your children or whatever is private. That's private. It has nothing to do with anybody. But what you do on the outside in business, what you do to people on the street, now it's business. Now you're messing with other people and other people's lives and their money and their companies and everything. So now we're talking business now. And so there's a private side of you and the public side of you. The private side, nobody cares about. That's your business. But the public side is where you can get in trouble. Because if you owe me $500, I cannot come to your home and go into your house and physically harm you or take something or physically take $500 of anything that you own. I can't do that. Why? Because that's the private side. That's where a person lives. It has his wife and children. That's the private side. So if you're going to go after somebody, you have to go after the public side. That's now we're talking business. No, the only way you can deal with a person on the public side, go to court, not in his home. So you're dealing with the public side, not the private side. Okay, now, how do you tell whether you're being dealt with on the public or private side? The way you tell, obviously, if it's in private, you know it's a private thing, but how do you tell lawfully if somebody's dealing with you privately or publicly? It's the way you spell your name. If you spell your name upper and lowercase, that means in law your private side. So the upper and lowercase name represents your physical flesh and blood body. And there is no law in the Western world of any kind, federal, state, county, commercial. There is no laws written anywhere in the goddamn world that applies to your private personal self. All law is in commerce. All law is business. Now, what you do in your private home and with your private friends when they come over is private, has got nothing to do with law. That's your problem. But whatever you do on the outside with other people and involve yourself in other people's lives and their business and out there on the street and driving a car, that's now in the public side. Therefore, your private side, anytime someone's dealing with you on the private side, means your name is spelled upper and lowercase. That's British law, commercial law. So you will never, ever see anything from government. You will never get a bill from Sears or a gas bill or a utility bill or an insurance bill or a driving ticket or anything. You will never get any kind of a business correspondence to you ever with your name upper and lower case.
Never.
It will never happen.
Yep.
All of your insurance papers, your driver's license, social security card, your insurance, your paycheck. I don't care what it is. If it's a paycheck, I don't care what it is. Somebody writes you a check. If it's business, it has to be all uppercase, all capital letters. Why does it have to be capital letters? Because that capital letters means that someone is capitalizing on your being. They're going to capitalize on you. They're going to make money off of you. So therefore, if they're going to deal with the public side of you, everything must be in capital letters. That's why go back and look at your driver's license. Go back and look at your social security, your insurance papers, your lawsuit. Well, I don't care what it is. Go back and look at any and all legal papers. And your name is always in all capital letters. It's because you are a corporation and they can deal with you publicly. It must be in all capital letters. This is why if you drive by a cemetery, you will see on the tombstones the names of the people there because they are a company. They're a bad company or good company, but they're a company.
Yep.
But they're still a company, right? And so now you're in the company of a lot of people. They're buried. And so they're a defunct company. They're no longer in business, right? And so on the tombstones will be their name in all capital letters, not upper and lowercase, because they are a corpse, because their body is a corporation, and now they are defunct corporation. They're not in business anymore, but they're still considered by law a corporation. Their names must be in all capital letters. Let me give the audience another example of where I'm going with this. We can talk about this later in other shows. The ancient Romans said that there were two kinds of law on the earth. There's only two things on the earth, land and water, period. That's it. That's all there is land and water. So there are two kinds of law, the law of the land and the law of the sea. So people have heard this term, the law of the land. But why do you use that term, the law of the land? Well, you know we can't do this because that's the law of the land. Well, the law of the land, we use that term because there is another law that you're differentiating from. The other law is called the law of the sea or the law of water. The law of the sea is called maritime admiralty. It is the law of money, the law of banks. Banking and money is called the law of the sea. That's why we say that money goes through your hands like water. No, money is water. Money is referred to by law in a court as water. It is the cash flow, the liquid asset. And so when a ship, and I'll tell you why, I said this before on other programs, I'll say it again. All ships are female. Rocket ships, sailing ship, it doesn't matter what kind of ship it is. If it's a ship, it's female. That's the law. All ships are female. And so why? Because she delivers the product. If she doesn't deliver the product, there's going to be no action. She delivers, okay? And so when a ship pulls into harbor, let's say the ship is carrying $800 million worth of Toyotas or TVs or whatever. When that ship pulls into a harbor, $800 million in business just floated in.
Right.
Okay, and so it's come into the harbor. It's in a ship. That's why if you go to Sears or you're going to order something from a company, they're going to ship it to you. They have a shipping department. It's because they're going to ship it to you, right? And so that's why when the ship pulls into a harbor, it parks at the dock. Now, every single item on that ship has to have its own certificate of manifest. Because yesterday we were here on the dock and there was no ship from Japan. This morning we came here and we got $800 million worth of Toyotas that showed up last night. So they have manifested. Therefore, each one of those Toyotas or TVs or whatever they are that's coming in, each one of those items has to have its own paperwork. It is called a certificate of manifest. Because we want to know how many wheels does it have? Is it a 4-door, a 2-door? What color is it? Does it have air conditioning? How much does it weigh? And so each item has to have its own certificate of manifest. Why? It's because when the ship pulls into harbor, where the ship is sitting is called her berth, berth. A ship sits in her berth. So the captains will always say, "Oh, she's a very good ship." Yeah, well, where is she? Well, she's in her berth right now. So when you go to, if you're going to go on a ship, you got to find out what berth the ship is in. They drive down to the port and go in that particular berth. That's where the ship is sitting, and it's tied off at the dock. So therefore, I'm saying everything that comes off that ship has to have its own birth certificate. And that's why when you were born, you came out of your mother's water. Her water broke.
You have
Her
a birth
water broke.
certificate.
You came down the birth canal, and therefore you are a maritime admiralty product. You came out of water. And since money is water, you are a maritime banking product. That's why you are referred to as a human resource, because we can now use your body, which is worth $6 million on the open market, that you don't know about, you're not aware of any of this, that your body is actually worth about $6 million on the New York Stock Exchange.
Well, doesn't a lot of that have to do with, the Department of Human Resources was formed? I mean, some of us are preferred stock and some
That's
are
exactly right.
common stock.
Well, look at, I mean, if you get married and the girl you're going to marry comes from a millionaire's family, people will say, well, she's of good stock. And I'm thinking, I'm not marrying a cow. What do you mean she's of good stock? No, it just means that her stock, she's got good stock. She's got good financial backing, so she's good stock. Why? It's because you are considered a maritime admiralty product because your mother's water broke. And people have no idea, never heard any of this. It sounds stupid, but you better go back and do your homework. I've been looking at this for 53 years, and I can tell you, the guys who are running this damn planet, this is the way it works. You are a maritime admiralty product. Your body is a security on the New York Stock Exchange. All you got to do is go through a process of nailing down how much your body is worth on the New York Stock Exchange today.
Well,
isn't there's a way to do it.
That's the numbers on the back of each one of our Social Security cards.
On the back of your Social Security
and
card.
Your birth certificate.
That's
the numbers right. At the bottom.
On
and
your
barcoded.
Yeah, the birth. The ship is sitting in her berth. And each item has to go, each item comes off. How much does it weigh? What color was it? Same thing on your birth certificate. How much did the kid weigh? And what color was he? What nationality? Did he have both hands, right? And so those are your vital statistics. Why? It's because we're going to buy and sell you. We're going to sell you.
Yeah.
There's a security on the New York Stock Exchange. If I paint your house and you don't pay me, I can put a lien, it's called a mechanic's lien, on you, on your house, which means you can't do anything with that house. And if you do, I have to be paid first because I have a lien on the property. You owe me money and you haven't paid me. So I put a lien on the property. That's why if you borrow money from the mob, they're going to lien on you, right? Because you owe them money. Okay, so it's a lien. So if you come across the border from Mexico or from any place else, for that matter, coming into this California illegally, undocumented, the corporation called United States Corporation, which was incorporated in Delaware in 1871 as a privately owned company, the corporation can now put a lien on you because you are making money in the corporation's territory, but you're not paying the franchise tax board. So they can put a lien on you. Then, therefore, you now become known as an alien.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're not alien. You're an alien has been put on you. Therefore, you are called an alien. So, therefore, once you understand how that works, because they putting a lien on your body, it has to do with commerce. Let me give you another example of how this commercial system works. If you were say a painting contractor and I hire you to paint my office, you say you'll do it for $100. All right. The way it works in commerce, you have a license as a painter. You're going to paint my office and you're charging me $100. And if I agree to it, you start the job. When you're through, the way it works in commerce is you give me a bill. On the bill will show how much it cost you, what I'm paying for, and I got a bill. So I can take it off my taxes or I can do it, but I have to have a bill. So when you're through with the job, you hand me a bill for $100, okay? Now I reach in my pocket and I pull out $100 bill and I give it to you. And now you feel that I paid you because I gave you $100. No, I didn't give you 100 anything. I gave you what is called a $100 bill. If you had given me a bill for $20, I give you a $20 bill.
bill.
And so all the $100 bill or the $20 bill is a bill. It's a bank note. So when I give you the $100 bill, you now owe me $100 because it says on the bill it's a Federal Reserve bank note. So I just gave you $100, and so you owe me $100 now. And so you gave me a bill for 100, I gave you a bill for 100. So now we're even. So now all you need is just an accounting. And that's the way it works in America. Nobody pays anything. So that's why lawyers will tell you, in America, you cannot pay a bill. You can discharge a debt, but you cannot pay a bill. This is why if you can't pay a bill, you're only discharging the debt. You give me a bill for 100, I'll give you a $100 bill. So all I'm doing is discharging it. You know, when you walk across the carpet and you touch a metal, you get a sticker shock. You get a shock. It's because the juice has gone out, and so that's why you'll say that you can't pay a bill, you discharge the debt. So when you understand how commerce works, how a bank works, why do you go to court? You go to court, like I said, to play basketball and tennis on a court. How do you play tennis on a court? You play with a racket. Words, terms, I'm telling you, it's a very important world of words. And you put an S in front of the word becomes swords. Words can kill you. And what you really need to understand is when you go before a court, you need to keep your mouth shut because the words that you use in a court do not mean the same thing in a court that they mean on the street. It's called legalese. Any good attorney will explain it to you. What terms and words that you would use in a conversation is not the same words in a courtroom. When a courtroom, those words are totally meant something totally different. I just went to court just about 6 months ago for something, and and they gave me it was a stupid thing that happened, but it happened, so I had to go to court, and so they assigned a public defender, and the public defender told me in Los Angeles. The public defender told me, he says, first of all, he said the judge in the court is going to try and make this offense. They're going to try and make this into a felony. And he says it's going to be very difficult to make it into a felony because I'm looking at it, and it doesn't look like a felony at all. It looks like a stupid mistake, but it's not a felony. But they're going to try and make it look like a felony. And he said, and the reason why, this is a public defender working for Los Angeles courts, and he said, because if the judge can make it look like a felony and it goes down as a felony, the judge gets a financial kickback. He gets a financial kickback at the end of the year for any felony that he can come up with. And the arresting officer will also get a little financial, it goes on his record. At the end of the year, he gets a nice little package, at Christmas time, back from the bonding company that bonds the judge and the policeman. They get a financial kickback at the end of the year for every felony they can produce. So anything coming into the courtroom is going to be trying to make it into a felony. That's just feathering your cap. So that at the end of the year, the more money you get. More money,
more business.
That's right, just business. And so that's the way it works. I'm telling you, when I got married back in 1967, I happened by chance to have met some people I'm not even going to go about. I'm not going to talk about on the radio who they are, but I found out that the mafia has their own license plates in California. California issues special license plates to the mafia. And the reason why is very simple. The mafia does work for the California state that they don't want to do. And for that, the state gives them a special license plate so they can go do their thing and the state can do its thing. And if the state needs something, the mafia will take care of it for them. And for that, if the mafia gets in trouble, nobody's going to touch their car, and nobody's going to bother them. So the mafia have their own license plates in California. And that's the way it was back in the mid-'60s, early '70s. I don't know if it's the same today. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if the damn mafia moved into Sacramento today. But I know that they had their own license plates in the '60s and '70s. So how many people know that? How many people know that the KGB, the Soviet secret police, have their own licenses here in California? There's a huge amount of cars around that have that license plate, KGB. That's Soviet police operating in California. I'm just telling you that there's a lot of stuff that people don't know about how government works. I'll tell you another thing. I've had a lot of experiences over the years with interesting people. God knows I've come across a lot of strange people and learned a lot of interesting things. I had a friend who was back in the late '60s, early '70s, was a driver. He was a limo driver, and I used to go down to visit him. He was in Hollywood, in South Hollywood. And one night we were sitting there talking, and he was telling me that this famous movie star, I'm not gonna give his name. He's still alive. Is a very old man now. He said, but this very, very famous movie star, he drove for every time this movie star was coming in or going out and needed a car, a limo. He would always ask for him. It was his favorite driver. And so he said, so one night I get a phone call, and they said, go down to the airport. Your guy's coming in, and he's got some friends, and go down and pick him up at such and such airline. So he said, so I go down there, and again, this is a very famous man, world famous movie star. And he says, so I pick him up at his friends. I know him well. And so as we're driving back to Hollywood from the LAX, he said, he starts asking me with his friends, they're all drinking, and he says, they asking me, who do you think is the wealthiest man on the face of the earth? Who's the richest guy in the whole world? And he said, I gave him the same old silly ass, stupid answer that anybody else would give them. The Rockefellers, and they all thought that was funny and laughed. That was humorous. I said, well, the Rothschilds, they got a big laugh off of that too. And he said, no, seriously, who do you think is the really richest man in the world? Because the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, they can't touch this guy. We're talking serious money. Who do you think will be the wealthiest guy on the damn planet? And he said, I have no idea who that would be. He said, well, that's where we're going tonight. He lives up in the Hollywood Hills, and that's where we're going. So he lives right up off of Mulholland and Laurel Canyon. Laurel Canyon and Mulholland Drive. The wealthiest man on the earth, period. But this was a long time. This was back in the '70s. The guy's probably gone by now because he was an old man then. But he was telling me, he said, this is the wealthiest guy on the planet, period. And he said he's a German industrialist, but he has a home here. And he said, so I had never been to his home. This is the first time. So he said, so the movie star friend of mine, he directed me, all right, turn left here and turn here. And he said, all right, now go down this one road off of Mulholland. And he said, all right, slow down. And he said, we were in a wilderness area. There's no homes, no houses, nothing there. He said, all right, slow down right here. And he said, I really became apprehensive because there's nobody out here. What do you mean stop here? What are we doing here stopping here at nighttime? What are you going to do? And he says, the movie star told me, he said, just stop here. He took out this remote clicker and aimed it at the mountain, and the mountain opened up. And he said, when the mountain raised up, it opened up, you could see a big parking lot under the mountain. And so we drove down into the parking area, and the mountain automatically closed down on top of us. So when you drive by it, it's just a mountain. You'll never see it.
Kind of like the Batmobile.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he said, so I drove down into this thing, and I saw it closed down behind me. So when we got out of the car, we go there. It takes two guys to open the door. Two guys have to have a key, and he had the key, and this other guy had a key, and then both of them have to turn the key at the same time, and that unlocks the elevator. And first of all, and then they go down another one floor down. Then they have to have somebody come open up the door. Then they press the button. Somebody opens up the door. When we walk in, there was glass from all the way across was glass, and it's tinted green and brown on the outside with bushes all in front of it. So anybody flying by or driving by would never see it. Just all a bunch of bushes, and the glass is brownish green, so you never see it. And he says, so when we walk in, there was a huge bar, and the carpet was so thick you just sink down into it. And he said, I was told, just sit at the bar. We're going to go in and see the old man. We'll be out in a minute. So he says, I sat there and had a drink and was looking out all over Los Angeles, realizing I'm inside of a mountain. Nobody knows we're here. Nobody would ever find the place. And you have to have a clicker to open up the mountain to drive into it. And then he said, then I come to find out this guy, what he was actually doing, and I don't think I'll go into that, but what he was actually doing here in America, and what his business was. But it's extraordinary, the story about the wealthiest man in the damn earth, right here up here on Mulholland and Laurel Canyon. Now I know I was taken up on Mulholland Drive quite a few years ago by a friend of mine who drives the truck for the motion picture studios. He's what do you call them?
No, he's a Teamster.
Yeah, the Teamsters. He's a Teamster driver. And so on Saturday mornings, he and I used to drive around. He would take me all around to the sets and places where movies are shot. But he knew all of the dark stuff, the human sacrifice and all the dark stuff of Hollywood, the real interesting, eyes wide shut kind of stuff.
Oh, that's the Kubrick side of it.
The Kubrick side.
Yeah, with that last movie, his last film.
Yeah, that's an incredible movie. That's the scariest thing I've ever seen was Eyes Wide Shut. I've seen a lot of scary movies, but not that one was legitimately frightening to me.
Well, that's what a lot of people don't realize, that you see a lot of these missing children that are out there, and
800,000 800,000 a year. I read 800,000 in America. Children are missing every year. Where are they? They're gone, never to be seen again.
And you see some of the big cases with that little girl that was in the British family that was in Portugal, and
right.
Where do these kids go?
Right. They're buying them and selling them all over the world.
Well, that's the white slavery that's taking place all over the planet.
That's right.
And people have no clue.
And who's behind this stuff? The Queen of England. All of this British monarchy are into child sacrifice, all kinds of.
Well, how about that orphanage that was up in Canada? There was this famous orphanage back in the 60s and 70s where a lot of the kids from the Native American tribes were just disappearing.
Yeah. And they found bodies. Now they found whole burial.
Yeah, well, that in Florida too. There's an archaeologist who found there was an orphanage up in the panhandle of Florida that an archaeologist had found, and it was a reform school for boys. And the boys, a lot of them, their families would get letters that the boys disappeared, and or they, we're sorry, but your son passed. He had a flu bug, and they found out that they were burying these boys out in back of this. And the state's kind of hush hush about it, but this independent archaeologist had found these unmarked graves, and families that know that their son wouldn't do anything, like run away or whatever, and next thing you know, they're
gone,
no longer there.
Yeah. There's no doubt in my mind that there's a lot of that kind of thing going on where children are being kidnapped and are being bought and sold around the world, pedophile rings, but.
Yeah, well, they're also using the children's blood to rejuvenate these older people, where they're doing these total blood transfusions with children. And
that's exactly right. Using their blood. And what was that? What was the stuff that they were getting out of the boys when the black kids back in Atlanta, when many years ago, when there's a lot of black kids who were turning up missing? Interferon. The word is interferon.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a miracle drug that was like $1 billion for a bottle.
It was curing a lot of diseases.
Interferon.
Yeah.
And they said, but the only place you find interferon was in the young males in the penis area, and they would go in and pull out the blood or whatever, and that's where they would then extract from that the interferon, which was highly expensive. I mean, that's a whole story too.
Well, that's creepy.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of theorists out there with the blood transfusions, almost vampirian-like.
Yeah, and who's going to know? Who cares? I mean, who's going to know? I watched a television a video it was on a national television show like NBC, one of the big stations, on UFOs, and it was like an hour and 90-minute special on UFOs, and on that special, Gordon Cooper, the astronaut, national hero astronaut Gordon Cooper, was on, but he was only on for a total, I would say, 5 minutes for the whole 90 minutes. He was only on for about 5 minutes, bits and pieces here and there. And so I knew the producer. So I called the producer, who was a good friend of mine, and I asked him, I said, how long was that interview you did with Gordon Cooper? Well, I know they usually do an 1.5 to 2 hour interview and use 3 minutes. Well, what do you care? They're paying you for the whole thing, right? And so he told me, he said, well, it's about a 90-minute interview. And I said, could you send me a copy of that? I'd like to watch the whole interview. And he said, well, I'm not supposed to, because that was a contract we have with him that just for the show. And I said, come on, help me out here, Paulie. What am I talking about? I mean, I've helped you. Give me a break here, Paulie. And I said, so I'm not going to sell it. I'm not going to go use it. And he said, all right, but if it gets out, I'm going to know where it came from if I give it to you. So he gave me a copy of the 90-minute interview that Gordon Cooper did. And what's interesting about that is, on camera, Gordon Cooper was saying some really strange and incredibly interesting stuff about aliens and UFOs and all that kind of thing, but he didn't mind talking about it. But what was really important is that when they would cut and they would go to a break while they're changing the stage around a little bit, this producer kept one camera going and one microphone open. And so he was recording their private conversations while the lady who was interviewing him and Gordon Cooper were talking privately. And that's when it gets interesting. And so she asked him, she said, what do you think about all of this stuff we hear about aliens and UFOs and aliens? And he said, well, it's true. They are here. Yeah, they're here.
Or Ruth Montgomery's book, what is it? Aliens Among Us.
Yeah, Aliens Among Us. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, they're here. He said, we've been working with them on occasions. We've been working with them.
Well, the Greeks even were talking about it, where they were, breeding the aliens with the humans and the.
Of course. I mean, what was all that stuff about the gods?
Gods and the monsters.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely.
Yeah. And, that's been going on for.
But on that thing also, he said, Gordon Cooper said, I was in, I think he said Virginia. And while I was there, I dropped by to see a friend of mine who was a physicist and a doctor working for the government. But I knew him for many years. I just dropped by to say hello and see him. And he said, when I was in his office, he worked for the government at that time. And he said to me, he said, Gordon, I want to show you something. I got something to show you. So he said, we went down the hall to this room. We went in this room. There was a bunch of electrical equipment and computers and stuff. And he said he had a dog. He took the dog out and put him up on the table and put cuffs on the dog so he couldn't get off the table. And he said he turned on the equipment, and after a few minutes you could start hearing a humming, a very light hum. And he said, I watched as the dog disappeared in front of me. The dog just slowly but surely just disappeared and was gone. He said, I saw it in my own eyes. I was right there, and I saw the dog disappear.
Almost like one of the, like you see in Star Trek or
Star
something.
Star Trek,
like
beam me up, Scotty, kind of thing. He said, but no, I was there. I saw the dog disappear.
Doesn't it have to do with the Montauk experiment?
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Where they were...
So he said, so then we walked down the hall, and he took me to another room, which was very similar to that room, same kind of equipment. And he turns on the equipment. After a few minutes, we're sitting there, and then he turns it on and begins to move the dial, the vibration. And he said, I begin to see the faint glow of the outline of a dog, and the dog came back.
Teleporting.
Where'd
he go?
And he said, so they were able to dematerialize molecular structure. They were actually, I saw it in my own eyes, where he made a dog disappear and made him reappear in a different room.
Well, that's
And
where Einstein got into a lot of that.
Albert Einstein was into a lot of that stuff, and Nikola Tesla with him.
Yep. Was it Eisenhower's granddaughter talks about
how I just did her show last week.
Yeah, where she talks about, where she's very public about it, where she talks about how they've colonized Mars, and
I think they have, because that's what I was told by a very high-ranking officer in the military, who told me many years ago. He said that we have been colonizing Mars since 1965. Since 65, it's been an ongoing colonization operation on Mars since 1965. Well, this is a very high-ranking military man. I don't know. I wasn't there. Yeah. I'm just telling you what he said. Yeah. But I also was told by another guy in the military who was also working with one of these alphabet agencies like the CIA, whatever, and he told me that, yeah, we've been taking a lot of the little children. A lot of the little kids that are missing, we're taking them and taking them up there. I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm just telling you what this guy told me. And he said, but we're taking them up there because we want to acclimate them to being on Mars. We want the little ones to grow up where Mars is their home. So they don't understand. They don't know what they've left. They don't remember the Earth. They grow up thinking this is life. This is where they live. They live on Mars. And he says, but the problem is we've had some problems with the children because it's all mostly men, and we got some women working with them. But we're finding that if the children don't have their parents, it's very difficult to keep guiding them correctly and doing what we want them to do, because they don't have their parents there.
It's like these science fiction movies. Art imitates reality.
Yeah, of course. And so I'm driving one day a couple of months ago, and the new movie comes out, is on the billboards, and it shocked me. Disney comes out with a movie, Mars Needs Mothers. I thought to myself, what is that? Mars Needs Mothers. Is that what this guy in the military was telling me, that we are having trouble with the kids because we need mothers, and we need the females to take care of the children because they don't react well to the military?
Well, I know plenty of husbands that would love to send their wives up.
So. Oh yeah. Are you kidding? Yeah, you bet your life on that. So I'm just saying that all of these incredible stories I've been, I should say this at this point. I'm not the world's foremost authority on anything. I never have been, and I never will be, because I'm smart enough to know how much I don't know. But what I bring to the table are my experiences with fascinating people. I have come across and been in the company of incredible people all of my life, and the things I have heard from them and the things they've told me. So what I'm trying to do with my life is just to enlighten my fellow man to the world that's hidden from them. It's an occult world. The word is occult, simply means hidden. And so much of the world is truly hidden. You're not being told the real truth about what's going on the earth.
If you want to learn more about the topics we speak about on this program, you can find most of the books about these subjects on Amazon.com. Just bookmark our homepage, and when you need to buy something, I mean anything, go to our homepage, click on the Amazon link, shop, and Amazon supports us. Simple, and you will not be charged 1 penny more. We appreciate the support. Welcome back to the Jordan Maxwell Show. You can follow us on Facebook at Jordan Maxwell Show, and follow us on Twitter at J Maxwell Show for any messages. And you can leave posts and messages as well. You can always find the latest shows on our website. You can subscribe to the Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes, and the show is always free. So please support the show at no cost to you by doing your online shopping at Amazon. Make sure you click through the Amazon link on our homepage.
When I was telling you before about my girlfriend's father, who gave me the book, The 14 Charles Fort, The Complete Works of Charles Fort. You need to get that book. You can still get it today in any good library. You can order it from Amazon. The Complete Works of Charles Fort, Fort. Extraordinarily incredible book about all what he did. What Charles Fort did is he researched all of the strangest, off the wall, strange things that have happened on the earth that there is no explanation for, period. No explanation. And he documents it page after page, footnotes, everything, where the article appeared, who wrote it, what page it was on. That's the glory of his book, is that everything is documented. And the stuff he talks about in his book is just incredible, to think that these things have actually happened on the earth. For instance, I'll give you a couple examples of the kind of thing that's in his book that actually happened. And he gives you the footnotes of the newspaper it appeared in, and what day, and who wrote the article, what page. And it happened in mid-California, in the middle of California. It's only happened, I think he said, twice. It's happened in the same city. And it's a little city in mid-California. And the first time it happened was back in the 1870s sometime. And the other was in the early 1900s. In the same identical little town in California, on a crystal blue sky, no clouds in the sky, completely clear sky, huge 2, 3, 4, 5-ton stones fell out of the sky onto the town. Some of them weighing 5 to 6 tons. But they come falling out of the sky onto the town. But they don't fall at the normal rate. It takes all day for them to come down. They're coming down very, very slow. It takes all day for them to come down out of a crystal blue sky.
So they're not falling at your typical speed of what, 9.8 feet per second squared. It's just
meters.
It's some kind of a time-space.
Thank you.
It's some kind of a time-space continuum crossover where
this was witnessed, where people saw this, and
it's in the newspapers. People were out there watching it. They took pictures of it. It was in the newspaper with these big stones, some of them, like I said, 4 and 5 tons apiece, falling out of a crystal blue sky on this little town. And what was interesting is they went on to say that when the stones were finally, after all day coming down, it takes all day to get here, when it finally hit, it would bury itself into the ground. The sand would blow up, as it normally would, in slow motion. Everything was in slow motion. When it buries itself, it would bury itself exactly how deep it normally would bury itself.
But it wouldn't happen quickly if it happened.
Take it all day long.
That's almost like a different, as we discussed in one of the earlier shows, is a different
it was a time,
frequency or
different
a time.
What do you call it? Time-space continuum or something? And there was an older man. He passed away, a dear friend. I've known him for many years. He was 90-something years old. I used to go visit him because he had a wonderful mind, fascinating man, knew a lot about law and all kinds of strange things. He had been in the service for many years and the Navy and retired. And I went to visit him many, many times and sit and chat with him and listen to all the old stories of the old days in the military and all that kind of thing. And but he was telling me, and that reminds me, I want to tell you something else. I'm going to write her name down. But anyway, he was telling me that when he was flying, he was I guess a squadron commander or something like that in the Navy. And this was back in the 40s, late 40s, early 50s. And he said, as I was in the lead plane, and I was the captain of the lead plane. I had a bunch of them following me. And we were out over the Bermuda Triangle. And he says, I told my co-pilot to take over because he was going to the boys' room. He was going to the bathroom. So he said, I went in the bathroom and I came out. But when I came out, I was in a different plane. I was on a totally different plane. And he said, everybody looked at me like I was crazy. And I'm wondering, where the hell am I? In a totally different plane. And the guys in the plane, they're looking at me, and he says, and they were in uniforms that was older uniforms, like from the very early Air Force days. And he said, I could tell the uniforms were not the modern ones I was wearing. And he says, and they looked at me, I looked at them, And he said, then I walked past them and nobody said anything because it was so startled to see me. And I'm startled. And he said, I'm walking up to see who's flying this plane. And there's a captain sitting there. And he said, and I talked to the captain. I asked him, what are you doing? What are you doing in this plane? And where am I? And the captain said, who the hell is this guy? He says to his pilot, co-pilot, who is this guy? Did he store away on this ship? And the captain says, I'm going to put him under arrest, and we're going to, when we return, we got to find out who this guy is. He stored away on the ship. And he said, I didn't stow away on any ship. I'm a captain. See the credentials here? I'm a captain in the Navy. And he said, the other captain said, well, you may be a captain in the Navy, but on this ship, I'm the captain, not you. And so I run this ship. And so he says, so we stood there arguing with each other. And he says, so I looked at the controls and I couldn't fly this plane anyway. I'm not familiar with this kind of a plane. I don't know. So he said, he said, go back and sit down and we'll talk to you when we land. So he said, I went back and I thought to myself, the hell with it. I'm going to go back into the boys' room. And he said, I went back in and then I turn around and come back out and I'm in my own plane. And he says, and he's like 90 some odd years old telling me this in private. And he says, so all I'm telling you is I was there and I was in a different plane and I went back in time to see that I was in a plane that was many years earlier because the guys were wearing different uniforms. That wasn't, and the plane we were in.
Parallel universes.
It's a parallel universe.
Or something.
Something like that. And he said, so how do you explain it? He said, I can't. I'm just telling you what happened. I'm telling you those things happen in the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah, I've had experiences in Eleuthera. I had driving a car one time and a thunderstorm came up as they do sometimes in the summertime. And, all the gauges on the car at the time just went dead. There was just, the car completely died.
Where did you say you were?
In Eleuthera in the Bahamas. Okay. It's one of the Bahamian islands. And this electrical storm came in and I'm driving along, heading back to the hotel. And, this storm kind of came off the ocean and, lightning, whatnot. And every gauge on the vehicle just stopped. Wouldn't work anymore.
Yeah. Well, that's what pilots say. When you fly over the Bermuda Triangle, all of your gauges and everything goes haywire. Everything. There's all flips out.
There's a lot of that there. Well, that goes into, as we've talked about in the past, and if you get into the different vortexes and the different, the longitude and latitude lines, even where you'll find, certain churches. And what's that island off of on the southern coast of England that has a lot of that as well? It's Isle of Wight.
Yep, Isle of Wight.
Isle of Wight is where a lot of the longitude, latitude, and you'll get a lot of
those ley lines.
And a lot of the big churches around the world are set on the
rose median and ley lines.
Yeah. Here's what I was going to tell you about this lady. Her name is Gracie. When I came to California in 1959, one of the first places I found, it was a big house in North Hollywood, and out in the backyard, the people had a big piece of property, and out in the backyard, the owners had built about 5 or 6 little small cottages to rent. So I got one. I moved in, and it was just like a one room, like a little bachelor kind of thing. But when I moved in, there was a lady that only had one bedroom. All the rest of them were little bachelors, but there was a one bedroom in the middle. And in that one bedroom was a very old lady named Gracie, and she was an incredible lady. And I loved Gracie. She was very, very kind, very sweet. And so I used to run errands for her. I was 19 years old and she's about 90. So I'd run errands for her, and she had a little dog that must have been 100 years old too. And she would push the dog out in a baby carriage and walk around the neighborhood. And everybody knew Gracie. Gracie's got the dog and she's walking around with the dog in the carriage. I would go and, for errands for her. So one night she calls me and she said, why don't you come over for dinner tonight? I said, love to. I'd never been in her house before, her one bedroom apartment. When I walked in her front room, I was shocked. She had all of these pictures all over the wall. It must have been 30 or 40 of them. Beautiful pictures all over the walls of all the top gangsters in the world. Al Capone, Legs Diamond, Meyer Lansky, Lucky Luciano, Bugsy Siegel, all the big shots, all these pictures. And she was a beautiful dance hall girl in Chicago, beautiful girl. But she was in with all the top guys, period, all the mafiosis and gangsters. She said, I knew them all. They were all my friends. And so I said, Gracie, I said, this is incredible. You knew all these people? And she said, I knew them all. I said, tell me about these people. And she sat there for the rest of the evening and gave me all kinds of background on all the different mafiosi gangsters and who they were, what they were doing, who was working with who. Al Capone, she was, and,
And she knew all these guys from
all
back
of
in
them.
her dance hall days in
she
Chicago or
was she
whatever.
was a beautiful girl, and all the guys, and she said they all um, were very generous to her, always throwing money at her. And she said so, and so she had a couple of pictures where she was actually sitting on Al Capone's lap with a bunch of other guys all around. And Capone's obviously having a ball. He's laughing with her. So I said, tell me about Capone. And she said, I asked Al that night, that very night, I asked him in front of everybody, how is it that you are able to do what you do, and everybody in the world knows who you are? They know your face. They know what you're doing. Everybody in town knows who you are. The government knows who you are. I mean, nobody ever bothers you. You just go, you just do what you do and get away with it. How do you do that? How do you get away with something that everybody in Washington, D.C. knows who you are and what you're doing? Everybody in Chicago knows who you are, but nobody bothers you. And he said, Gracie, he said, and this is what she told me. She said, Al Capone said to me, Gracie, I am merely a small cog in a big operation. I have masters above me I answer to. It goes all the way up to Washington, D.C. I'm their boy. I take care of business for the guys in Washington, D.C., and Philadelphia, for the big shots that run this country. I take care of business for them that they don't want to do. And for that, they let me play my games and do my thing. That's it. We got an understanding. That's why I love those movies, The Godfather 1, 2, and 3. Godfather 3 was actually based on all three of them were, but especially Godfather 3 was actually based on a real life story about Propaganda Due. It was called P2. Go back and do some research.
Well, the Pope. That Pope lasted for 33 days. First John Paul.
Yeah, 32 days.
Was it 30, died on the 33rd. It was 33. He died on the 33rd day.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the significance. But
right.
We don't have to talk about that.
Yeah. Even in the movie, what's the Cuban boy that became the mafioso?
Andy Garcia.
Yeah, Andy Garcia. Twice Andy Garcia says in the Godfather 3, twice he mentions it was P2. He says to Al Pacino, so and so was there, and it was P2 did this and P2 did that. That's Propaganda Due, P2 Lodge, operating within the Vatican. So it was a profoundly evil occult order, assassinations, killings, child abuse, all kinds of stuff going on with this group called P2. Look it up. Go out and look it up on the web and go to a library.
The interesting thing is who's actually giving them the orders. And that's the question you ask.
Yeah. The question is, was P2 running the Pope, or was the Pope running P2? Well, the new Pope, that Pope that was coming in, had told the cardinals, do not make me. That was in the book. There were many books written about P2, and they said some of the investigators were talking about one of them was called God's Banker.
He was found hanging from a bridge.
Right, exactly. He was found hanging in London on the London Bridge. One of the main bankers for the Vatican was found hanging from his neck, hanging by his neck on the Blackfriars Bridge in England. Why? Because he screwed up some kind of a financial deal that cost the Vatican billions of dollars. And if you cost the Vatican billions of dollars, you got to know they're going to kill you. You're not gonna screw up some kind of a big business deal or dope deal or drug deal or something. Whatever it was that Lucio Gelli and Roberto Calvi. The Calvi was the one that was actually found hanging.
He was the one hung.
He was the one that was
banker
hung,
for the
right.
Vatican.
His name was Roberto Calvi. And the bank that he was the president of, which was handling the Vatican money, was Banco Ambrosiano. And Banco Ambrosiano was handling money for the Vatican. Well, in the movie Godfather 3, it shows the mafia right there in the Vatican. Remember? Michael Corleone and his attorney. Who was the guy with the attorney we were talking about before at lunch? What is his name? Very, very good actor, but he played the attorney for Michael Corleone.
George Hamilton.
George Hamilton.
Yep, that's right.
George Hamilton.
Yeah.
He played the attorney for
That's
Michael
right.
Corleone.
Okay.
Remember? And George Hamilton. Well, George Hamilton and Michael Corleone are sitting right there in the Vatican.
Mm-hmm.
And then, if you remember in Godfather 3, on the very beginning of the movie, Al Pacino, the Godfather, is being knighted in New York City, and in the church in New York, and the cardinal is knighting him. Incidentally, when you are knighted with the sword, when the king or queen knights you, and they put the sword on one shoulder and the sword on the other, do you know what that symbol means? It means that you are being commissioned to do something at the point of death. The sword is on you. You are not being asked to do it. You are being appointed to do it. And if you don't do it, I have the ability to take this sword from this shoulder and put it over here on this shoulder through your neck. So that's what the symbol of the sword on each shoulder is. I'm going to go over your head this time. I'm going over your head.
But the next time,
I'm going to go through the head. I'm going to go.
Isn't there a law too for a U.S. citizen to be knighted or?
Yeah, that's the 13th Amendment says that no American can be knighted. Nobody reads the law. America's the most lawless country in the world, so we do anything we want. It doesn't matter what the Constitution says. It doesn't matter what the law says. It doesn't matter about nothing. Whatever the guys in power want to do, they do it. What are you going to do about it? So their feeling is, what you going to do about it? So if it's unconstitutional, it's a felony, it's against the law. So what are you going to do? We run your country. We own it. We own you. So what are you going to do about it? And American people, they don't know. They never read. Nobody knows anything about the 13th Amendment. They didn't even know there was 12 before it, So, but anyway, but in that movie, Godfather 3, twice they talk about P2. P2 was called, look it up, anyone listening to this program, look up some information on just the letter P. P2. It's called Propaganda Due, or P2 Lodge. There's a lot of information out there. Many books have been written by investigators in Italy on the P2 Lodge. And what P2 Lodge basically is, it's a secret society operating in the Vatican, inside the Vatican, that is actually under the auspices of a higher order.
It's a Masonic thing, isn't it?
Well, it's a quasi
Yeah, it's almost it was a sect that went off on their own. It was a sect, yeah. It went off on their own. They supposedly had descendants from Masonic, but they're really their own.
It was Banco Ambrosiano and
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a great wiki on it that I've read.
Yeah, that's right. There's a lot of information.
Pretty incredible. I mean, they were even tied up in the Falklands War and selling Exocet missiles to Peru to sell, and Peru sold them back to Argentina or off to Argentina, and this was all paid for on a Banco Ambrosiano credit card.
Yep, right.
$200 million credit card bill.
Mm-hmm. So P2 is under the auspices of another more dangerous and very, very scary operation inside the Vatican called Opus Dei, or Opus Dei. Opus Dei, Opus Dei. That is a very, very right-wing fascist, totalitarian fascist right-wing.
Well, Da Vinci Code tapped into it a little bit.
Yeah, Da Vinci Code touched on a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Incidentally, I'm not going to name the company, but the company called me and asked me if I would be interested in being a consultant to the motion picture.
Mm-hmm. Well, you get those approaches all the time from Hollywood.
Yeah.
And you were telling, I think at lunch today, you were talking about how you were privileged to go through, that very well-known filmmaker's library. And,
I went through Steven Spielberg. I went there and met the lady who was in charge of. This lady is from England. Her husband had just passed away. And I don't know if she's still there. That was quite a few years ago, but it was when Steven Spielberg first opened up his SKG Studios.
DreamWorks right
with
here.
DreamWorks, SKG DreamWorks over in Glendale. And I had an opportunity to go there and to meet this lady who was the head of his research department. And so I talked with her, and then I was invited to come over and talk with her, which I did. And she was telling me, she said, Stephen is a stickler for making sure things are done right on a movie. So any clothes, any terms, words, symbols, whatever would have been there, that's what he wants. He wants everything to be exactly the way it would have been. The clothes have to be exactly correct.
Well, I think he and Mr. Lucas are phenomenal at research and
incredible,
and the actual the detail. I mean, if you
I'm
look at both of their
fascinated
films,
with what's going on.
Oh yeah, well, Lucas. I mean, he's.
I'm going to tell you something that's out of school, but the one thing I will say, I had lunch with Michael Eisner and George Lucas, and a bunch of other guys like that out at Disney. There was a private party, and I was invited to. And I got pictures of some of them on my website of me with having lunch with Eisner and Lucas. George Lucas said to me when I first met him, he said to me, well, he didn't know me, and so I went and sat down because the way it worked is that they have food everywhere out there on all the best cooks and all the best food you can imagine. And different areas, all kinds of national foods, and you can pick whatever you want. And then they had all these tables and long chairs. I mean, long tables and chairs. So you just get whatever you want to eat, and just sit down somewhere. And so I got what I wanted, and I sat down where I didn't realize where I sat down. I'm sitting right next to Michael Eisner, and across from him is George Lucas, and Danny DeVito, and a couple of other people. I don't know. I just sat down, and here I am right in the middle of them. And so I just George Lucas introduced himself, and I shook hands with him, and he said, "Your name?" And I said, "Jordan Maxwell." And he said to me, he said, "Oh, you did a book with Steve Allen, didn't you? It was a red color book, and it was called something about the book your church doesn't want you to read." And I said, "Yes, I did." And I said, I'm amazed you know about that." He said, "Well, the only reason I know is because I don't read books. I don't have time to sit and read books, but I pay a lot of people to read books for me." And he said, "But this one particular book, my wife liked, and she was very interested in this whole subject of religion and occult theocracy and all that. And so she particularly liked your part in the book, what you were writing about astrotheology. And so she made me sit down and read your part. So that's why I remember your name in the book."
And I admire both of those filmmakers, Spielberg and Lucas. I mean, they've touched on a lot of different subjects.
Oh, have they ever?
Over the years that are almost documentaries to a degree. If you look at the Indiana Jones and even what's going on, with the Star Wars.
And what about this last one, Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull?
Oh, the Crystal Skulls. You've had a chance to hold one of them.
Absolutely. I mean, this was back in 1980s.
What was her name that she found one in one of the Mayan tombs?
Yeah, that was
Canadian.
Annie Mitchell Hedges.
Yeah, the Hedges.
Mitchell Hedges.
Yep.
But Nick, the guy's name is Nick Nocerino. He passed away, and what an incredibly dear, fascinating, interesting, and wonderful man that was. Nick Nocerino. And it's good that you should know that name and look him up. You will not find a more fascinating man than that.
Well, he researched
all this stuff on the crystal skulls.
I think it wasn't IBM. It was
IBM and 3M company.
Yeah, 3M tried to find out, and it was crystal of not this earth.
That's right, not of this
world. And I've talked to I've had experience of people that have actually held the
Mitchell
Hedges skull.
Yeah.
And they were able to look into the future, look into the past.
Do you know what some of that stuff he was telling? He was telling us that the actual crystal skulls, there's 9 of them that they have today. There's hundreds of crystal skulls in South America, but there were 9
original
really
ones,
life-size real crystal skulls. The rest of them are replicas for sale, but there were 9 crystal skulls found. And the best one, the Vatican has one of the crystal skulls, one of the 9, and the British Museum has one. The Louvre Museum has one, and Annie Mitchell Hedges, who was mentioned, mentioned in the movie, Indiana Jones and Crystal Skull. And his name was mentioned 2 or 3 times, Mitchell Hedges.
Well, she was on
she found it.
She actually put her hand in and grabbed it. She was a young child at the time.
Right. She was a little girl, and she was in South America, and the father was an archaeologist, a paleontologist, and he was mulling around in the ruins, and she was too as a kid. And so she said she went over and she saw this little crystal showing from the dirt.
Yeah,
and
the light hit it, and she grabbed it.
And well, she said she cleaned off the dirt and actually saw it was a crystal skull. And she said, so she pulled that out and shows her dad. She found the skull, solid crystal, but it had a skull, and it had crystal jaws.
Well, this colleague of mine who actually held it, he said when he held it, his whole body like tingled, and he looked into this thing, and he said he was able to see parts of his past.
That's right.
And he said it looked like part of his future.
That's right.
He said it was it was an experience that he will never forget.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, before I get off, my God, once we get on these subjects, I got so many of them. Dr. Roger Leir, Roger Leir, spelled Leir. Roger Leir is extraordinarily interesting man. He's right here now in the outskirts of LA.
Yeah, we've talked to him, I think, at the last
dear friend of mine. But Dr. Roger Leir, he's the famous doctor who takes the alien, extraterrestrial, and alien implants out of humans, because many people who have been given implants, metal implants in their body by the aliens.
Well, there's a gal in the Pacific Palisades here who I guess has been abducted, and she you'll see her. She's on Discovery Channel and A&E.
I know you,
but she gives these I think these weekly little seminars at her house and discusses it.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Leir he's actually operated on 9 to 10 people where they actually go in. Somebody will don't let me forget. I don't want to forget this about the cigar boxes. Remind me of the cigar boxes. Okay. So Dr. Leir said that somebody will go into a doctor to have their arm or their wrist or their leg x-rayed, and they will find in the x-ray a piece of metal inside the leg or inside the arm or the toe or whatever. And it's a piece of metal.
Well, it's an alloy that's from what I've heard about this, it's an alloy that's almost like a magnesium that's been so refined and smelted that it's...
But it's some kind of a metal. The doctor will tell the person, well, I don't know if you know this or not, but you got a piece of metal inside your leg. And what's interesting is that the body does not react to it. The body doesn't know it's there. And so if you hadn't have gone in for an x-ray for something else, you would have never known it was there. But now you saw it, now you know there's a piece of metal inside your leg. And the obvious question is, first of all, how does a piece of metal get inside your leg or inside your arm or inside your foot? How does it get there? And second of all, there's no wounds, and the body doesn't react to it, so the body didn't even know it was there. So how is that possible? Well, they go in and they operate. They cut and they go in and pull this thing out and cut it off. And he says, and when they pull it out, he's shown them to me. They're little tiny diodes, little tiny things, and they're beeping a signal. You can't hear it, but it's beeping a signal. And he says, so we took it to some military laboratory, and they turn on these machines to pick up electrical frequency, and they said this thing is beeping a signal. Look at it, it's beeping a signal. So in other words, people were walking around with some little diode of some kind, a little
microchip,
a little microchip or something, inside their body or their foot, their chest or whatever, their arm, and it's beeping a signal. And he said, and the signal is the exact frequency. All of these little things had the same identical frequency. And he said the frequency is the exact frequency that the astronauts use to communicate with the Earth. That there's a secret frequency that only NASA knows, that only NASA uses, and only astronauts are allowed to use that one frequency. Only the astronauts.
So when you're in the space station, you're communicating back to NASA or JPL.
Right. Then you can use that special frequency where nobody can pick it up. Nobody knows about it. China can't read it. Nobody else can. It's a special frequency that NASA has developed for the space and for the astronauts. And he said that's the exact frequency this little thing is beeping at. So whoever put this inside of you, whoever put this little thing inside of you, he said the thing is wrapped with some kind of a celluloid or plastic wrapping that you cannot take a surgical knife and cut. You can't cut it. It won't cut. And they've tried to cut into it. It can't.
Won't do it. It's a material that will.
Yeah, it cannot be cut. And yet that cover around this little thing is made of your DNA. It has your DNA in that plastic film that's wrapped around that little beeping device. So somehow or another, they take a scoop mark out of your skin. They take a scoop out, and people find
your DNA mark.
And they analyze your DNA. Then they put that DNA into this plastic, and therefore, when they put it into your body does not see this thing. It doesn't register it. So therefore, you will never see it. You'll never know it's there unless you accidentally happen to go to a doctor and need an X-ray, and then they find it. But now I got a story for you. Dr. Lee has told me we've sat for hours talking about interesting stuff, and I've got some stories. I mean, Paul Tice. I got to tell you some of Paul Tice's stories too. He'll blow your mind. But Dr. Roger Lear was telling me. He said that he went to Ecuador. And when he was in Ecuador, he went down there to speak at a medical conference. He was in Ecuador. But he said, I went by to see a doctor friend of mine that I had known for many years, a good friend of mine who has a clinic down there in Ecuador. And so he said, so I went to see him. Well, this doctor has a little museum that he built down there, and all kinds of strange little artifacts that have been found in the Ecuadorian jungle and the temples in Ecuador have been collected. And he's just a collector, and he's been collecting these strange little creatures and little spacemen and little rockets and all kinds of interesting stuff in this museum. So Dr. Lear, so I was roaming around the museum with him, and he was showing me all these fascinating little things that have been found in temples, etc. And he said, then the doctor said to him, he said, now I got to show you something really interesting. He said, come to my office. So Lear says, so they go back into the doctor's office, and he goes over to the wall. He's got a wall safe, and he opens the wall safe, and there's a cigar box in the safe. And he said he pulls out the cigar box, and Dr. Lear said, I was sitting down at his desk, and this doctor pulls out this cigar box, and he opens the cigar box, and in there are two crabs, two dead crabs. And he said he picked the two crabs up out of the box and put them in front of Dr. Lear on the desk, and told Lear, he said, look at this and you explain it to me. What are you looking at? And explain it to me. And Lear said, I took on my glasses and looked at it, and he says, I could not believe what I was actually in fact seeing. He said, these two crabs, where the eyes and the mouth would be on the crab, was a human skull, absolute to size, little tiny human skull, but perfectly proportioned, human skull that had a bone in the back of the skull holding it, and it was connected directly into the shell of the crab, so that the skull was a part of the crab's shell, but it was separate, but it was connected by some kind of a bone. And he said, two human skulls, little human skulls looking at me, on a crab, on the two crabs. And he says, I have no idea how to explain this. And he said, I just kept looking at it. I'm thinking, what in the hell am I seeing? And he said, that's right. I don't know either. But it looks like somebody was able to manipulate DNA and were playing around with life and crossbreeding animals with animals and crossbreeding animals with humans, taking DNA and putting it into an animal, into a fish.
Isn't some of that like Plum Island, what they're doing?
Exactly.
Right off of the tip of Montauk.
That's exactly right. And also the movie back in 1938, Island of Lost Souls with Charles Lawton. Charles Lawton back in 1938 made a movie called Island of Lost Souls. In 1965, Burt Lancaster reprised the movie and did it again, called The Island of Dr. Moreau. And then just before Marlon Brando died, he did his last movie, The Island of Dr. Moreau. And this goes all the way back to 1938. Why? In 38, it's because that's what the Nazis were doing. Nazis were crossbreeding animals with humans. That's all, and it's been going on even in America, even in the island of Grenada, down in the Caribbean, in the island of Grenada.
That was the medical school where Reagan sent in the troops to.
Exactly.
Yeah, and a lot of that's been going. If you go back into Greek history, where they were doing it.
That's right.
They were talking about the crossbreeding
animals with humans.
The man and the bull, and
that's right.
Yep.
And so he says, so somebody had the technology and knew how to crossbreed humans with fish, crossbreed humans with animals. And I asked him, I said, look, at all my life I have been told that you can't crossbreed. He said, no, that's not correct at all. We now know that DNA and our knowledge now, we now know you can cross life forms. You can cross. And he was talking about how this government, the U.S. government, along with England, Austria, and Germany, have been working on together crossbreeding animals with humans. I mean, I've been hearing
the cloning that's taking place right now with the technology.
No. Well, and look at Hollywood, like my dear friend Dick Gregory always says. Dick says Hollywood does three things. They tell you what your masters who own this earth, what they've done in the past, what they're doing now, and what they're getting ready to do. That's what Hollywood does. They're telling you something in the movies.
If you want to learn more about the topics we speak about on this program, you can find most of the books about these subjects on Amazon.com. Just bookmark our homepage, and when you need to buy something, I mean anything, go to our homepage, click on the Amazon link, shop, and Amazon supports us. Simple, and you will not be charged 1 penny more. We appreciate the support. Welcome back to the Jordan Maxwell Show. You can follow us on Facebook at Jordan Maxwell Show and follow us on Twitter at J Maxwell Show for any messages. And you can leave posts and messages as well. You can always find the latest shows on our website, but if you want to make sure you don't miss a show, you can subscribe to the Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes, and the show is always free. So please support the show at no cost to you by doing your online shopping at Amazon. Make sure you click through the Amazon link on our homepage.
I got to tell you what happened to me, and I'm just telling you what happened to me. I can't explain it. But I don't care if you believe me or if you say I don't care, but I'm just telling you what happened to me. One morning, quite a few years ago, it had rained for a couple, 3 days, and I knew that the air would be crystal clear. So I used to go up to Griffith Park Observatory early in the morning and take walks by myself up at Griffith Park at 7 o'clock when they opened. And so I went up there that morning knowing that it had rained for 2 or 3 days and it would be really clear. So I went up by myself and it first opened and there was nobody there but me. And I walked around the outside of Griffith Park and crystal clear. You could see all the way out to San Bernardino and way out by Diamond Bar, which is, I don't know, 60 miles from here, 50 miles, whatever it is, at least that. I saw a heavy white cloud, and there were heavy white clouds over LA also, heavy white clouds. But out by Diamond Bar, out by San Bernardino, my eye, I don't know what made me do it, but my eye caught a tiny little black spot on a cloud out in the Diamond Bar area. I know that it's at least 60 miles or more to Diamond Bar from here, whatever it is, 50 or 60. And I thought to myself, if I can see something, even as a speck, if I can see it 50 miles away, that must be big, whatever it is, if I can see it that far away. And so I just got transfixed on it. I just stood there for a few minutes and the morning air watching this black spot that was, for some reason, it was fascinating to me. What in the hell am I seeing that far away? And you know, when a 747 or the big jets come over, how slow, you wonder how they're even staying in the air. They're so slow as they're moving over. This black spot was coming toward LA, and it was not moving slow. This thing was moving. As it passed over, it took only about 6 seconds for it to pass over from when I could see finally what it was. It was going at this speed like this, which is about 3 times or 4 times as fast as a 747 coming in for a landing. This thing was moving. And I'm just telling you what I saw. It was a pterodactyl. It had the huge, enormous scalloped wings, a long, long beak, heavy body with the little feet in the back, huge scalloped wings, but it wasn't flapping the wings at all. It had caught the airstream, and it was just sailing. But as it sailed over Los Angeles, it was close, and the white clouds above it were very thick and heavy, so I could see clearly what it was. As it passed over my head, I saw it was a pterodactyl. And as it went, and the story gets even more stranger. As it went out toward Santa Monica, it was going out toward the ocean. I was mesmerized. I'm seeing a damn pterodactyl. This is not a big bird. This is a dinosaur-sized thing. It was huge. But when it went over, it went out toward Santa Monica, and there was a lot of fog and a heavy cloud layer out over the Pacific. And out of that cloud layer came 5 more pterodactyls. 5 more. One at a time. They came out one at a time out of the cloud layer, out of that heavy cloud fog. One came out, another followed him, another followed that, another, until there were 5 out there. And I counted them as they came out because they were huge. They were very big. And then this one saw them, and it went on the side, and now it made 6. And they went around in a circle, and he joined them. He came in and joined the group. Now there's 6. And then one of them started to go back into the cloud layer. The next one followed, the next one followed, the next one, until they all went back in the cloud layer, and they're gone. And I stood there thinking to myself, nobody is going to believe what I just saw. I cannot goddamn believe I just saw a pterodactyl fly over my head in Los Angeles, and 5 more in the damn cloud. And you're going to go out in public and tell people you saw this?
Oh, they think you're smoking something.
I've got a jacket for you. The arm's connected in the back.
Yeah, of course. And but then, at 72 years old, I've come to the place now, I don't give a damn what anybody thinks.
Well, Jordan, this might go full circle here. I mean, maybe you're not seeing something that normal people see. Maybe this is something like Todd was talking about at lunch there, different wavelengths. We can only see so much.
Yeah.
Yep, the third eye.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but I was seeing it with my regular eyes.
Listen, that's the beauty about this, and I think we talked about this and we put this whole show together. This is your show. This is your platform.
Well, let me tell you about my friend Paul Tice. Paul Tice is one of the most fascinating people. I'm going to have him on my show. You think this stuff goes crazy? Wait till Paul Tice comes on. He'll blow your mind.
Great.
Paul Tice is one of the nicest, most polite gentlemen, sweetest person you'll ever want to meet. Very friendly, very helpful, very charming guy. I met Paul over at a Occult bookstore over in Pasadena many years ago. And I was in the UFO alien section, and he was interested too. And so we got to talking, and then we found out that he and I were on the same wavelength on everything. So we went out to dinner together There was a third person there was a second person with him. And from that point on, Paul and I became the best of friends. Well, Paul lived in Glendale and had a big 2-bedroom apartment in Glendale. I lived in North Hollywood, so I was always over at Paul's place. He had thousands of reference books. He just had reference books up the gazoo on all kinds of wonderful dark stuff. Aliens and UFOs and underground bases and dinosaurs, all great stuff. But his stories of the things that happened to him were just astounding. I loved talking to Paul when he would just, off the top of his head, he'd just tell you about some stuff that happened to him as a kid and just blows my mind. He was telling me, he said, one time, he said, I was, and incidentally, Paul was working for and had a very important position with Disney Studios. I used to go to work with him, and he was very important man at Disney at one time, and running the computers for the Disney Channel. Very interesting. It worked in a clean room, all air conditioned clean room, and I used to go with him to work. But Paul began telling me some of his experiences that he had. He said when he was a young kid, he lived back in Massachusetts, and he said one night and one morning, my dog, who used to sleep on the bed with him, began growling low. He wasn't barking, but growling very low. And he said he woke me up, and I knew he's scared. He's not getting out the bed. He's just growling, and he's looking at the window, at my bedroom window. And he said, I knew he knows there's somebody outside the window, but he's not moving. He was scared. And he said, so I got out of bed, and he said, I'm about 10 years old. And he said, I got out of bed and I went over to the window, and I've done this too when I was a kid. He said, I went over to the blinds and I opened it, just barely opened the blinds to know if there was somebody out there that wouldn't see me. Barely opened the blind just to see what's out there. And he said, I have an above ground plastic pool right by my bedroom windows, my pool. And he said, right above the pool was a humming sound. And I could hear it humming. And when I picked it up to see what it was, he said it was a UFO, a flying saucer, about 1.5 to 2 foot across. It looked about 6 or 8 inches deep in the middle. And it had around the circumference a glass around the middle glass. And he said, and it was right next to my window. And he said, I was looking and you could see people walking around inside this little tiny saucer. And he said, but the glass, about an inch, it looked to be about an inch. And he said, I could see people walking around inside this, this craft. And some of them, he said, were leaning on a handles, like a handlebars. They were leaning on the window looking out. And he said, but they're little tiny people, and this thing is about 1.5 feet across. And he said, I sat there looking, the dog's still growling. And he said, I was looking, and he said, a little straw, something like a straw, came down and went into the water. They were taking on water. And he said, and then the straw came back up inside. And he said, and it moved toward the window a little bit close. And he said, I could see these little people looking. And he said, I was so much bigger than that they probably didn't even see me. And he said, but I watched these little people walking around, and they're pointing and talking to each other. And then he said, this thing started to move up. It was gone. He said, so I saw a little flying saucer, 1.5 to 2 foot across, with little people in it. Well, I talked with Stanton Friedman, who was a nuclear physicist. Dr. Stanton Friedman is a brilliant man, and he's very interesting man to talk to about UFOs and aliens and this kind of stuff. And he was saying that there is some kind of a time-space continuum warp between our realities, so that many times, he said, people who have been taken aboard UFOs, aliens take people, they will abduct them. The ships will be like 20 to 30 feet across, but when they walk inside, there's like 2 or 3 football fields wide, enormous inside, just a huge inside. But when you come out, it's only 25 feet across. So he says somehow or another, they're bending space-time or something, so that it's only 30 feet across. Walk inside, as big as 2 football fields. And he said, and also the other thing Dr. Stanton Friedman was talking about, he said that when when it opens up for the aliens to come out, some kind of it slides down, like in the movie
Close Encounters
or whatever. It slides down, and he said, but when it comes back up before they take off, it comes back up and seals itself. So it's like cold welding. It's sealed.
It fuses it up where it
seals it completely up. So it's totally sealed. And then when they want to open it, it unseals itself, and then the lattice comes down. So he says, so when they're in space flight, they can't have anything that have doors or anything. It has to seal it. And the way he was explaining how they work, how these UFOs work, and what was that young physicist, can't remember his name right now, but he was talking about how they do what they do. And how they fly. They create these UFO craft have some kind of generators underneath of them that create a gravitational force field around the craft itself.
Well, the magnetic pulsing.
Yeah, pulsing magnetic thing. And then they just aim these generators. They can aim them wherever they want. They aim the generator, and it sucks you into a vortex. But as you're going through the vortex, there's a shield around you, an electrical vortex shield around you, that you go through the air without any friction. So he says, so they can go through the air at thousands of miles an hour, no friction, because there's an electrical force field around them that cuts through the air. So I know they're doing that with the high-tech stuff they're doing with...
Well, the stealth technology.
The stealth technology, that's it, stealth technology. And so I was amazed at some of those stories that Paul came up with. The other one that just blew me away was he said that he was Paul Tice. He owns a company down in San Diego called Book Tree Publishing. So give him a call. It's called Book Tree Publishing, San Diego. He publishes all kinds of arcane, strange books on the occult and religion and philosophy, etc. Very successful publisher. But he was telling me also that when he got out of college back east, Massachusetts, he said, when I got out of college, I got a job working for a television, radio, TV station. And he said, my job was to work at a relay station, which was up in the mountain, so that the main station in his town would beam a signal up to the relay station. Then he would take that signal and relay it to the next town over the mountain. And so it's a relay station. So he says, so my job was like a fireman's job. You go up for 4 days, you're off for 3. Then you go up for 3 days, you're off for 4. But when you go up there, you're by yourself. And you're by yourself for the 4 days until your relief comes. And he says, so every day, my job was to, every hour or so, I had to walk around the inside of the station and make sure everything was working right. And if anything goes wrong, I had to fix it. That's all. That was my job. And he says, so a very cushy job. Every hour or so, I just go around, make sure everything's working right, and then go fix yourself something to eat and watch TV. And he says, so it's a very nice, cushy job. He said, but one day, one evening, one afternoon, when the sun was just about gone down, but it's still light out, he said the station they had cleared off a circular area and cleaned it off up in the mountains. They had cleaned off the circular area and built high security fence around it, and the station was in the middle. One afternoon, he said, my bed was at the back door, and we had this big, huge security back door with the glass and the metal and the glass. And he said, so I was laying there. I just done my rounds, and I was laying there reading, and the sun hadn't gone down. The sun had gone down, but it's still light out. And he said, I'm laying there reading, look at the sky through the window. And he said, I look up, and there is Bigfoot. There is a man, you could tell it's a man, but he had the face of a dog. And it was red color hair, reddish hair, But he said he had the face of a man, but it was half dog, half man. And he said, I was frightened to death when I saw this thing because it was looking at all the lights on the equipment. And it was, it was mesmerized by all the lights on the equipment, and it didn't see me right here at the door. And he says, I'm looking at him, and he's looking at the stuff. And he said, all I could think of was, did I lock the back door? And whatever the answer is, it's too late now, good or bad. Because if you move, he's going to see you. And he said that he started to open the door, but the door was locked. He said, thank God, the door was locked. And he said, but when he started to open the door, he pulled on it. And he said he wasn't heavily built. He was very...
But he bent the door handle.
Yeah, and he said you could see the metal door being pulled. He said you could see the metal door.
Whereabouts was the station? Was this here?
It was up in the mountains in Massachusetts, up in the mountain area of Massachusetts. And he said, but you could see the door being pulled when he was pulling it. So this thing was not very heavily built, but God damn, the thing was strong. It's bending a metal door, pulling on it. And he says, I could see the door was and thank God the thing was locked. And he says, so I just watched him. I didn't say a thing, didn't move. And he said, he finally looked down. When he looked down, he saw me, and he jumped back. And he said, when he jumped back, I knew I scared him. So I jumped up to like I was going to get him. And it scared him. He said, that's what I wanted to do. And he said, so I scared him, and he turned around and ran. And he said, I watched him run. And he ran like a gazelle. He took one step and sailed into the air, and then came down and took another step and took 3 steps, and he went over the fence. The last step was 1 step. And he went over the high security fence and back down. And he's gone into the forest. He says this thing was thinly built, covered with reddish hair, had a man's face, but is also part dog. And he said it was thinly built. And he said, I don't know what it was, but I know what I saw. And so he said, so when I hear about wolfmen or these Bigfoot or
Sasquatch.
Yetis or whatever, I don't know what it was I saw, but this thing was not of this world. So
unbelievable.
Incredible stuff going on all around us. I have an Armenian friend of mine, an older man, almost ready to retire. He's a very well-to-do Armenian businessman here in Los Angeles, a dear friend of mine. When I first met him many years ago, he was very interested in UFOs and aliens, but he's a very successful real estate financer and got a big company, big corporation. And so I would go out with him to lunch or whatever, and he would ask me about the aliens and UFOs and all that. And I often thought, where does a businessman running a big corporation and all these people working for him, where does he get off of worrying about aliens and UFOs? And so about a year ago, I was over at his office. He called me, and I went over and was sitting talking. And I said to him, I said, why are you so interested in the alien stuff? And he said, because I saw one. He said, my friend and I, every year, we go up my Magic Mountain up here off the 5 freeway. Mm-hmm. We go to Magic Mountain, and we get off on the Magic Mountain off-ramp. And we go, instead of going to Magic Mountain, we go into the mountains. And he said, there's a nice road going up into the mountains. And if you go far enough, you'll end up in, Palmdale. Mm-hmm. If you go far enough, you'll hit the 14. And he said, so we drive up this highway, the street by Magic Mountain, right here in north of LA, mm-hmm. Magic Mountain. And he said, we drove up there one morning, and we camped out for 2 or 3 days. We were hunting up there. And he said, and the one morning we were coming back toward Magic Mountain down the road, and it's like 5 o'clock in the morning. And he said, and I was driving, my friend's in the passenger seat, and we saw somebody walking along the side of the road away from us on our side, his back to us. And he said, we could tell from even far away, he's wearing some kind of a silver suit. And he says, as we pulled in behind this guy, we slowed down because it didn't look human. And he said, this thing was very tall, thinly built with a bubble head, and it was wearing some kind of a silver garment. And he said, but its arms and legs, it was arms and fingers were very long. And he said, but the thing we noticed about it, the first thing was that it had hoofs. It didn't have feet. It had a hoof like a
Don't they
goat.
call them the grays?
I don't know what it was, but he said, all I know is this thing had hoofs, not feet. And it was walking on two legs, hoofs, and it was a long, thinly built creature with a bubble head and long hands and long arms and fingers. And he said that as we pulled up behind it, we trolled along behind it very slowly, watching him walk. And he said, and then we stopped. We stopped because when we stopped, he turned around and walked in front of the car as if to challenge you to go any further. He walked in front of the car and stood looking at us. And he said, this thing was not of this world. It had a bubble head. It was grayish skin, long, thin arms and fingers, had a hoofs for feet. And he said, this thing stared at us, and we're staring at him in the car, looking at him, and he's looking at us. And he said, we didn't know what to do. We just sit quiet and look at him. And he said, then he finally decided we're not a threat, so he started to walk away. And he said he walked like a goat on hoofs. And he said he walked across the street and stopped and looked back at us for a few moments, and we just sat there looking at him. He turned around and walked back into the brush, and he's gone. So I asked him, I said, do you know where that is? He said, I will never forget. I'll tell you exactly where it is. So I want to talk to my dear friend, Bill Burns, who publishes the UFO magazine. And Bill has said, anytime you hear of any good, things like that, you want a photographer, let me know. We'll go out. And I thought to myself, so I asked my Armenian friend, he said, yeah, if you want to. If you want to go out there, bring your cameras and I'll show you where he is and we can go back into the woods. I don't know what the hell you're going to find back there. But when you talk about aliens and UFO aliens, they're here. He said, I saw one. Well, this is a very, very well-grounded, intelligent businessman who's just telling me about his experience. So there's no doubt in my mind we have aliens, right here with us, even in Los Angeles. There's a lot of stuff that's going on right here that nobody knows anything about.
Well, anybody could just blend right in.
Obviously. And they're smarter than we are. There's been a lot of talk, even as far back as 1936. There was a lot of talk going on back then about aliens living under Los Angeles, under the tunnels in LA. There's a whole world of caverns and caves and places under Los Angeles, as there is in probably in many big cities. But there's a whole city.
Oh yeah, before the show we were talking about how that military base that's not far from here. You'll see the air vents.
Absolutely, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
That and it's obvious that's what these massive bases underground that are used for who knows what.
That's exactly right.
So these underground cities, and
one of the largest underground facilities on the earth is a place called Pine Gap, Australia. It's in the exact middle of Australia. In the exact middle of Australia is a little town called Alice Springs. And under Alice Springs, way down a mile or so down under Alice Springs, is a city, a whole city that the United States Air Force, the CIA, Britain, I think Germany is involved in it too, have a base that is so large. They have a downtown, they have shopping. I heard that they have electric cars down there. It's a huge operation, military city underground in Alice Springs, which is in the middle of Australia, about a mile down. I heard that the Japanese put in fiber optics, heavy, big fiber optics, so that in the morning when the sun comes up, they cut out the harmful rays of the sun, but so that people could get up and go to work down there, they get the sunlight. The sunlight comes in, and they can get up and go to work. And I heard that they have electric cars. They raise their own food down there. This is in Alice Springs, Australia. It's called Pine Gap. So go on the web and go look up the word Pine Gap, Australia. There's some really strange stuff going on there.
Oh, well, you look at the talk and discussion at under Denver's airport is a complete underground city. And you walk through the airport.
I got news for you on that one.
Yeah.
I had a lady who was working for working on the Denver airport when it was first being done, and she was working downstairs under the airport, and she videotaped for about a half-hour videotape of all the construction going on under the Denver airport when it was being done.
It's supposed to be a mega city under there.
It's a huge operation going on underground, incredibly large, huge, big 16-wheelers, big double semi-tractor trailers, tractor trucks bringing in supplies from all over. So she made me a copy. I still have a copy of it. I still have a DVD of all the original construction when they were actually building the place, what they were building. And I mean, some of that stuff is really interesting.
Well, look at the symbolism throughout the airport when you walk through
the
airport.
Oh, God, the place is crawling with it.
Yeah. I mean, all the different symbols of, almost the, Armageddon.
Yeah, and people dying and chains and concentration camps and children dying and blood all over. I don't know what the hell they're trying to tell you, but it's scary, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bizarre.
They're all big time bizarre.
Yeah.
So, but there's, like I said, there's so many interesting things that I've been privy to hear and to see with my own eyes. So I'm not the world's foremost authority on anything. I'm just fascinated with the world that's hidden. I talked to you before about the books of Charles Fort. You really need to get that book. It's called The Complete Works of Charles Fort. And I told you about one of the examples of the kind of thing he talked about, the rocks falling out of the air.
Mm-hmm.
Another one that my girlfriend's father told me about when he gave me the book that caught my attention. And since then, I have heard I've read more about it in other publications. But in England, back in the 1890s, there was it snowed very heavy in London. And in the London newspapers the next day, there was a phenomena that happened in London that has never been explained by anyone because no one can explain it. But there were little small footprints, little prints in the snow, and they had sunk about an inch into the snow, which would tell you how much this creature would have weighed. But they're little footprints that went straight from one side of London to the other side of London, a big city. It went straight across London. But what made it even more interesting is that wherever it was a straight laser line straight across, wherever it would go, it would not go around an obstacle, it'd go over it. So if it came to a house, it would go up the house, walk across the window, walk under the eave, walk across the side, come back down and walk. It went a straight line across London, straight as an arrow, flawlessly straight, no matter what was in its way. All these little footprints, all the way across London, all the way across the city. And nobody ever found out what in the hell made these little footprints across London in the snow. So I'm just saying that, the world is not what you think it is.
Well, that's for sure. That's a given.
The world is not what you think it is. There's something going on here that I have been privy to see all my life. I've been privileged to see things and hear things and be made aware of knowledge that most people don't even know exists. From commerce to banking to religion to the occult sciences to the my real favorite and my love, of course, is ancient religions. But I'm absolutely fascinated with the world of the UFO, the aliens, because there's so much going on that we've never been told.
Do you think a lot of it is all intertwined, with the religion and?
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah.
It's all one ball of wax. That's what this whole thing I was going to tell you about right here. This is at least a 90-minute presentation here. I've done this before. So there's a subject I'm very interested in the Bible in relation to UFOs and aliens. As a matter of fact, in the book of Job 26:5, I think it is, Job 26 chapter, I think it's 26:5. I should have photocopied it and brought it with me. But in the book of Job, it talks about something called the repium, REMPHEM, I think it is repium, something like that. I'll show it to you the next time we do the show. But the Bible talks about in the Old Testament book of Job the repium and who they are. Well, it says that the repium are in the seas of the world, on the seas of the earth, on the water are the repium. And then I look up in the reference book on the repium, and it says these were the offspring of the gods, the offspring of the angels with humans. When humans and angels crossbreeded, the repium were either the offspring of this crossbreeding, or they were the ones
original
who were doing
breeders.
the crossbreeding.
Right.
And it said, but they are under the ocean. They're under the ocean, and they come out of the waters. Well, I've thought about that because I've heard stories from people who were in the Bahamas, in Nassau, and in the islands in the Caribbean, talking about the fact that they see the natives, especially the people who live there. They say that they see entities walking out of the ocean at night, glowing. They look like they could be humans, but some of them come out of the ocean.
Even right here off of, off the coast of Catalina, there's some really deep water between, Long Beach, Manhattan Beach, and Catalina Island. And there's been quite a bit of actual eyewitness events of craft leaving the ocean and zipping off into the sky at,
That's right,
phenomenal speeds. In fact, there was a very famous one that the military had documented. And, it happened right in that area, and it headed towards Redondo Beach and then just disappeared.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
And there's actually, I think, some LA Times coverage on it in the paper.
Yeah.
I think this took place late 50s, early 60s.
Yeah.
And
because I've heard a lot of
there's
these.
Been several eyewitness events of this type of occurrence out there.
I was talking to people in Hawaii, and I've been over there. I had an experience. I've had quite a few experiences in Hawaii, but I had one hell of an experience in Honolulu, otherworld experience. I was there with my wife and some friends. We went over in 69, 70. We were in a restaurant right across the street from the Hilton Village. And that's the main drag, the main
strip there, right?
Yeah, the main strip going into town is the Hilton Village. And then on this side was a big hotel, and in the bottom of the hotel was a restaurant. And so I was sitting with my back to the door, and my wife was sitting to my left, and our friends were sitting on the other side of the table. And somebody came in the front door, which I had my back to. Somebody came into the front door, and it hit me like an electrical shock. If someone comes up behind you with wires and you don't know they're there, and they hit you, it's not going to kill you. It's just 120. But the mere fact you weren't expecting it, it hit you 10 times worse. It's like hitting a little branch in a tree. But if you're not expecting it, it's like hitting a 2x4. And so whoever it was, an electrical shock went through me so powerful, I jumped and knocked food off the table, and I jumped up, and a voice said, "Run quick, you're in trouble. Your life is in danger, run." And involuntarily, I ran across the restaurant, and I ran out into the kitchen, and the voice said, "Run out the back door. Your life is in danger, run quick." I ran out the back door, and I ran out into the parking lot, and it said, "Run across the street to the hotel, the Hilton Village. Run across the street to the hotel." And I yelled out, "I can't run across the street. There's traffic." And it said, "Run across. There won't be any traffic. Run across. There will be no traffic." And involuntarily, I was doing this. I had no choice. I was involuntarily running. I had to run. And I ran right across the street. And just by chance, as I happened to be, there was no traffic. There was a break in the traffic. I ran across the street into the Hilton Village. I ran past the Japanese restaurant. I ran around the outside, and the voice told me, "Go around to the ocean side. Go around the hotel to the ocean side." So I did. I ran around, and there's a little private, it's just a natural pool, not a regular pool, natural pool of water, and a bunch of little chairs and lawn chairs, etc. on the ocean side. And the voice said, "Okay, you're safe now. Sit down. You're safe." And I sat down. I was out of breath, and had been running, and I was thinking, "What in the hell did I just do?" I got up and ran across a restaurant, knocked food over my wife and my friends, and I ended up over here. I don't know what the hell's going on. This is crazy. But I had no choice. It was involuntary. I had no choice. And that happened to me twice in my life. And I came back to Los Angeles, and one day I was down on Wilshire Boulevard on what is it, Fairfax, on Fairfax and Wilshire, where the old May Company used to be. Well, there's a Johnny's hamburger stand across the street on Fairfax at Wilshire. And I was sitting at the counter, and two guys walk into the front door. I didn't turn to see them. I saw in peripheral vision, I saw two guys walk in. The moment they walked in, an electrical shock hit me, and I almost fell off on the floor. I was sitting at the counter, and I grabbed money, and I tripped. When I fell off the stool, I tripped on the floor. I got up, and I put money. I just threw some money on the counter, and I ran out the side back door, and I ran up Fairfax about 3 or 4 blocks till I come to the little UN souvenir store, United Nations souvenir store. It's about 3 blocks north of there. And I ran all the way up Fairfax till I got to that little area. It was a bus stop there. And the voice said, "All right, just settle down. You're okay now. You're all right. Settle down." And so I sat down in front of that UN store. I was out of breath, and I was thinking, I don't know what the hell's wrong. What was that all about? It was involuntary. It wasn't I was told to do it and I was stupid enough to do it. No, I was running because somebody was forcing me to do it. It was involuntary. I was just doing whatever. I was just going for the ride. And so I've had that happen to me twice.
Your sixth sense was telling you to do something.
Yeah. Whatever it was very pronounced telling me to do something. Even if you don't do it, you will do it. And so that shows me that I actually didn't have any control over my body at all. Whatever it was took over me, and I was running. Wow. It doesn't mean it was evil and bad and the devil. No, it was protecting me from something. It was protecting me. So it could have been, Christians will hear this and say, well, there it is, the devil worship, obviously the devil. No, if it was a devil, I would have known the devil. I would have known. I know evil when I see it. I see it in churches all the time, so I know evil when I see it. But no, this was protecting me. It was like a guardian angel protecting me from something that I did not have the capacity to deal with. So it told me to run, get out of the way, run quick. So that's scary.
Yeah, big time.
I don't know what it was that those guys, who they were. I'll tell you what I think. This is just my subjective thought about it. I've thought about this for many years, and there's no doubt in my mind that what happened both in Hawaii and in Los Angeles, of me running away and the voice telling me, "Run quick, your life is in danger." I am totally convinced for myself that there are extraterrestrials, or what we call, or what have been called by government, EBEs, extraterrestrial biological entities, EBE. And these extraterrestrial biological entities are biological creatures, but they have the ability to take on human forms. They can look like humans if they want. And if that's true, there's no doubt in my mind that there's different ones are here from different places in the universe. Some have come from far out, some have come from near. But out there, some of those entities out there are enemies with each other. But they come down here. And when they come down here, they're bringing their enemies, they're bringing the feud here. Same thing if you get a gang from one gang and there's a total enemy of another gang, but they happen to meet in New Jersey. It doesn't matter. It's still our rival gangs. So,
like totally Men in Black.
Right. So that's why I think that what was happening is that I have been, from a long time ago, involved with some, for lack of a better term, extraterrestrials who have been protecting me, guiding me, making sure I learn what I'm supposed to and meet who I'm supposed to. and ultimately to do whatever it is I'm supposed to do, whatever that is. And I was told, you'll know what it is when it comes time.
Well, even in the biblical sense, they're called your guardian angels.
Exactly.
And they're out there.
And the Bible's filled with that.
Absolutely.
I mean, in the 18th chapter of Genesis, go back and read Genesis 18 chapter and the 19th chapter, where it talks about Abraham and Sarah and the three men that come walking up into the camp. It says three men come walking up into the camp, and the three men turns out to be angels. And the three men sat down and had dinner. Abraham had Sarah, his wife, fix dinner for them. After dinner, the three men decided they were on their way someplace. Well, it says two men got up and left, and the other man that stayed there a little longer with Abraham, the Bible says, was the Almighty God, the Creator. The Almighty God, the Creator himself, was sitting under a tree having dinner with Abraham. That's what the Bible says. And then if you read in Genesis 1, the first and second chapter, when it talks about God created Adam and Eve, that's a whole subject we'll get into another time. That's going to take us 2 hours to get into that. But it's interesting, it says in the Bible that God walked with Adam in the cool of the evening. Well, the word walk with is a Hebrew word which is translated to mean the hearing leaves and branches being stepped on. It means when you hear somebody stepping behind you on branches or leaves, somebody's behind you. All right. And that's what the Hebrew word walking with God. So when it says God walked with Adam, well, the word means walking on leaves and bushes and branches so you can hear them. So what the Bible is saying is that there was somebody actually there in the garden walking with him. Well, that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, we look forward to getting into that chapter.
That's going to be on 90 minutes. I want to talk about that. Who actually? I'll give you a teaser on this. We're going to talk about this next time. God did not create man. There's no place in the Bible that says God created man, period. A very high-ranking rabbi many years ago, one of the leading rabbis in America, was my dear friend back in the 60s. And I remember him telling me, he said, nowhere in the Bible does it say God created man. Nowhere. So don't go, he said, I know Jews are talking about it and Christians will tell you God created man. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that. It doesn't say that at all. God did not create man. And I said, would you please explain that to me? He said, yeah, I'll be happy to. But I'm going to save that to the next time.
Excellent. We look forward to that
because in order to get into it, I'm going to have to explain to you what the words mean, what they meant in Hebrew, and why we know God did not create man. That's a whole subject for another time.
We'll definitely look forward to that one.
Yeah.
If you want to learn more about the topics we speak about on this program, you can find most of the books about these subjects on Amazon.com. Just bookmark our homepage, and when you need to buy something, I mean anything, go to our homepage, click on the Amazon link, shop, and Amazon supports us. Simple, and you will not be charged 1 penny more. We appreciate the support. Welcome back to the Jordan Maxwell Show. You can follow us on Facebook at Jordan Maxwell Show and follow us on Twitter at J Maxwell Show for any messages. And you can leave posts and messages as well. You can always find the latest shows on our website, but if you want to make sure you don't miss a show, you can subscribe to the Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes, and the show is always free. So please support the show at no cost to you by doing your online shopping at Amazon. Make sure you click through the Amazon link on our homepage. Today, we are honored to have Dr. Roger Lear in the studio.
Dr. Lear, it's a pleasure to have you with us this evening.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure of mine to be here with you, and I thank Jordan so much for inviting me to participate in the program.
Well, Dr. Roger Lear, spelled L-E-I-R, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, Dr. Roger Lear is world famous for being the implant doctor. Well, doctor who actually, in fact, takes implants, alien implants, out of humans. And that's an extraordinary story that scientists all over the world are saying, well, if there's anything to this alien UFO subject, we're scientists. We'd like to see some hard evidence. That is not true. That's a lie on the face of it, because there's so much evidence out there that government already knows and that scientists already know, but they're playing a game with the people, acting as if they've never heard any of this and it's all a bunch of nonsense. Well, Dr. Lear is one man who has been taking alien implants, little small metallic implants out of people's bodies, out of their arm or leg or foot. And it's an extraordinary story that these things are in your human body and you don't see them, you don't feel them. The body doesn't even know they're there, and yet they are beeping some kind of a frequency. It's an incredible story about how the aliens who are here are able to put within humans little metal detectors of some kind. Well, let doctor explain it. But they put it inside your body, connected to your nerve endings, and your body is the battery which runs these little electrical devices that's put into humans. And you don't even know they're there because the body doesn't see it. And there's no outside scar tissue showing that somebody has put something in your body. So it's an extraordinary story. It's about time somebody, scientific world, look at this, because it's there. So if you're interested in what aliens are doing with humans, well, here's one thing they're doing. They're putting alien implants into human people, and Dr. Lear is taking some of them out. So with that, I want to explain and welcome Dr. Lear, because I've known him for many years, and he's got lots and lots of stories, a lot of very important stories. But this particular subject we'll start off with: what is an alien implant, and how do people find them? How do people even know that they're in the body?
Well, Jordan, you summed up quite nicely what it is that I do. We've made some astounding new findings within the last few months that have shed new light on this. But in essence, they are objects, mainly metallic, wrapped with a biological coating, which becomes integrated with the tissue of the body, and then connects itself with a large amount of inappropriate nerve cells called proprioceptors. And these are in places where they're not normally found. Now, as a matter of fact, what they do, we're just beginning to scratch the surface and learn about how they function. Now, as you mentioned, we find some of these larger objects, and we've done 16 cases now and produced 17 objects. We have about 7 of them that if you lined up one right after the other, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. They look all the same. Now, the individuals that we do must conform to a set of strict criteria and protocols as to background. In other words, we just can't have someone come in and say, well, gee, I think I got something in my arm and I want it removed. Well, that doesn't work, because we do a thorough investigation of the individual. They have to have some kind of a conscious memory or experience that will verify the possibility that they have had contact with non-terrestrial beings. So we send them a package of forms. Once we receive conclusive evidence that there is an object there, and by conclusive evidence, I'm talking about an X-ray or a CAT scan. Once we receive that material, it's looked at by our radiologists, and we receive a report that tells us what kind of an object it is and where it's located. Now, we've formed a 501c3 nonprofit organization called A&S Research. No individual that we've operated on has any expenditure whatsoever. This is purely to gain scientific data, and there's no charges made to the patients, and even if they're covered by insurance, we don't use it. Most of our income comes from donations from the outside, and there's been some very kind individuals that have donated the money so far to make some good progressive results. So that's how we carry on. Once we're convinced that the object is there, we send them a package or a questionnaire which has a portion of it which can actually be graded, and we can tell what the percentage of possibility or probability is that they are involved. If it's a high percentage, then they become, at that time, a candidate for a possible surgical extraction. Then the next thing is it's up to them, because we advise abductees that if we do find an object and the object is there and it's verified, do they really want to know more? So they have to kind of search their soul, because they may have gone through 30, 40, 50 years of having it there, and perhaps taking it out might have some effect on them, both psychologically and physiologically, that might make them worse as far as life is concerned. So the ultimate decision is really up to the client.
Yeah, Dr. Leary, I have a couple quick questions. You mentioned in all cases that these devices, if you line them up, they all look the same. Are they about the size of a kernel of rice, or what's the size? And your data, are these a little microprocessing component of some sort?
Okay, being we jumped to that part, let me give you a little morphological description. They run about 6 to 10 millimeters in length and are about as thick as a pencil lead. And then, as I said, they are wrapped with a very shiny coating that you can't cut through with a surgical blade. Now, one of the objects that we looked at, we couldn't cut it with a pair of dikes. So we took it to a machine shop, and prior to the time they tried to cut it, they used a very fine, sharp file that can make a groove in any known metal. There was no groove made in this object. So they were stupefied, didn't know what to do. And at that point, we had to get into the inside of the object to see what it was. So again, it's kind of jumping ahead a little bit, because when we study these objects, we study them in a scientific manner. And that's usually from the outside in. So we find out as much as we can about the outside, and then you have to start sacrificing the object by cutting it and seeing what's on the inside. So we do all the testing, for example, electron microscopy. We do a number of other tests, which I won't get into because they're very scientific and technical, to try and find out as much as we can. Then we go on the inside and we look and see what it's made of. So the object that wouldn't cut, we actually had to take it to a laser laboratory. And when we told the technician what we had, he put the laser on automatic, and he said he virtually ran off into the corner because he didn't know what was going to happen. But the object was cut with the laser, and then when we looked under it with the high magnification through the electron microscope, we could even see the edges where it had been cut. So I guess the next question is, what do we find? Well, these are devices that represent an extremely advanced form of nanotechnology. About 7 or 8 years ago, science was arguing whether there could be the existence of carbon nanotubes. And most of them argued that there was none in nature, and that they were so complex that they couldn't even be built. But now we know there's none in nature, but they can be built. This is what we're just learning. So as the time goes by, the equipment for studying these things begins to change, because now carbon nanotechnology is in the hands of major industry. For example, they're talking about building a space tower. They are the strongest material known to man. So if we built a space tower that went a mile high, you could launch a rocket from there, and you would save a tremendous amount of money in fuel, because you're not defeating the gravity of the surface of the planet. Japan is working with these things to try and weave them into a fiber, and then they will make clothing out of them. So at the flip of a switch, a woman can be wearing a blue dress, a printed dress, a red dress, and it'll not only keep you warm in the winter, but it'll keep you cool in the summer. So this is technology which is going on now. So the machinery that we have, so to speak, scientifically to detect carbon nanotechnology is there. So when we look in these objects, and one was 46 years old, 46 years old, we're getting back to almost the 60 years of Roswell. We know that we couldn't have back developed anything, in that period of time. It would be impossible 46 years ago. That predates almost the black budget. But we find that when we look at these single or multiple walled carbon nanotubes, they've been put together into carbon nanostrands. And in other words, if you look at them through the electron microscope, you see they look like wiring. And then they put carbon nanostrands together in a woven pattern, and you get what's called a carbon nanobundle. So this is like a cable. Then we find structures, for example, which are called orthorhombic crystals. And these are rectangular crystals of varying size. And if I can take our audience back to the days where they probably don't remember the origin of radio, which we're on right now, we got our radio signals through a crystal set, which was a crystal and a copper coil and a battery and an earphone, and you actually got a radio program. But still, till this day, the best and the finest crystallographers on the face of the earth do not know what goes on inside a crystal to make it change or carry a frequency. So here we have carbon nanotechnology connected to crystals, and then we find other things. For example, we find gold balls, which we don't know what they do. We find ovoids of various metals. Now, we also very recently found an opening in one of these objects that is the size of one atom. And because of its size, we couldn't look down deep enough with the electron microscope to see what's in that aperture. The next telling thing is, what are the elements that are in these objects? We find what are called non-terrestrial isotopic ratios. And what is that? Sounds complex, but not really, because we know that if you want to make an atomic bomb, everybody knows what U-235 is. And that's uranium-235. 235 represents the number of neutrons and protons that are in the nucleus of that particular atom. But the uranium atom, when you mine it on Earth, has U-235, U-234, U-234, U-236, and so on. But there's a ratio of one to the other. If we mine, for example, uranium and it came from the moon, the element would be uranium, but the ratios of these isotopes would be different. So if we knew where it came from, we could say it's not only extraterrestrial, but it came from the moon. So that's how we look at some of the moon rocks and are able to tell they came from the moon. If we look at asteroid material or meteoric material that has come from Mars, we know now enough about the geological architecture of Mars to know that that particular meteorite came from Mars. So we can identify these things. So we see these things and objects that have been put together in a manufactured object, which has some specific purpose. Now, we also find what are called rare earths, like thallium and iridium. You don't find those just laying all over the earth. They're very rare, but we find that they're in these objects. So it's a manufactured object that uses this nanotechnology, which is the technology, electronic technology of the future, to develop electronics on the size of an atom or a multitude of atoms put together to do what they're trying to do now on a computer chip of silicon. the computer chip of silicone is like an elephant in comparison to the head of a pin, which you're talking about, in relative size of these objects. But they're able to do more than what the elephant can do in a different fashion. Now, we alluded to the fact that they operate with electrical forces, and until just recently, we figured that they're taking the energy, because we have neuroenergy in our body, and that's what's making the device function. But now we've introduced another theory, and I'll tell you how this came about, that perhaps, what we've learned so far, humankind has learned that energy can be transmitted. And we know that these are switchable objects because sometimes they're on and sometimes they're off. So what makes them go on? What makes them go off? We also know that they put out radio waves within certain megahertz and kilohertz frequencies in the FM band. And because I was able to obtain a rather hard to obtain, let's put it that way, chart, we know that these frequencies are used for fixed or mobile deep space communication. So now that's quite a conundrum if you think about it, because why would an advanced civilization be using an old-fashioned radio wave to communicate? Not possible. So that presents two possibilities. Either there's a deal that's been made between advanced civilizations and our civilization so that somebody can be piggybacking or listening to the data that's coming out. That's one possibility. The other is that these may be operating on what are called scalar wave frequencies. And we know that scalar waves travel faster than the speed of light. And scalar waves also, like the waves in our electromagnetic spectrum, have harmonics. So when we detect a radio wave coming out of one of these objects, it could be merely the harmonic of a scalar wave. And you say, well, who's working on scalar wave technology? I've never heard of anything like that. But I have found a place, a rather large institution, which I can't say who it is, but a very large company. And they have a scalar wave laboratory, and this is exactly what they're experimenting with now. And these devices that I'm talking about are communications and television and science that may be 1,000 years ahead of where we are now. Everything is considered by this company to be not only obsolete that we're using today, but antiquated is the word that they used.
Now, was when you've looked at these and dissect these, how many years ago was your first discovery of one of these pieces?
Well, that's a good question. The years fly by so fast. I started doing this as a challenge and as a joke. To prove that this was the most nonsensical thing that I've ever heard of in my life. I mean, I could conceive the fact that, we're certainly not the only ones in this vast universe, at least the universe we can see. I can also believe, because of the history of what we found on Earth and the work, for example, that Jordan Maxwell has done looking into ancient times, that this Earth has been visited over millions of years by advanced civilizations. But to see something flying in our skies and even admitting to the fact that could be somebody there driving it from an advanced civilization, to the fact that people are being abducted, which at that time really wasn't invoked because the organizations like MUFON and QFOS, they weren't accepting alien abduction as a reality. You go back to the Betty and Barney Hill case. I mean, that was one of the famous ones. And then Travis Walton case, 1975, and then finally Whitley Strieber, and then you got people involved like Dr. John Mack from Harvard University, and so there was some serious talk. But even to take that approach where you would accept the fact that humans were being abducted and then extend yourself out on the limb that somebody was putting objects in their bodies, which you could find no scar and no sign of, and sometimes no physiological pain, maybe some psychological pain, but it was absolutely absurd. So when someone showed me, X-rays of an object in a toe of a rather large size and said these are alien implants, I, honest to God, I turned around, laughed, and walked away. Then the individual I was with coaxed me to come back. And I said, well, we do foot surgery all the time, and we put in metal objects for stabilization of bone, repair of fractures, and so on. This person probably had a surgery, and something was left over. Well, he said, well, no, as far as I know, she never had a surgery done. And I said, well, can you prove it? And so he reached into a bag, like a pilot's bag, and pulled out a whole set of medical records and said, here, and hands them to me. He says, you want to go through the medical records? Because these are complete records since childhood. And I said, well, I can't do it now. If you let me take them to my room, I'll go through them. So I did. There was nothing there but about any surgery. So I went back the next day and I said, well, if you think these are so unusual, why don't you just take them out and see what they are? And he said, well, she would probably like to have that done, but she doesn't have any medical insurance and she doesn't have any money. And I said, well, where does she live? And he says, in Texas. And so, like an idiot, but I figured, well, I'll have some fun. I said, I'll tell you what, you get her to California and I'll do the surgery free. No cost. And within the next 2 weeks, he came up with another case of a gentleman who had a like object in the back of the hand. So I got a general surgeon, and the general surgeon and myself in 1995 did these first two surgeries. And right from the beginning, we were able to see some things that were rather unusual and shocking. And so I felt a little less like this was a joke, but still not a believer.
Now, have you tried to reverse engineer any of this technology where it could be applicable to some of the up-and-coming advances in computers, medicine, things like that?
Well, the answer is no, because in order to reverse engineer something, you have to understand how it works in the first place. So that's the stage that we're in now. However, we find that there is a stage of metallurgy that doesn't exist on the Earth. Now, we don't know how they do it. But if you look at the development of the organic casing, the exterior casing of the material is organic material, there is a phase in which the inorganic metal becomes organic.
Almost like becoming a living cell.
Right. You start with something that's inorganic, totally, again, on a nanotechnological level, and something occurs, some reaction occurs, and this actually becomes living tissue, which melds with the body, and there's no inflammatory or rejection reaction, so you don't know that it's there. But there are most of the individuals that we've operated on have had some conscious memories, as I said, not only of abduction scenario or long-standing observations of UFOs, but they have also some memories of something being put in. And some of them can sort of half describe the instrumentation that's used to put it in. In the beginning, we did not allow anyone to undergo regressive hypnosis. And the main reason for that is that we just didn't want the criticism that we're putting ideas in somebody's head.
Correct.
But now, after a while, once the surgery is done, if they want to undergo hypnosis, we use a very fine person that's been educated by Bud Hopkins, one of the most famous people in the world here in California. Her name is Yvonne Smith, and she's done a number of these cases and regressed them. And then we get the full memory of not only what the mechanics of putting the objects in, what the instruments look like, but the whole procedure is how it was done. And then we get peripheral information too, what the ship looks like, what the room looks like they were in. We did one of these on a retired, quote unquote, a naval military intelligence officer. And he blamed the Navy for having this object in his body. He weighed 200 and some odd pounds, showed us photos and data when he joined the Navy Military Intelligence Corps. And when he was discharged, he weighed 98 pounds. And so it was detrimental to his health. So we took the object out, and almost immediately he began to regain his health. And then out of the blue, about 6 months later, I got a call from him, and he said, I want to thank you for removing the object, but I have to confess that I told you a lie. And I said, what was that? And he said, I'm not retired.
Well, usually in those scenarios, you're never retired.
No. And we can give good examples of that.
There's a local gal here in the Pacific Palisades claims to have been abducted and has been implanted. In fact, there's one of the history or one of the different Discovery channels. She's given interviews. Good-looking blonde lady who feels years ago she was abducted and conveys that she has one of these chips in her. She feels like she's never been the same since then.
Well, my advice to anyone that may be listening, if they think that they might be involved in the abduction program, or if they've had a prolonged sighting of a UFO, David Jacobs, known psychologist at Temple University, says as far as he's concerned, anyone that's had a prolonged sighting of a UFO could be an abductee. So if that's happened, or they have any memories or nightmares, or seeing individuals come into the room at night or during the day, and they're interested, number one, to get just a plain, simple x-ray done. And that's easy to do because you can go to your local friendly chiropractor. Most of them all have 300 milliamp machines. You tell them, look, I was, around some construction. I think I might have gotten something in my leg. Could you take an x-ray? And for a small amount of money, they'll take the x-ray. And once the x-ray has been taken, then get in touch with me. And they can get in touch with me through my website, which is Alien Scalpel, SCALPEL.com. Alienscalpel.com tells you how to get in touch with me. And then we have them send the x-rays. We, as I stated, send them to our radiologist, and away we go.
But doctor, what are these objects for?
Well, I'm glad you asked that, Jordan, because we're coming to some new conclusions. If they're putting out some kind of a signal, it's most likely data. Now, if you remember, during our own space program, John Glenn, before going into space, complained that he had to swallow implants because Mission Control needed the physiological data. So they were sending back physiological data. If we look at the alien abduction program worldwide, and it is a worldwide program. I've been in 42 countries in 7 years, and it's no different in Africa than it is in the Middle East or the UK or Canada or South America. The scenario is about the same. And most of it involves the taking of ova and sperm. Now, these guys are not taking ova and sperm because they're on the cooking channel making omelets. So what do you do when you take ova and sperm? You're involved in some kind of a genetic experiment. So we've come up to the theory that the human civilization, as it is being genetically manipulated into a much more advanced, much more conscious type of entity. And you can see that in the children. If anybody is listening has children or grandchildren, talk to them.
It's amazing. And if you go back in time, look at Cro-Magnon man and the evolution of humans over the centuries.
Yeah, I think this is probably not the first time it's done. Often I cite the biblical story of the Tower of Babel, and I've discussed this with Jordan. You build this tower to make yourself high, to get into space, so to speak. And of course, according to the Bible, it's because they want to get closer to God. Mm-hmm. But in discussing that with people like L.A. Marzulli, pointed out to me, maybe that wasn't the case. Maybe they were trying to get, higher in space, and didn't have the knowledge to do it. So maybe that's what the tower was all about, because maybe there was things flying around and they wanted to, get up there. Mm-hmm. So the punishment by God was to confuse their language. So if you look at the opposing aspect of it, if the language was confused because they built the Tower of Babel by punishment of God, then that only leads you to the conclusion that prior to the time of the Tower of Babel, everybody communicated with each other. Well, how did they communicate with each other? Perhaps they communicated telepathically, and since there's no timeline in the ancient literature, there's never any timeline. Maybe they came back, genetically manipulated us again, so the only way we could communicate was vocally. And they might have done the same thing with our mental abilities to read, telepathic communication. Now, just the other day, we had a discussion at Just Cause Studios, the media group there, and one of the gentlemen was saying, well, look, we don't have any idea how horrible it would be to be part of a society in which you had all these thoughts coming into your head and you'd be reading everybody's mind all at the same time. Well, the thought of that is stupid. It's ridiculous, because if you have the ability to mentally communicate with one or two people, what makes anybody think that there's not a switch that can shut it off? So if you look at the book, for example, Evolution's End by Joseph Chilton Pearce, and he talks about idiot savants. These are people that can't feed themselves, they can't dress themselves, they can't live by themselves, they have to do everything. Yet one can sit down at a piano and play the most meticulous music, but if you don't turn the page, he'll just play the same thing over again. Another one he cites takes wood and carves automobiles out of wood from every country, from every car that's ever been made. Now, how does he know that? Well, Joseph Chilton Pearce says it's because there's a switch, like a dip switch used for your garage door opener or whatever. And that switch has been left open. It's not closed. So perhaps in races that are innately telepathic, they have those switches. If you don't want to read if I don't want you to read my mind, I just shut it off. So to make statements that, it's all a hive mind and you can't shut anything off is ridiculous. But there are a lot of ridiculous statements out there. And I always like to warn people, if anyone says that they have all the answers for any part of this subject, put one finger in each ear and run as fast as you can.
One quote that says, always trust the one who's looking for truth. Don't ever trust the one who's found it.
So true.
So true.
The Sumerians were talking about the alien gods who came down and messed with us. The ancient peoples in the Middle East and Egypt, and especially India, northern India, up in Tibet, they talk about the aliens who came here from other worlds who were messing with our DNA and recreating creatures. And so this is a subject's been around for thousands and thousands of years. And it's got a lot of baggage with it that people don't know. They've never been told this stuff. And that's why I think it's so important, especially for now. It's about time we start looking at the fact that we're not on this earth by ourselves. There's so many things I'd like to bring out. I know Dr. Lear has to go soon. I've got a couple of quick questions I wanted to ask the doctor, but it's a fascinating story about how there is, in fact, alien life forms here that are interfacing with humans, and government does not want us to know. And little by little, it's coming out when people like Steven Spielberg are making movies like Close Encounters and E.T. And there's, God knows, there's all kinds of movies coming out of Hollywood about extraterrestrial interfacing with humans. So it's a big story, but it's going to come out one day soon. And when it does, it's going to be really frightening to people who have not thought much about this, that we are not alone in the universe. And I want to thank you for listening, and we'll be back and we'll talk then. Roger Lear. Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
You can purchase most of Dr. Lear's books for the Kindle, which is a great way to listen to the show as well. So if you want to buy a Kindle, click on the Kindle link on our homepage. We appreciate the support. We appreciate the support. Welcome back to the Jordan Maxwell Show. You can follow us on Facebook at Jordan Maxwell Show and follow us on Twitter at J Maxwell Show for any messages. And you can leave posts and messages as well. You can always find the latest shows on our website. But if you want to make sure you don't miss a show, you can subscribe to the Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes. And the show is always free. So please support the show at no cost to you by doing your online shopping at Amazon. Make sure you click through the Amazon link on our homepage.
And welcome back to the Jordan Maxwell Show. We have the great presence of Dr. Lear, a longtime close friend of Jordan Maxwell's. And Jordan, I'd love you to take over here.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, it's a fascinating story about the life of Dr. Roger Lear. Roger's been a friend of mine for many years, and we've shared a lot of interesting stories. But some of the stuff that he has been privy to experience and be there, having 47 countries he's traveled to and seen a lot of interesting things going on in the field of extraterrestrial interfacing with humans. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about what you've seen in South America, because some of those stories are truly off the wall. So that one doctor that you went to visit down, and what was it? The one that
the orthopedic surgeon.
Yeah.
Yes, this was a case that happened in 1996, which is not that long ago, in a small town of about 130,000 people in Brazil, in the state of Minas Gerais. Minas Gerais is a very unusual state because it's a mixture of agriculture and mining. Most of the precious gems that come from this area, the area geographically is an area that receives almost no rain. However, the more southern part of the state receives a lot of rain, so agriculture flourishes. Varginha was the city where there was a crash of a non-terrestrial vehicle in January of 1996. Was this broadcast around the world? Did we hear about it in the United States? Yes, it was made public knowledge around the world, but in the United States, we were only able to find one article which appeared on the front page of the Wall Street Journal entitled "Stinky Aliens Land in Brazil." And it was kind of a tongue-in-cheek article on the first page, but it was continued on one of the back pages, and they told most of the true story. So those that read it in the Wall Street Journal knew about it, but it would never made the news. But it went all over Brazil. There was a great similarity between Roswell and the Varginha case. The cases had some things that kind of drew them together. In other words, the population of both towns knew what was happening. But what happened in Brazil is a slightly different situation because their civil war ended in 1956. So the people of Brazil are totally different than a country which hasn't had a civil war in God knows how many years. So they were used to a bunch of jackbooted thugs. So when they came around and told them to shut up, they gave them the finger, so to speak. Mm-hmm. So there was a lot of witnesses, both military and civilian witnesses that came forth. Well, the beings, there was more emphasis placed on the beings than there was the craft that crashed. And the craft that crashed, the largest piece of it was about the size of a bus. And a crane was used to pick it up on a military truck. That was the Army. So the Army, the fire department, which is a military unit in Brazil, were involved, and the military police, which is a separate unit of the military, was involved. So those were the three branches of the military service. Now, what's interesting about this case is that the Brazilian Space Agency was contacted by NORAD, and NORAD informed the Brazilian Space Agency that this thing was coming down, gave them the coordinates and the time. So when this thing actually came around, it flew around. It had the ability to fly around for a while. So a farmer in a truck watched the stuff going on, and he said there was a piece that was missing out of it from the back end, the rear end, the aft end, whatever you want to call it, and it was trailing a vapor or smoke before it finally crashed into this empty field. So the Brazilian army was there almost immediately, and he was told to move. Well, like any good Brazilian, he moved. He just moved around the corner and he watched the whole operation.
Yeah.
So later that day, 3 young girls saw an entity that was kneeling by a brick wall. And these 3 girls were not in parallel. There was one behind the other. They were coming home from work. And the first one that saw it looked at it, and it was brown in color, oily skin, had 3 protuberances on top of the head that went from the front to the back, red eyes. And she looked at it and she said she thought she saw the devil and took off running. And the second girl looked at it again and she got a better look at the entity. She was frightened too, but not quite as frightened as the first one. She turned around and followed the first girl. The third girl stayed for a little bit longer until the entity turned its head around and looked at her directly in the eyes. And when I interviewed her, she said she knew that this wasn't an animal. They see a lot of wild animals in some of the areas of Brazil, and that there was an intelligent being, and that's what she told me. But some hours later, only about a block and a half away, 2 young military police officers in a very small Jeep-like vehicle saw what we know now is the same entity trying to cross a street. So a young 25-year-old, healthy, epitome of health, military police officer, young, got out of the vehicle. His name was Marco Eli Scherezi, and he slowly went over to the being, and it made a buzzing sound. And he put his arm around the being. He could see that it was injured. And he guided that being with him back into the vehicle and put him on his lap. No gloves, no protective material, no shield, no nothing. And so they took him to, in Brazil, what's like a first aid station in the United States. And they said, what in the world are you bringing me? We don't even have the capability of normally treating a human being, and you're bringing me this thing. We don't even know what it is. Get him the hell out of here. So they took him out, and they took him to a hospital, which was Hospital Regional, which was in town. Well, Hospital Regional happened to be a hospital that the military base, which was only about 30 miles away, used when they had accidents. So it was not unusual to see military personnel in this hospital. They cordoned off the surgery area and the maternity area. There was an orthopedic surgeon that was on the staff. He was asked by the military to come with them. And they took him back into the surgery area. They told him that it was going to be necessary for him to treat this entity. They didn't tell him anything about it, what it was or whatever. They had him scrub, gown, and so on. He walked in the surgery room. The entity was laying on the table covered with a drape sheet. It was small, so he thought, oh my God, there's a child that's been injured on the base. So he went over to the view screen and looked at the x-rays that they had up on the view screen and saw that the bone had little holes in the bone. They're called lacunae. And this, we know, makes tremendous strength in the bone. And so he thought, my God, here's a child with, advanced osteoporosis because it has holes in the bone. So then he walked over to the patient, pulled back the drape sheet and said, oh my God, this is not a human being. This is not a child, and he had a fractured leg. So he was told not to come out of the room unless they repaired the fracture on this alien being.
So the military guys were actually helping this alien being and telling the doctor, fix the leg.
Fix the leg and don't come out of the room until it's fixed. We're not telling you what to do or how to do it. Just do it. So he went ahead and did it. And I had an interview with him and he told me all the intricacies. He didn't even know what to use for an anesthetic because he didn't know whether he was going to feel pain or what it was going to do. So he went ahead and gave him a local anesthetic because he was afraid to put him out with a general. Could have killed him. So he went ahead, and when you repair a fracture, the first thing you do is to reapproximate the bone. You take the two broken ends of the bone, and what you try and do is you get them together as close as you can. Put the ends together, and then you figure out a way how to stabilize that fracture site with a pin or a screw or a plate or any combination thereof. So he was thinking about what to do. So he went back in after a few minutes, and he tried to separate the bone, and they wouldn't separate. It had already started to heal. And so he didn't put any fixation in whatsoever. He just kind of sewed the tissues together and closed the wound. And then he told me that the wound was totally healed within 24 hours, as was the fracture. And I said, did you have any communication with this being whatsoever? And he says, no verbal communication, but, and this required a bit of coaxing, he said it downloaded what he called thought grams into his head, like somebody hitting him over the head with a rubber hammer. In fact, he had migraine headaches that lasted for 2 to 3 weeks. So I said, can you tell me what, one of these thought grams was? And he said, I'm just going to tell you 2 small things. He says, number one, he says, they felt sorry for the humankind. And they said, well, why do they feel sorry for human beings? And he said, one of the reasons is that we could do everything that they could do, but we didn't know how to do it. For example, it would not be necessary for wherever he came from to have a specialized entity or a facility to cure the physical problems of his body, that they'd either do it individually or join and produce any cure of any disease that might have happened to their body. And the other reason, which was quite prophetic, that he said he felt sorry for the human race because the human race was entirely detached from its spiritual self. And with that, the doctor was allowed to leave the operating room. He told me a lot of things about the blood and bone and so on. I wrote a book on it in English. There's been 2 books written, one in Portuguese and one in English, also one in French. But
what's the book's name?
The book's called UFO Crash in Brazil. Very simple title for the book. It's available everywhere, Amazon.com or wherever, any major bookstore. But the interesting thing is that the following day, the military took them with a military escort out of that hospital. And because the hospital situation in Brazil is located in a residential area, the people who lived across the street were observing what was going on. And they put the entity into a truck. And almost immediately, they took them down the street to a larger hospital called Hospital Humanitas. And in 24 hours, the following morning, 3 trucks pulled up that were rigged with canvas rigging. They pulled back the canvas rigging and they loaded on 3 childlike coffins or boxes. And then each truck took off in a different direction. But we know that the body of at least one of the entities they captured undergone a pathological autopsy by the very famous German doctor who identified the bones of Mengele in Brazil. And he had discussed this with 1 or 2 students, but he said he will never, as long as he lives, ever give out any information on the subject. All the material, the bodies, or whatever was alive, was being taken from Varginha in a C-5 aircraft to Sao Paulo, transferred to another U.S. military Air Force aircraft, and flown back to the United States.
And what year again was this?
1996.
Unbelievable. And the fact, the first alien that fixed his leg, did he live? What happened to that alien?
No, he was deceased. He left the hospital deceased. Nobody knows why. The nurses that were interviewed said that when he entered the hospital, he seemed to be in good condition. The doctor that I interviewed, the orthopedic surgeon, said he left the hospital in satisfactory medical condition with all vital signs present. And that's a legal terminology, whether it's in Brazil or what part of the world. And you don't need to speak Portuguese to discuss medical things. And that's one reason I was able to understand more than the interpreter was able to tell me. But since that point, and I don't want to go too much into the story, but since that time, there's been a lot of changes that have occurred. And we went back and interviewed him a year later, and he denied everything. He said, and he had a pen in his hand, and he began to twist it feverishly and became more agitated. And he said, he looked at the interpreter, he talked to the interpreter, but all the time he was looking at me. And he said, I'd like to tell the doctor more about the blood and the bone and the brain and other things about them, but it never happened. It never existed. It was a rumor. No such thing happened. Then just recently, within the last 8 months, we found out that the two investigators who were the chief investigators of this case, one was an attorney, a plaintiff's attorney, a defense attorney for a large industry by the name of Ubajar Rodriguez, who was one of the original investigators on the case, had a room that was twice as big as this, with filing cabinets, one after the other, with testimony of military, civilian witnesses, drawings, pictures, everything. He came out and said the case never happened. It was all a bunch of rumors. It did not exist. The second investigator, who was really the first investigator on the case, because when it happened, it was on a weekend, and Ubajar Rodriguez was out of town. The first investigator was a well-known researcher in Brazil by the name of Vittorio Paccaccini. Vittorio Paccaccini, 3 to 4 months ago, disappeared. We don't know where he is. His family doesn't know where he is. He's gone. And the people in the city of Varginha, instead of being more terrified, are beginning to scream and shout, we are not liars. We know what we saw. And now more witnesses are coming forth because now they've retired from the military and more civilian witnesses are coming forth. So something I predict within the next 6 months is really going to explode out of Varginha again. Now, A.J. Javard, who is one of the leading researchers in ufology in Brazil, during this same period of time, was summoned to Brasilia, and the Air Force released 2,000 documents of classified material having to do with UFOs. And part of those documents was a big surprise because the Brazilian Air Force was also surveying Varginha because of the high amount of UFO activity that was over that area.
Oh, and there's a lot more to Dr. Lear than meets the eye. But would you be up to talk about that doctor that had the museum?
Oh, you're talking about the Ica stones in Peru.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very interesting experience, Jordan, because in Peru, almost anywhere you can buy these small little stones in which carvers had made, various carvings, and they're selling them as what are called the Ica stones. Now, the city is Ica, Peru, and it's a small town. But there was an amateur archaeologist who was also a physician there, and his son was training to be an archaeologist, and they were out one day in a stream bed, and he noticed a dry stream bed, and he noticed that in one area the sand was pouring through like a funnel into the ground. So they found that quite interesting. So they started an excavation site, and below the stream bed was a series of tunnels. And they finally got into these tunnels, and they found 11,000 stones of varying size, some of them maybe as big as a walnut, to some of them as big as this room. And all the stones had depictions on them. They were a magnetite type of stone, but they were covered with a mortar. And then a picture was depressed into the mortar. And these pictures showed a civilization that was living with dinosaurs, in which they had modern technology that they were using. For example, telescopes looking at the stars, surgeries that were going on, C-sections with individual patients that had look like sticks or rods going in through the nose for anesthesia, and numerous other things. They had children who were playing with the small type of dinosaurs that we haven't seen yet, have never been found, using them as pets. But some of the other dinosaurs, like Tyrannosaurus and things that we know, were also there. So they had these stones looked at the University of Lima, and they dated them back to 1 million years ago. And there was some discussion about the accuracy of that find. So they sent some replicas of these stones, actual stones, to Bonn, Germany. And the University of Bonn, Germany, dated them back to between 1 and 3 million years ago. So here was a civilization, highly advanced civilization, millions of years ago, that were there. So as Jordan knows much better than I do, if we look at the history of this planet, we see over and over and over again telltale remnants where advanced civilizations have been here and gone. And if we look at some of the conundrums that we find, for example, the Incas, where are the bones of the Incas? Where are the bones of the Maya? Where are the bones of the Aztecs? We know where the bones of the American Indians are. And I've been to Guatemala, spent two weeks in the jungle at Tikal. And when you talk to some of the Indians there, they say they are the Maya, but they're not the Maya. There's no bones. There's nothing left. So where did these civilizations go? Yet in the stream beds of Peru, there are skulls laying around like rocks. And some of these skulls are skulls in which the cephalic portion or the top of the head have been elongated. And it's not cradle boarding, because we saw the instruments that they use for cradle boarding, they don't fit these skulls. Yet there's lots of them. We found other skulls that we call mushroom heads, where the head is squashed down and the eye sockets are deeper. We just recently saw, and I have photos of another skull that was found. We have two bones in our skull on the sides. They're called parietal bones, and they come together with a suture or a line where they connect. This skull had only one parietal bone and weighed more than the other skulls, even the ones with the elongated heads. And as Jordan pointed out, through various historical findings and dress and so on, I think wasn't it the dress of the palace in the UK, in which the palace guards
absolutely palace guards.
Yeah, what kind of headdress were they wearing?
The same identical shape heads that the palace guards in the UK have is the same identical heads of these ancient alien skulls, and but one of them actually had some hair on the skull that was found in South America, and it was black hair. Well, when you see the headdress of these guards in England,
like a Buckingham Palace
right,
guarding
exactly.
the palace for the Queen.
Precisely. Mm-hmm. That's that I saw immediately. Why are those guards wearing those strange headdresses, those large? Well, because they're elongated heads, and we now know that there were alien life forms or some other kind of life forms that are not human that had those kind of heads, long, elongated heads. And to tell me that you smash a baby's head and it grows that way, no, there is not enough mass in the bone of the child's head to make that much mass. I mean, there's just too much mass in that skull.
I've seen photos of them. The photos of those skulls, I've seen images of them.
We've looked at the instruments that they use for cradle boarding, and they don't fit these heads at all.
That's right.
Yep.
So another little tip that nobody knows about yet, except me and two other people. I just got a sample of the hair from one of these elongated heads.
Really?
It's a black hair.
Oh, really?
And we're just turned it over to Steve, our head scientist, and we're going to look, first of all, to see what the color is made of, whether they dyed the hair black, whether it's naturally black, whether it's in the medullary canal, or whether it's in the lamella of the hair itself. Then we have another specimen coming that's got the hair bulbs from the head. So we can go ahead, and now with modern DNA techniques, we can actually look at the DNA
and match it if human or non-human, or
human or non-human, or maybe both characteristics. We can find human and non-human.
So all of this we're talking about is the mere fact that there is alien life forms on this earth that have been here for millions of years. They're here right now. There's no doubt about that. They're here right now among us. We have just been, we've been led astray by our governments and religions who tell us there's nothing to it, so don't worry about it. That's what my dad used to tell me. You know, if I saw something going on in the house, he says, none of your business, don't worry about it, it's not important. Now I look back on that and I say, no, he didn't want me to know what was going on.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I think maybe in closing remarks, I think we all agree, Jordan and I definitely agree, that there is some, whatever you want to call it, non-terrestrial influence, some intelligence, or whatever it is, that not only runs the function of this planet, but perhaps the solar system and maybe a portion of the universe, or maybe the whole shebang. Mm-hmm. Now, I recently learned that I'm pretty sure it was Lawrence Livermore Laboratory removed all the particles from the nucleus of an atom. And when they looked in, do you know what they saw? An infinite amount of geometric patterns.
Possibilities as well.
So are we a matrix? Do we exist only because we exist in the mind of another intelligence? Ponder that one.
That's fascinating.
Do you want to talk about the crabs that were found, those two little crabs, or do you want to talk about that another time?
I think we should talk about it another time. There's been two little tiny aliens, though, that have been found that are only about 6 inches long.
Oh, yes. I heard about that.
Yeah,
yes.
And that work is going on now, and they don't know what they are, but they are bona fide organic tissue. And last I heard, the estimated age was perhaps 6 weeks old. But they are only about 6 inches long, and they're doing DNA testing as we speak.
That's fascinating. Also, I'd love to have you, at our next visit, or whenever you have a chance, to share that story we discussed at lunch over the French archaeologist.
Oh, yes. That's one of the most interesting stories there is, and there's quite a relationship between what we heard from that archaeologist and the subject that we're just talking about. But again, there's some control, and the things that are going on Earth today. If someone is highly advanced and can travel into the future, or can travel into the past, or control the future and the past, I mean, you got to admit that we're all under certain control. All you got to do is look around today and put that together with the children that we've been talking about, the abduction phenomena, the things that are happening in the world today, generated by individuals that are less than 35 years of age, using the electronic power that we have in the internet, the things that are going on with the military in Red China, the hacking, all the other stuff that's going on, what people, the average person, is finding out about the world banking system, which Jordan is an authority on. The average person now is asking questions. They're looking on the internet, they're listening to shows such as this one, and they're listening all over the world. So, this is an awakening process. And the world is in a state of flux and change, but is there still control from the outside.
Oh, you can bet on it.
Absolutely.
Maybe, like everything we know scientifically, and I come from a scientific background, everything we know about the universe is in balance. So if everything is in balance, even on the theological aspect of it, there's the light and then there's the dark. You can't tell which one came first, but those are forces of good and evil. Perhaps we've been in a situation in which the dark forces have been running the show for X period of time, and maybe there's even a war going on as we speak at this moment, which may allow the forces of light to completely change the earth and mankind back into what Jordan describes as the paradise, which was described
Eden.
In the early.
Because whoever it was that created us, the gods who created us, whoever created us, obviously had a reason and had a motive. And now to see their family that they created, to see your children, your offspring, or whoever it was, you're seeing your family being desecrated, being destroyed with the chemtrails and murder and violence and drugging, and someone's trying to destroy the whole human race and keep everyone fighting and murdering each other. So whoever created us has got a part in this to watch what's going on here, to what they have created. And I would be a bit surprised if they're going to make a move on this earth to protect their creation. What they have created, they're watching right now that creation being destroyed. And so I think it's an idea as time has come to talk about these ideas that we are the product of a higher civilization, of a higher, whatever we call God. And I think that something is going to happen soon on the earth to show us that we are not alone in this universe. I want to thank you, Dr. Lear, for being here with us. And there's a lot more we could talk about later. But I want to thank you because it's an extraordinary subject of how humans are having implants put in them. And it's people like Dr. Lear who's taking them out and finding out that they are electrically, that they have a reason for being put in the body, and somebody highly intelligent is able to put it into the body and the body won't see it. So what a hell of a story it is.
Yeah, Dr. Lear, it has been a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time.
For being here.
Yeah, God bless.
Thank you for inviting me, and it's a pleasure being here and participating in the show. And if we get calls, I'll be very excited.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to you coming back too.
Okay.
I want to share that story at lunch.
Okay.
And we'll promote your website on our website. We're going to promote your website and your books and where to get them and all of that. Dr. Roger Lear, Leir. Go on the web, check him out. A lot of material on there for Roger Lear. Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
So this is pretty much the end of the show. So, but before we go, I'll leave you with this. Chris Carter, the producer of X-Files. Interesting stories about Chris Carter.
Well, you know him, don't you?
No, I don't know him, but I know people who do know him very well. But anyway, Chris Carter, his birthday is 10/13, the month of 10, 13th of the month. What would that be? October 13th is his birthday. If you get the music track from X-Files, at the end of the last song, I bought it and I was writing and I was working in my office. So I was just listening to all the different cuts on the album. And when it gets to the very last song, normally your player, your stereo will shut off automatically. But if in the studio, when it was originally being laid down, the music was originally being laid down, if the studio does not shut the key off, it continues to be a live feed, but there's nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a live feed, but you don't know it because the last song has gone off. So you think the stereo shut off. It didn't shut off. There's still a live feed and it's going somewhere. And so if you look on the counter, on your little counter on your computer, wait till it hits 10/13.
His birthday.
And when it hits 10/13, I was working and I had forgotten all about the music was off and I forgot all about it. All of a sudden, bam, it comes on. It scared me to death. I was not expecting it. all of a sudden comes on this guy talking about aliens, underground bases, and it was scary. And it comes on at exactly 10:13, Chris Carter's birthday. And he put that in there knowing nobody's ever going to
listen to this.
Nobody's ever going to hear this. But if they do, it's going to scare them out of their pants. And I'm telling you, it's really scary listening to this, because what's being said, Chris Carter obviously knew something he wasn't supposed to know, and he put it in this recording. So you get the music from X-Files and run it through to the last song. At the end of the last song, fast forward till you get to the 10, and then stop at 10 and let it play from 10 on, because of 10-2, 10-3, 10-4, 10-5, and when it hits 10-13, listen what comes on. And listen to the words that this guy is telling you, because I'm telling you, he's telling you the exact truth about the aliens, the U.S. government, and what they're really doing. And Chris Carter slipped it in a way that you would never even know it was there, unless you, like me, you didn't turn your recorder off. You thought it automatically went off, but it didn't. So tonight, I want to leave you with what Chris Carter did at the number of 1013, which is birthday. I want you to hear what was on there that you never heard before. So maybe we can roll that.
The method, as they call it, though it was more so a germline procedure of singular metascientific complexity, had been given to them by the alien colonists as a quid pro quo. The syndicate would help them to create a population of alien hybrids who would hide in plain sight, cloned from human ova and alien biomaterial. So there would be a clone race immune to the effects of the black oil when the return to the planet began. For this, the syndicate would be sequestered, granted a sort of immunity or asylum, given a place in the grander scheme. They were the Vichy government to the German final solution, collaborationists whose motivation was simple, self-directed survival. These cloning operations were spread across the country, the cataloging and record-keeping done through a complex intra-institutional system that connected to every branch of government, from the Social Security Administration to the Department of Defense. The operation, under the working title Purity Control, had been launched in 1948, its original conception the brainchild of German scientists given immunity themselves from war crimes, and allowed to continue the eugenic experiments that were Hitler's dark legacy. The syndicate had begun as a subset of a shadow intelligence agency whose original orders were to create plausible denial and an effective cover-up of purity control. But through 50 years, numerous U.S. and UN administrations, the principles began to wrest control, accumulating power and influence across international borders. Such that by 1990, the operation ceased to have a member accountable to any one government, and whose only orders would be taken from a man named Struckold, a German industrialist who had fled his homeland to northern Africa. These men, whose knowledge and access provided control of a foreseeable future, had in spite of this everything to lose. Their secret work, the cloning preparations and the cataloging, constituted their greatest vulnerability: exposure. Their detection would ensure not just their own demise, but a far-reaching dissolution of social and religious order around the globe. To protect against this, the syndicate employed methods of disinformation, using covert government programs that had been regrettably discovered as a kind of smokescreen. A dodge or blind where the transgressions of Congress accountable agencies served to hide their own more odious undertaking. They had even at times used the UFO phenomenon to create an hysteria that science and the intelligentsia denounced so completely as to make belief and believers seem ridiculous and completely discreditable. They had also, in a crisis, used a tool of the colonists themselves, alien bounty hunters who policed the cloning operations and enforced rule on the countdown to colonization. A double-edged sword whose cold-blooded tactics could help to stem a leak or a threat, but who also kept a watch on the syndicate. A threat in itself, as the syndicate had something to hide that not even the colonists knew of: a vaccine against the black oil, an inoculant against the substance in which the alien life force was held. In fact, the very medium of the life force itself. To guard this secret was perhaps even more critical than the truth of the existence of alien life and of colonization. the syndicate's own secret vaccine were discovered, a vaccine that would make themselves immune from the effects of the black oil, they would certainly be destroyed and the timetable for colonization stepped up. They would protect this secret with their lives. They would kill to protect it, as it symbolized the only hope they had of avoiding enslavement when the planet was overtaken. That they had been able to, over decades, conduct their work on the vaccine undetected was a result of a code among the syndicate members that put honor and the future above personal politics. But now this code was beginning to break down, an incipient scramble for power beginning to develop, a threat from within that doubled the threat from without.
So this is Chris Carter's project of explaining to the world what's really going on behind the scenes, but with our government and the aliens and the Illuminati, the bastards of this world who run this world, who they are and what they're doing and how this stuff is really working, how this stuff really works. The Illuminati's connection to the extraterrestrial knowledge, wisdom, and understanding and technology in relation to their extraterrestrial, their control over our government, over our lives, and how they are playing us for fools, and how the government has no opportunity to do anything. They must go along with it because it's a superior race, a superior civilization that is over us, and we know we can't defeat them. So you better sue for peace and just go along with what they want, because they are superior, and you know it and I know it. What politicians and what corporations are being run by the Russian mafia in America? What corporations are owned by and run by the Chinese mafia, the Tong Society? You start looking into the mafia, the underworld, La Cosa Nostra, to the Middle Eastern assassins, Knights Templars, you're going to really find some stuff there you don't want to know about. And good night, Jordan Maxwell.
You can purchase most of Dr. Lear's books for the Kindle, which is a great way to listen to the show as well. So if you want to buy a Kindle, click on the Kindle link on our homepage. We appreciate the support. Welcome back to the Jordan Maxwell Show. You can follow us on Facebook at Jordan Maxwell Show and follow us on Twitter at J Maxwell Show for any messages. And you can leave posts and messages as well. You can always find the latest shows on our website. You can subscribe to the Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes, and the show is always free. So please support the show at no cost to you by doing your online shopping at Amazon. Make sure you click through the Amazon link on our homepage.
Talking about paranormal experiences here.
It reminds me of a story of Jerry Gross. At one time, many years ago, Jerry Gross, spelled Gross, Jerry Gross, was a very interesting man. He had the ability to go out of body at will. He could go quickly into a trance and leave his body. And he was taught by the military and by the airline industry, taught him how a plane operates, how all the different planes operate, and what and the normal problems that an airplane would have in the air. They taught him what to look for. Now, if it's a B-29, here's what you'll look for, and here are the problems. And if it's a B-52, here's what the problems could be. And so they told him what to look for if an airplane was in trouble in the air. And so what they would do is, if they get a phone call from a plane that's in the air that's having problems, emergency, they would call him immediately. He was in, I think, Wisconsin. I think it was Wisconsin he lived, Jerry Gross. And you could go on the web and look up his name. And what he would do is he would right then and there, while on the phone with the federal authorities, telling them that there's a plane over China that, and then they've lost power or something's wrong and it's emergency. He would immediately, while on the phone, go into a trance and leave and go into the plane. and check all the parts, and he would come back in a few moments and say, yes, there's a line has cut here, or this fuse is blown here. So at least now the pilot knows what the problem is, so he can work with it. And so Jerry Gross would tell us, it was very interesting listening to him, how many times he went into airplanes to look for what the problem was, and then he'd go back and tell the feds on the phone, well, here's what I found out. One of the tubes was burned, or this wire burned out, and whatever it is, and they would immediately tell that to the pilot, so at least he would understand what his problem was. And so one time we had him at a big event where there's a lot of people there, and he was still back in Wisconsin, or wherever it was he was living. And so we put a glass box made out of glass, and in that glass box we put, I can't remember, it was some kind of a piece of paper, and we wrote on the paper something. And this is a long time ago. And then they sealed it up and put the glass box in the middle of a dining room in a big hotel. There was about 400 or 500 people in the hotel room. And they pulled it up into the middle of up there, and so everyone could see this glass box. And then it was sitting there just quietly, just sitting there. So then they called Jerry, and they said, Jerry, we want you to go out of your body and come here to this hotel. And they gave him the number of the hotel, and let us and tell us what's in this box. And he said, okay, I'll be there in a few moments. And so they said, how will we know? And he said, I'll make the box spin around. I'll make the box move and spin around when I get there. And so after a couple of minutes, we're sitting there talking to the audience, and all the audience is waiting. Everybody's watching the box, and all of a sudden it starts spinning around. And so everybody was amazed. It's actually moving, and we weren't moving it. Nobody was moving. It's just hanging by a string, so it's being moved. And then he came back on the phone a few minutes later, and he said, well, did you see I was there? And they said, well, I guess so, because the box was moving. And he said, what was in the box? And so he began telling us, here's exactly what was on the box. There was a box there with the that was said, and you drew this and that and everything. And then so we pulled it down on the stage, and we had him on the radio, on the PA system, and we pulled it out, and exactly what we had done, he saw. So it just proved that he was able to go out of body and go somewhere at will and come right back while he's on the phone and tell you what was there. So we know that's possible to be done. We saw it possible to be done. There's been so many things like that I have been witness to, that watch people doing things like that. And so I've known all of these people over the years. And so when I hear these stories like you telling me about the apartment, I'm telling you, there is a spiritual presence all around us that most people are just not aware of. But intelligent people who are well read and understand what's going on in the world know we're not here on this earth by ourselves. There is another dimension. Dr. Roger Lear is good with a lot of these stories, and Paul Tice, he's another one.
One of the experiences back in 2000. There was this apartment that I used to have. And in fact, Jordan, you came over for Thanksgiving, and I think, Bob, you were there. There were a couple dozen people.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Hoyt was there, too.
Yeah, Hoyt was there. There was probably 15, 20 of us in this apartment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That was the biggest apartment I'd ever seen.
And I loved it.
It was amazing.
It was
awesome.
amazing.
It was on the Wilshire Corridor.
Yep.
It was literally walking distance to UCLA and everything. Back to coincidence, it was the strangest thing on how I found the apartment. The person who had the master lease became a very close friend, and to this day he's still a dear friend, Michael. Uh-huh. So he had spent 6 or so months fixing up this apartment. He had hired a crew, and he was a very resourceful kind of guy. And it was this 2-bedroom, 5,000 square foot apartment. The history behind it was Jamie Lee Curtis was born there. It was Tony Curtis, Elizabeth Taylor that lived in the apartment. Prior to that, Elizabeth Taylor and Eddie Fisher lived there. Mm-hmm. So it was this famous apartment that was photographed in Life magazine and very well-known place. Anyway, Michael got this place back in the 70s. He redid it, and he had these work crew. And this work crew was spending 30 days on renovating. And one of the painters was obsessed with the place. He just came in super early every day, and he was the last one to leave, and he was just completely mesmerized with the apartment. And about 30 days into fixing it, he had left, didn't ask for a check, and he drove down to the Santa Monica Pier and killed himself, jumped off the pier. The following day, Michael had said, the LAPD came by and wanted to know if doing any drugs or drinking, and there was none of that. Michael had moved in at the time, and he had this Doberman Pinscher. In the middle of the night, every night, the dog would wake up in this living room, as you guys both remember.
Yeah.
It was about a 3,000 square foot
I remember
living
you had
room.
that one sofa in the middle, and man, it was just so huge.
Oh,
I loved the place.
It was the penthouse, and it was just a great place, wraparound balcony.
Yeah.
And it was right there, and it was rent control. I think I was
awesome.
paying $1,800 a month for this huge place that was just unbelievable. And so we had this place, and it was covered with great light and everything like this. And so Michael, I got to know him over the years, and he said after this guy had jumped off the Santa Monica Pier, his dog, his Doberman at the time, would wake up every night and run to the middle of the living room and start barking. Just thought that was a little weird. And, he'd have his girlfriends that would come by from time to time, and they would constantly feel cold spots in the apartment. He said it actually freaked out a couple of girlfriends of his over the years. They got the EBGBs by spending the night and walking out in the living room, and they'd fall asleep and just had to get out of there because this cold draft would come in.
Yeah.
And there were lots of experiences, but the dog was one of the main giveaways. And he had felt a presence, just felt that someone was overlooking him. And so anyway, one day he walks over to UCLA and he goes to the parapsychology department over there. I don't remember the name, but he had filled out this questionnaire. And the questionnaire, there was about 4 pages. And one of the questions was, is a big open space? Is there cold drafts? Is the place near a cemetery?
Yeah.
And he just got the goosebumps when it was near the cemetery, because right behind the apartment from the kitchen, you could see the cemetery, and there was a famous Westwood cemetery there behind the buildings.
Oh, yeah.
And in that cemetery, there's some very famous people that live there.
Mm-hmm.
About 6 weeks later, he gets a call back from the parapsychology school and said, we've read through your questionnaire. We'd like to come by and see your place. So he sent a couple students over, and the 2 students had met with him, and they had these like little Geiger counters. And they were walking around the apartment, and then they left. And then a couple days later, he gets a phone call from the head of the department. So the head of the department, 2 of the graduate students had come by the apartment, and they wanted to meet with him. So they meet with him, and they're walking through the apartment, and this meter that they had was showing that there's paranormal activity. Now, they had known that there was this famous cemetery behind there. So they did a little research on the apartment and come to find out that the apartment, they had known that Eddie Fisher, Janet Leigh, and subsequently Marilyn Monroe had spent a lot of time there. She was friends with the Fishers, and that was one of her places that she used to love to come and stay. And ironically enough, when they mentioned the cemetery, Michael tells me he gets more goosebumps. The parapsychology school really couldn't do anything. They just detected that there was this presence there. So Michael had done a lot of work with the Native Americans, and he still to this day does a lot of giving and helping and does a lot of their marketing for Native American folklore, dances, art, and whatnot. So he goes to one of the chiefs of a local tribe, and there's a shaman, and he tells the shaman about this story. So this shaman had come by and brought all kinds of Native American ritualistic things and comes by the apartment. Actually, he himself felt a strong female presence in this apartment and spent about 6 hours doing this cleansing of this apartment. The shaman had felt through the channels that there was a strong female presence behind the apartment. There was that cemetery, and there's all kinds of people like Marilyn Monroe and several people like that were buried. The overall consensus was that this was a safe spot for these spirits, and the shaman was able to release them into the next life through his ritualist pattern. The spiritual going with the scientific, where, say, Einstein, in one of his theories of extra-dimensional human, space and time, do you find that there's some significance on the scientific with Einstein versus the spiritual side of...
But Einstein was a very spiritual man. When you get into talking about the stuff that Einstein was doing, you've got to bring in Nikola Tesla. Because there's a whole story there. That's 6 hours right there.
He was unbelievable. I think even the obelisk, what you find in the, what they're finding now with the pyramids they find were potential. There's a theory that the pyramids themselves are actually power generators. Yeah. The obelisk was a way to transmit energy, and Tesla got into it in the 30s. That's right. And they would have no way of free power. I mean, God forbid.
I could tell you some real interesting off-the-wall stories that I'm not going to because...
Not yet.
But about the pyramid in Las Vegas and what happened when they were building the pyramid in Las Vegas and the obelisk is out front. All I will tell you is that they built the obelisk too short, and it had an effect on the hotel. That whole hotel in Las Vegas, the Pyramid Hotel, That's a very interesting story about what happened and what is, in point of fact, part of the hotel even today, because of that obelisk was too short. It was supposed to be higher, and they didn't, and they made a mistake in the height. And so I'm just telling you, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on in the world that we're not privy to know about.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to know, we were talking about Todd's apartment, right? And you were mentioning about Jerry Gross.
Yeah.
Having an out-of-body experience.
Yeah, at will.
How does that relate to a possible spirit, somebody that's died?
Well, that's the same thing, because obviously when you die, your body dies. This is why there's 3 points on a triangle, the 3 points of a pyramid, right? The 3 points on a triangle. And that's where the ancient peoples got the idea that there was 3 points to us: the body, the mind, and spirit. Your body is the same as anybody else's body. All male bodies are the same.
Oh.
And all brains are the same. You can't tell the difference between one brain and the other.
Well, that's not true if you walk around Los Angeles.
Well, I'm not talking about sense and intelligence. I'm talking about the muscle itself as a brain. That is, of course, if you have one.
Yep.
But the point I'm making is that the brain is simply a muscle. It's simply a muscle or matter, and it does not differentiate you from anyone else. And your body is no different than any other man's body. So your body is the same as everybody else's. Your brain is the same as everybody else's. But who are you? Who are you as a personality? So that's why the ancients divided us up into three: a triune God, the three aspects of being human: body, mind, spirit. And so it appears as though, from all indication, that when you die, your body dies, and your brain dies, but you don't die.
Well, I had read somewhere that they've actually, scientists over the years have taken a person near death with a very precise scale. And they say that when the body passes, when you pass, that the body actually weighs 33 grams less than it did prior to death.
Is that documented, or is that
just scientifically documented?
Scientifically documented.
Where can we find that data? I'd love to see that.
That when you die, you weigh less. Just a little bit, 32 or
33 grams.
33 grams.
And what I find significant in
the
number 33 is, that was the age of Jesus when he passed.
That's right.
It's also the highest degree of Freemasonry.
That's right. 33 is very important. And you put the 2 3s together, it becomes 9. 3 times 3 is 9. Or 3 and 3 is 6. And 6 is the number of a man in the Bible. The Bible says 6 is the number of a man. Well, SIX is 6, but in Latin it's SEX. 6 in Latin is sex. So sex is the number of a man. There's a lot to all of this stuff, and the problem getting into these subjects is always the same for me. There's so much to all of this, I don't even know where to start.
Well, that's what
we could get into sex in relation to 6, in relation to the metaphysical part of the human reproduction system being 6, and the 666 goes back to something very ancient in the Egyptian and in the not only the Egyptian, but in the Greek religion. There's been all kinds of ideas expressed as to what the importance of 666 is. I mean, it's been talked about. He's in South Africa, and there's another guy in England. They're both very much the same. The guy in England is Maurice Cotterell. Maurice Cotterell. We got to get his books, and people around the world have to know about Maurice Cotterell. He is absolutely astounding in his calculations, and he's brilliant stuff on the Mayans and the Incas and how the sun affects your personality. I'll be bringing all these people to the show very soon.
Well, the other interesting is 666 is the sum of the first 36 natural numbers. Thus, it's a triangular number, which goes back to religion.
That's right. the three, the triangular number. Why I've said so many times, why is it that in almost all religions of the world there's a triune Godhead? In Christianity, it's the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. And in Egypt, it was Osiris, Isis, Horus. In India, it was Brahman, Vishnu, Shiva. In Hebrew, it's Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. And so when you find out there was no Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob, there was no Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. It's a triune Godhead. Anytime you're dealing with the divine principle in the universe, it's always divided into three: Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. There's so many ways that three comes up, and 3 times 3. 3 times 3 is the number 9, and 9 is a satanic number, according to the ancient. And if you look on the dollar bill, on the right-hand side of the back of the dollar bill, you'll see the Great Seal of the United States, which is the eagle on the back of the $1 bill.
Yes.
And above the eagle's head are 13 stars. And people see the 13 stars and never even think to even question, what do the 13 stars make up together? Collectively, if you look at all 13 stars, what is the configuration that those 13 stars make up? Pull out a $1 bill and look at it and see what those 13 stars make up. However, the eagle's tail has 9 feathers. The 9 feathers represent the Council of 9 in occult Freemasonry. Not the regular Masonic order, but in occult Freemasonry throughout the world, there is an idea expressed that there were 9 people who we call them the hidden masters. And in the 1800s, they called them the hidden chiefs of Freemasonry. The hidden masters of world Freemasonry. There were 9 of them, supposedly. And so it was called the Council of 9. And this is why the eagle, his tail feather is 9 feathers. Reason why is because the tail feathers can direct the flight of the bird. It balances out the flight, and he can move around because of his tail feathers, which means that those 9 feathers represent the 9 masters of world occult masonry, which they are the masters who can manipulate the world. They're the ones who are manipulating the
direction
eagle.
Of the world.
And the eagle, of course, the eagle has 2 wings, left wing and right wing. That's why you have in America 2 political parties, a left wing and right wing, Democrats and Republicans. Why do we call the Democrats and Republicans left wing, right wing? It's because the eagle only has 2 wings, a left wing and a right wing. So I'm just saying that there's a world of dark stuff hidden on our money and in our educational institutions, in our military, the police department.
Well, even in Babylonian mathematics, the numbers 60 and 360, the 360 based on the 360 degrees of a circle, or 360 equals 10 times 36, and 666 is the sum of the number 1 to 36. So that number, even back in the Babylonian time, was a key number. They call it the marking of the beast, even in the book of Revelations.
Yeah. That goes back to an old Greek philosophy about the something called Tartarus in the book of Revelation. Tartarus was a dark place that's a whole story we could get into, but that would take another half hour just to explain Tartarus and 666 of Revelation. But that's a very interesting story about where we get that 666 in the book of Revelation. Are you aware of the fact that the book of Revelation, which is in today's Bible, all Bibles have the last book of the Bible of the New Testament is called the book of Revelation. But in the original canonization of the Bible, the original Bible never had the book of Revelation. And the early church fathers, back in the very beginnings of Christianity, the early church fathers said to have nothing to do with the book of Revelation. It was pagan, it was anti-Christian, and don't have nothing to do with it. And then later on, there was some church councils that came in and said, no, we should put that in as part of the Christian. Then later on, another church councils happened in Europe, and they said, no, take it out. The original Christian fathers said it had nothing to do with Christianity. Take it out. So the book of Revelation was put in and taken out, I don't know, maybe 6 to 8 times in history. And now, of course, today in the Bibles, it's back in again. And so, there's about 20, I think there was 26 books that were called the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha are, I'm sure it was 26, I could be wrong, but there was over 20 books that were referred to into religion as the Apocrypha. And the Apocrypha means books which are mentioned in the Bible. There's at least 26 books that are mentioned in the Bible that are not in the Bible.
Where are they?
Well,
in the catacombs of the Vatican.
Yeah, probably in the Vatican catacombs. But there's a list out there on the web that tells you all the books that are mentioned in the Bible as holy books that are mentioned, but are not in the Bible. You say, well, if the Bible says right here in the book, and this book in the Bible says that this particular book was very important, and it's from God, well, where is it? Well, they don't have it. Well, where'd it go? Because it must have been important because it's in the Bible. It said it was important. Well, where is it then? And so there's like 26 different books in the Bible that are not in the Bible, but are just mentioned. And those books are called the Apocrypha. Apocrypha simply means the books that were not allowed to be in the Bible. The whoever was in charge of putting the canonization of the Bible together said, no, that book, no, we're not going to have that. Well, yeah, but the Bible says here it was a holy book. And I said, I don't care what it says. I said, we're not going to have it. That's it. Well, yeah, but this Bible, in the Bible, it says that this book's holy. Yeah, well, I'm saying we don't put it in.
Was that the book of Jubilees?
Yeah, Book of Jubilees was one of them. And then I think it was one of the last books in the Bible where, who was it? I think Titus. I think it's in the book of Titus, I believe. Well, anyways, one of those small books before Book of Revelation, where the author of that book says that Enoch also prophesied, and that's a very well-known scripture to Christians. He said in the Bible, Enoch also prophesied. And so other people said, did he prophesy? Yeah, well, that's what it says. Enoch also prophesied. Well, where's his prophecies? Well, it's called the Book of Enoch. Well, where is the Book of Enoch? Well, we don't have it. It's here.
It's in the catacombs.
Yeah, but it's in the catacombs. You can't read it. We're not interested to read that. Well, now today we do have all of those books have been found, and you can go to any good bookstore, and I think different companies have published them now, and they're called the Books of the Apocrypha. And it's a big, thick book with all 20, so whatever it is, 20, 24, 26 books. They're called the Apocrypha, and you can get them. You can find those books that were left out of the Bible.
What does it have to do with the ancient scrolls?
Well, when you get into ancient scrolls, everybody knows about the Dead Sea Scrolls. But about the same time of the Dead Sea Scrolls, I think probably with less than a year after finding the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were an important find, but there was another a group of ancient scrolls that were found, which are even far more important, that you don't hear much of anything about, in a little town in Egypt called Naj Mahadi. And there was a group of kids or young people who were mulling around in caves or whatever, and they found these containers with scrolls. And so those scrolls became known as the Naj Hammadi manuscripts. Well, those manuscripts, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, were old ancient manuscripts. But in my opinion, and the opinion of a lot of people knowledgeable in the subject, the Naj Mahadi manuscripts were far more important than the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the Dead Sea Scrolls were very interesting. A lot of interesting stuff in the Dead Sea Scrolls, but there's even more stuff interesting in the Naj Mahadi manuscripts. And the most important thing in the Naj Mahadi manuscripts, I think is the most important, is the fact that the authorities are placing the writings of the Naj Mahadi manuscripts 100 or maybe more than 100 years before Jesus would have been born. But in the Naj Mahdi manuscripts found in Egypt, it's all about Jesus. And all the miracles Jesus did, and Jesus did this, and Jesus said that, and he did all of these wonderful miracles. That's in Egypt, not the Holy Land. That's in Naj Mahdi, Egypt. And the writings are at least 100 years or more before Jesus in Jerusalem would have even lived. It goes back 100 years before he would have lived. And here we're finding scriptures talking about Jesus and all the wonderful things he did. How do you explain that? And then you find out, well, they don't have an explanation for it. Well, then why don't we look into it? No, we don't want to talk about it. And I said, why don't somebody go to a library and get the Naj Mahdi manuscripts and read them and see the whole thing is talking about Jesus, and all the authorities on the earth are saying, oh, well, obviously these things was written at least 100 years before Jesus would have been born. Well, how do you explain that? So I'm just saying, it's just interesting. There was a Jesus before the Jesus.
Well, yeah. Of course.
And
it's
then
all the same recycled story.
I guess so.
Yeah, sure.
And of course, the most important religion in the Roman Empire at the time that Christianity was coming into being in Rome, the most important religion in the Roman Empire was called Mithraism. Mithraism was the state religion. It was mostly among the military that really was loyal to Mithraism. But all over the Roman Empire, and especially in Rome, the major religion of Caesar and the Romans was Mithraism. Mithra was a most important god in the Roman Empire. Mithra was said to have been born of a virgin. He had 12 helpers and 12 followers. He died on a cross for the sins of mankind. He was resurrected after 3 days and went into heaven. His father was a carpenter. His mother was a virgin. And I'm thinking, well, that's Christianity.
We've heard that story.
Where have you heard that one before? Well, and so when you begin to see that everything is not what you think it is.
Well, that's what I think the cornerstone to this show is that
you got a lot of cornerstones to the show.
We love the cornerstone.
Yeah, well, wait till you hit the chief cornerstone.
The chief cornerstone, exactly.
So when you hear Christians saying that Jesus is the cornerstone of the church, just know that they are profoundly ill-informed and unread.
Okay.
And they're showing, and that's the same thing that you will know about Jewish people when you hear them talking about somebody is anti-Semitic, because they use the word anti-Semitic. Truly, if you're not using it correctly, shows that you're very ignorant. You should not use that word anti-Semitic unless you're educated and know what it means, because most Jews using it have no idea in the world what that word means. And if you did, you wouldn't use it.
What does it mean?
Yeah.
I mean, let's, it's true.
Well, we don't have, I don't think we have the time, do we? But I'll tell you what, I want to talk about that. I want to talk about anti-Semitic and what it actually means and who is supposedly using it, and why no actually well-informed, intelligent Jew would use that term unless he knows what he's talking about. And if he knows what he's talking about, he's not talking about what you think he is. There's a whole story behind that term, anti-Semitic.
All right. Well, we'll leave this one with a little mystery.
Yeah, we look forward to that subject matter on our next show. Jordan, it's always a pleasure.
And if you want to support the show, hit us up on Amazon. Hit the Amazon link on our homepage. Do some shopping. They'll support us. And it won't cost you a thing.
Do any shopping, whatever shopping you want to do.
Yeah.
Just go on our website and hit Amazon and do all your shopping, and that helps us. Doesn't cost you anything more.
So why not?
Thank you very much.
And thank you.
If you want to learn more about the topics we speak about on this program, you can find most of the books about these subjects on Amazon.com. Just bookmark our homepage, and when you need to buy something, I mean anything, go to our homepage, click on the Amazon link, shop, and Amazon supports us. Simple, and you will not be charged 1 penny more. We appreciate the support. Welcome back to the Jordan Maxwell Show. You can follow us on Facebook at Jordan Maxwell Show and follow us on Twitter at J Maxwell Show for any messages. And you can leave posts and messages as well. You can always find the latest shows on our website. You can subscribe to the Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes, and the show is always free. So please support the show at no cost to you by doing your online shopping at Amazon. Make sure you click through the Amazon link on our homepage.
First of all, the whole story of Noah's Ark, the great boat, that's a very ancient story going back to the Sumerians. 1,000, 1,500 years before the Hebrews ever would have existed. There was already a very big story called the Gilgamesh epic. It's called the Gilgamesh epic, in which the story was, now this is ancient Sumeria, the ancient, what we call today Iraqis. The ancient Sumerian records, there's a story, a very famous story now, all over the world that's known. It's called the Gilgamesh epic. The story was that there was an old man who God favored, who was told that there was a flood coming and that he built an ark. And on the ark, he put all the animals and all the people that was going to be saved when the world was inundated by a great flood. And afterwards, he saved the animals and people through the great flood. They took that story and shined it all up and spray painted it and lacquered it all up.
Another wives' tale.
Another wives' tale, and put it into the Bible and called it the flood of Noah's day. Very interesting, though, because when they put the story of Noah's Ark into the Bible, there's a lot of interesting stuff that they added that most people don't even know was added, and the implications of what was added to that old ancient story. So I'm just saying, I don't think there was a Noah who ever existed. I don't think that there was a great, obviously, this is obvious. There was no great flood on the earth. There was never a great flood on the earth. It would be impossible. It's totally scientifically impossible to have a worldwide flood, because the Bible said that the flood was so fierce that it was something, how many cubits above the highest peak on the earth? Well, the highest peak on the earth is Mount Everest. So the flood would have been as high as Mount Everest.
38,000 feet or something.
Okay, so then it was cubits above that. It's impossible for the earth to have had an earth-wide flood. Where'd all the water go if it's higher than Mount Everest? And where'd it come from? And where'd it go to when it receded? Where the hell can it recede if the whole earth is covered with water way past Mount Everest? Where did it recede to, for God's sake? The whole earth is covered with water,
and it just evaporates.
Yeah. Well, where would it evaporate? It evaporates in our atmosphere and comes back as rain.
It rains, exactly.
Obviously, there was not a worldwide flood. That's obvious. So there's just an awful lot of things that we're being told that are based on ancient stories, based on hidden things which are in fact true, but have been hidden from us and given to us as other stories, But it's just interesting how much we don't know about the world that we live in, or how much is known, but the people don't know. That's interesting that the Egyptians, how would I say it? They kept records of everything. The Egyptians were record keepers. They wrote down everything. Anything that happened in any province, any group, or anything that happened in Egypt was written down. They had copious records of everything. But in all of Egypt, there is not one single written piece anywhere in all of Egypt about a pyramid. Nothing. There is no documents about a pyramid being built. There's no documents of any kind or anywhere, period, about a pyramid, period. Well, we know that no pyramids were ever built for any pharaoh, period. We know that. I mean, logic alone would tell you that. You didn't even have to go to school. No pyramid was ever built for a pharaoh, period. Because the pharaohs were buried in the Valley of the Kings.
Valley of the Kings. That's the burial site of all of them.
That's the burial site for all pharaohs. So why the hell would you bury a pharaoh in the Valley of the Kings, 25 miles south of the pyramids, and then have the pyramid to represent the burial of the king? The king's 25 miles from here, Airhead. He's down in the Valley of the Kings. So, but when I hear all this nonsense and this lunacy, it's actually disgusting to the degree that the American people have played for fools.
Well, globally, Spielberg back to his movies and the Indiana Jones trilogy, and how the one thing that I think everyone would come to the conclusion is that the pyramids all line up with Orion back to our solar system and galaxy.
Yeah, now there may be something to that, because that makes sense to me. Most people went to see the movie Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. First of all, supposedly the Lost Ark was the Lost Ark of the Hebrews. It was called the Ark of the Covenant. So it's a Hebrew or a Jewish symbol coming from the Bible. So Indiana Jones is now given the job by the government, the U.S. government, to go and find the Lost Ark of the Hebrews. Well, first of all, why the hell would the U.S. government spend money and time to go find the Lost Ark of the Hebrews? Who the hell cares? It's just a religious symbol for the Hebrews. Let them go look for it, right? Well, then you find out, well, no, everybody's been looking for it and they haven't been able to find it. Well, that's because most likely it don't exist. That's why they haven't found it. As a matter of fact, if you want to get really technical about the Lost Ark of the Covenant, go back to the book of Revelation. The book of Revelation says that I saw in heaven when I was there, I saw the Ark of the Covenant. And the Ark of the Covenant was in heaven, and I was there and I saw it. That's in the book of Revelation. So if they can't find the Lost Ark, today, the Jews have been looking for the Lost Ark for God knows how long, can't find it. Well, hell, the book of Revelation says it's in heaven, Arrowhead.
They're looking in the wrong spot.
So if you want to die and go to heaven, of course, everybody wants to go to heaven, but ain't nobody wants to die.
Right.
But if you want to go find the Lost Ark, well, the Bible says it's in heaven. I say, no, the Lost Ark of the Hebrews is actually Egyptian Ark of the Contract. The Egyptians had something called the Ark of the Contract. Well, in Hebrew, a contract is a covenant. And so the Hebrews took that story from the Egyptians, the Lost Ark of the Contract, and they changed it to the Lost Ark of the Covenant. A covenant is a contract, right? Well, in Egypt, the story was, you can go to any good reference work on Egypt and look up the word Ark of the Contract. The Egyptians had an ark, which they carried with two poles, and they had two angels with wings bent over on the top of it, the mercy seat. The whole thing is an Egyptian story. This is why Steven Spielberg, who incidentally is a lot of things, but stupid isn't one of them, he has in his movie, Indiana Jones Searching for the Lost Ark of the Covenant, where does Indiana Jones go first? Because here's the one guy who could find the Lost Ark of anyone. And that's who the U.S. government goes to, because they know if anybody can find it, he can. Okay? So where is the first place he goes to look for the Lost Ark of the Jewish covenant?
Egypt.
Tibet.
No. Tibet.
Well, that's where the Nazis came up with the swastika, which is actually an inverted peace symbol.
Of course.
If you go back to Babylon, the ancient gates to Babylon are actually still in Berlin, and it actually is the gates to the museum in Berlin.
That's exactly right. And Berlin has been, the Germans are taken with the idea of Babylon. The Germans love that subject of Babylon, while the British are heavy into Egypt for some reason. And in England, everything is Egyptian. Go to all the museums and the British Museum, everything is Egyptian. The British were really involved with researching Egypt, while the Germans, on the other hand, were far more interested in Babylon. And
the entire Nazi philosophy, it was
based
pagan,
on
symbolic.
All of it
was
occultism coming directly out of Babylon. And Babylon, incidentally, is what we call Iraq today. Yeah. So the Germans,
the Tigers and Euphrates, back to the rivers.
That's exactly right. And so that's why Adolf Hitler and the Nazis were very interested in Iraq. And I would suggest that you better look at the whole idea of Iraq being ancient Babylon would explain why the United States is in Iraq. It's because Iraq was ancient Babylon, and that the Germans were very interested in Babylon. Well, if you're talking about the Germans, now you're talking about the Nazis. Well, if you're talking about the Nazis, then you're talking about the Nazis in the U.S. government.
Well, that's under Paperclip, where they were all brought here illegally.
Operation Paperclip. And when all of the top Nazis were brought to America, all the top scientists, theoreticians, all the best minds in Germany were immediately gotten out of Germany when the war was over, and they knew they were losing. Just before they declared the end of the war, the Germans were getting out of Germany. They figured they better, because the Russians are coming and they're going to kill everybody. The Germans wanted out of Germany as quick as possible. Since the war is over and they've lost, you better get out of town because the Russians are coming. So what did they do? They wanted to get out of Germany, but the powers that be on this planet were not interested in all Germans. The working class Germans, let them die. But the guys who are really smart, the theoreticians, the scientists, the physicists, the rocketeers, or the rocket engineers, those people who got good minds, you better save them. You can use those guys. So they got all of the real brains out of Germany quickly before the Russians came in. Now, how did they do that? They did that with the Vatican. The Vatican, the Holy Father and the Vatican provided false passports, new identification, money, and safe passage for all the top Nazis coming out of Nazi Germany quickly, to get them out quick. So it was called the Vatican Rat Line, R-A-T, Rat Line. Look it up in any good reference work, and you'll see the Vatican provided safe passage, new passports, new identification, falsified passports, and money, and also safe passage to all Vatican-held territories like South America, Central America.
Well, that's the boys from Brazil.
Like the boys from Brazil. That's it. And so, but those guys, those Germans, ended up in America and became known today as the Republican Party. Today, the Republican Party that we talk about in America today is actually a Nazi operation. That is a fact. You can go back and see the people who are running the Republican Party. Look at the names of the people who are the financiers of the Republican Party. Look at the names of the guys who are the theoreticians for the Republican Party. And their names are all connected to the old Nazi regime. So the Nazis, when they brought those German Nazis into this country in 1947, 48, and 49, under Operation Paperclip, they were bringing into this country extraordinarily brilliant people. These German Nazis were not stupid. They knew exactly how to walk the walk and talk the talk. They put on the Hawaiian shirts. And
Plum Island, which is the secret test base off of Montauk, which is scientists from Paperclip that actually formed it. And that's where all
incredible stuff.
Human, animal, germ warfare, top secret island. You can't get there, general public. It's controlled by Homeland Security.
Where exactly is Plum Island?
Plum Island's a little island off the coast of Montauk at the tip of Long Island. You can only get there by boat, and it's a U.S. secret animal testing area for bio warfare. There was a grant given to some ex-Paperclip Nazis.
Yeah. That's a whole story, too, about how there was a lot of experimentation going on here in America between crossbreeding animals with humans. As a matter of fact, the crossbreeding humans and animals has been going on a long time in this country and across the world by the secret Nazi powers. That's a real story. I mean, they've got today, I mean, this is a whole subject we could talk about for hours on crossbreeding humans with animals, and how the Nazis had this whole idea about restructuring the whole human race to be nothing more than little more than just animals. They wanted to create a working class people on the earth that would be able to do their job, put the screws and the bolts and do their job, but would be animalistic in their thinking, in that they would not require anything humans require.
Well, the big person that received the grant for that, his name was Jason Bourne. There actually was a CIA agent. His name was Jason Bourne, and Jason Bourne received a lot of U.S. funding. This goes back into the late 60s, early 70s. There's an area in Georgia where they were testing chimpanzees and breeding gorillas and crossbreeding them.
Yeah,
all kinds of fun
crossbreeding
stuff. And actually, Jason Bourne has a book, and you could Google the name Jason Bourne. There's a book that he wrote through stem cell research back in the 1970s when they were originally pioneering this, supposedly. And in this book that Jason Bourne wrote, true story, I guess it was a female where they inseminated her with stem cells and then the sperm from a gorilla, and this actually chimpanzee human was born.
There is a whole move that was eugenics movement is tied into this too. This whole idea of breeding a Superman, breeding a different kind of race, and then crossbreeding the rest of humanity down. Ivan Pavlov and his companion A.R. Luria were scientists in pre-communist Russia who were doing experiments with animals, and especially with dogs, on how to control the animal's mind, how to control the thinking of an animal. And it's very famous, Pavlov's dog. A lot of people know about that. But there's a lot more that Pavlov and A.R. Luria were doing besides the dog experiment. Like I said, there's just so much to the subject of how the world is run today that we're just totally not aware of. We have no idea in the world about any of this. None of it's been told to the people. None of it will be told to the people, because this kind of knowledge is what is considered to be information on a need-to-know basis. And the people who run the planet don't figure you need to know. But if you start doing research on what Ronald Reagan, for instance, a classic example of this crossbreeding animals with humans, there was something happened during Ronald Reagan's presidency where there was a massive marine divisions was sent into the Caribbean to an island called Grenada, and then Grenada, the Marines went in under orders from the president, went in and completely devastated that island. There's a little old tiny Mickey Mouse little island called Grenada, and the U.S. military went in there and just leveled that island. It wasn't that big a deal. Nobody knows. Nobody cares. Even the blacks that are living here in L.A., they didn't even know there was a Grenada. It's such a small little island. But the U.S. government decided to level that island. I mean, clean it off, level it. They sent in troops and just devastated that island overnight on the presidential order. Well, then you become to find out what was going on Grenada. And that's a whole story. And about what was it, 5 different countries I heard? 5 different countries were involved in Grenada. Austria, Germany, England, America, and who else? There was another one. But there was like 5 different countries they had collectively put together a university on Grenada. There was 602 instructors, I think it was, and 600 students. They had 2 more instructors than they did students. From what I gather, there was a lot of human crossbreeding with animals and humans on the island of Grenada, and the Cubans found out about it and were going to expose it, and immediately this government decided to shut down that whole operation quick. So they went down and shut down the whole operation on Grenada overnight, quickly, because the Cubans found out what was going on. And if it ever got out that America was in business with the Nazis down in Grenada, crossbreeding children and animals with humans and all this kind of stuff really going on.
I've been down to Grenada a few times, traveling the island on a little Jeep. Very bizarre. The people, there's a lot of voodoos prevalent down there, like in Haiti. And
well, I'll bet there is.
Very bizarre place. It's the Spice Islands. And there's a lot of unique things taking place. I just felt a very bizarre place just traveling through.
Well, I mean, is Grenada what was pictured in the motion pictures? 3 different movies that were made in Hollywood called The Island of Dr. Moreau.
I'd have to look that one up.
Yeah. Because back in 1938-39, Charles Lawton, a very famous movie star back then, back in 38-39, made a movie called The Island of Lost Souls. And it was about an island in the Caribbean where governments were coming together to experiment on crossbreeding animals with humans. If you could come up with a human that you didn't have to pay, and you could just feed him a couple of sugar cubes every day, and he would work for you all day long. So they wanted to develop that kind of a civilization where we'd have nothing but millions of workers to do our work, and collectively wouldn't have to pay them anything. They just work all day long like a horse and like a donkey, and we just give them some sugar cubes or something, and they will work all day long. But that was, as crazy as that sounds, that's exactly what they were trying to do, is develop some kind of a civilization where 99% of the civilization would be animals, and there would only be a handful of people at the top who would be controlling finances and the rest of the world for the handful that controls the world. And so they made a movie back in 1938 called The Island of Lost Souls. And then later on in 1956, I think it was 1956, Burt Lancaster remade the movie and called it The Island of Dr. Moreau. What's his name? Marlon Brando. His last movie before he died was a remake of the 1956 Island of Dr. Moreau. And need to watch those movies, Island of Dr. Moreau. That isn't scary, showing how humans were being crossbred with animals. Why would they make 3 movies like that? As far back as 1938, The Island of Lost Souls, Charles Lawton. And then The Island of Dr. Moreau, an island in the Caribbean, or the island wherever it is in the movie, but it was actually in the Caribbean, where they were crossbreeding animals with humans. I am suggesting today that there's no doubt in my mind at all that that's exactly what's going on right now. They're just not telling us. There's no doubt in my mind at all that there's this kind of experimentation going on right now, crossbreeding animals with humans. Absolutely no doubt in my mind at all. Because I know the people who are running this planet want the planet to be filled with people who are not going to give you any problems. They're not going to cry about their paychecks or their unions or anything. You just feed them, give them something to eat, give them some cheap beer, and they'll go out and work all day long, all night long, and they're animals, and like animals. And all you got to do is give them something to entertain them. So you give them something to entertain them, like cage fighting, because the animals love to fight. So put the dogs in there, let them fight and kill each other and beat each other up. And all the other animals, full of beer and liquor and IQ of 4, they'll sit there and watch the animals fight, and they love it. And so they'll go to work and work for you all day long and do whatever you tell them to do. They'll never question anything because they have no education and no way to think about anything anyway. So it's really quite an interesting arrangement that the powers that be on this earth have got planned for the human race.
Well, they can't be doing it for themselves because no one lives that long.
Well, that's a good point.
So what's the end game?
Well,
we know the end game. What's the now game?
Yeah. Well, it's just my opinion, because that requires that question, very good question, but that question requires a personal opinion. A subjective opinion.
Okay.
I think that the powers that it's just my opinion, but I think that the people who are running this planet today, and I'm not talking about Obama, I'm talking about the people who have the power to run the world.
Mm-hmm.
And those people, I will guarantee you, the people who run this planet today, you will never, ever, under any circumstances, ever hear their names or see their picture, ever. The bosses of this planet, you will never know who they are, and you will never see their name in print ever. Because they are not interested in publicity to be a movie star. They run the planet. And so it's better for them to stay out of the way, let everybody, all the movie stars go out and be at all that silly nonsense, and let the president, Obama loves it, and everybody loves to see him. But the real guys who run this planet, who finance and run this planet, they don't need for you to see them at all.
Well, back to the Jason Bourne, it was actually called Operation Treadstone 71, and it was a top secret black ops program funded by the Central Intelligence Agency. The actual officer that was in charge of it was Jason Bourne, who this movie character was playing.
And it was Treadstone in that movie, too.
Yes, well, it was Operation Treadstone, and it was a black ops operation, and the government was trying to create this almost like Planet of the Apes crossbred humanoid chimpanzees or gorillas that were able to become warlike.
You need to go back and do your homework. Hollywood's trying to tell you something. Dick Gregory said it best. Hollywood does three things. They tell you what your masters who own the planet, what they have done in the past, what they're doing right now, and what they're getting ready to do.
Prepare the masses for what's about to happen.
Precisely. Prepare the masses for what. Look at. I told you before, if you're the captain of one of the largest oil tankers on the earth, you cannot maneuver that large of a ship on the open seas like you can an automobile. It don't work that way. That thing is so huge, so heavy, and so long that you have to plan 10 to 15 miles ahead what you're going to do. That's the captain's job. You got to know where this ship is going to be, 2 hours from now out there, and there's going to be reefs there. Is it going to be too shallow? That's what a captain has to know. Keep it out in the deep water, and if you're going to turn it around, you're not going to turn it around like an automobile. You're going to take the next 5 hours. It's going to cost to take. You're going to have to begin to move it a little bit to the left, and start speeding it up. And then 2 hours from now, you'll be in enough position that you'll be able to turn it. And 2 hours later, so in 5 hours, you'll be able to turn the ship around. It's not going to be quick. You got an oil tanker out there on the high seas. You're not going to turn that sucker around very quick.
Well, that's what all the programming, and the scary thing is if you look at a lot of the movies that are coming out of the previews, it's all about pandemics and, aliens and all this stuff that,
they got plans, but it takes time.
Revolution.
Revolution.
That's the new TV series. It's
but it takes time, so you got to prepare the people a little bit. Keep preparing them a little bit.
Well, how about Red Dawn, the remaking of that one, where China actually comes in and invades U.S. soil? I mean, that's a little spooky. You think about all the debt that the U.S. has incurred or sold our treasuries to the Chinese government and
China, of course. Joseph Smith, the founder of the Mormon Church. Joseph Smith, back in the 1800s, Joseph Smith gave a prophecy, a very famous prophecy to the Mormons, and he said that one day, at the end of time, at the end of the Great Conflagration, or Armageddon, the end of the world, whatever, that the Chinese would actually attack America. They would come to our country and flood into our country to attack America. That was his prophecy, Joseph Smith in the Mormon Church. And he said that the Mexicans would come in to help America fight off the Chinese, and that they would be successful, that they would be able to defeat the Chinese in battle. And I just think that's interesting. I don't know how many Mormons are aware of that Joseph Smith actually, in his prophecy, said that China would attack America, would be on our land. Well, there's just no doubt in my mind at all that Chinese forces are already here. They just haven't shown themselves yet. They don't need to, because they run your ports now. They own your ports. They own all the seaports. They're controlling all of your commerce back and forth. So look, it's like the mafia. They move in and they buy your house for you, and they buy your car, and they put your kids to school, and they pay this and they pay that. One day you got to figure out they're not doing this because they love you.
Yeah,
they own you.
Oh,
they
absolutely.
bought you. And so whenever they give you a suggestion, we'd like to see you do this and that. That's the orders from God. That's God's word. They own you. So that when they say they would suggest you do something, it means this is what we want you to do.
I remember looking at photographs of Shanghai. My grandfather used to go over there in the 70s doing business. And I'll never forget photographs of him with the the Shanghai skyline, which was a couple buildings. And now if you look at Shanghai and all the different provinces,
it's huge.
Well, look at the longest bullet train in the world just opened up last week. If you look at what they've put into their infrastructure, it's mind-boggling.
It is.
And in the United States, I mean, you look at our trains, Amtrak, it looks like a 1950s third world country.
You know why? Because we are a 1950s third world country. That's why it looks that way.
Yeah.
That's why it looks that way.
Look at our infrastructure in New York and Los Angeles. The big cities are just crumbling.
Yeah,
you walk across any bridge in America, they were built in the 1950s or the 1930s.
That's right.
And they're all crumbling apart.
That's right. I mean, the mayor of Los Angeles, everybody calls him Mayor Pothole because all the potholes and the streets are falling apart. And it's just absolutely outrageous what has happened to the great American Republic. Now, logic alone would tell you, you don't have to be a rocket scientist or a neurophysicist to understand, a neurosurgeon to understand. You take the most powerful military-industrial complex on the face of the earth, which was the American military-industrial complex after the Second World War. You take the wealthiest country in the world, the most freest country in the world that dominated the planet. America dominated the world. Today, America is nothing more than a concentration camp, fear, broke, scared to death, have no freedoms whatsoever. People can be arrested and thrown into prison at a drop of a hat. How did all this happen? The most powerful country in the world today is broke, penniless, that has nothing, and I'm just amazed. I mean, I don't know anybody else sees it, but look I don't have a horse in this race. I'm 72 years old. I don't own any property. I have no wife, no family, no bank account, no checking book, no credit card. I don't own anything, got nothing, and have nothing. So I don't have a horse in this race at all. I'm just looking at the facts of life because I've studied history for the past 7,000 years of human history, and I can tell you something's going on. And the only way America could be broke, on its knees, and frightened and thrown into prison is what I call treason, high crimes and treason against the American Republic. Because at one time we were on top. Today we're less than on the bottom. We're on the bottom of the bottom.
Well, you look at our prison population alone. And if you look at the Prison Corporation of America, it's a privately owned company.
That's right.
They get their bond financing based on cities and states and the federal government committing to fill the prisons,
people that they will
95% occupancy. You go there's a gentleman in Los Angeles. He built a house, and it was in the news. He built this house without a permit. The city ordered him to tear the house down. He didn't have the money to tear down the house. And last week, a judge just ordered him to serve 36 months in prison for failure to pull a permit and failure to go by the city's orders to tear down his house that was on his personal private property. Yeah. And that's California. It's crazy, the people they throw in prisons. And you know what really gets me? $73,000 per year the taxpayers pay to keep a prisoner incarcerated. And you have students that are getting approximately $23,000 to $28,000 per student. Look at the disproportion there.
I know.
And Victor Hugo once said, build a prison, close a school. Build a school, close a prison.
Right.
And it's crazy that a prisoner gets $73,000 and a student gets $20-some thousand.
Yeah, but
that's a loan.
But the student has to pay it back with interest.
Oh, it's crazy. Yeah. I mean, it's in the
It's incredible. But having said that, they have the government, whether we like it or not, they have a right to do what they do. That's a whole nother story. Because as reckless and as incredibly crazy as the stuff sounds, the government is right. They do have a right to charge whatever they want to, and they have a right to put this guy in jail. And for building the house, they have that right, and it is correct. But you have to know why, because that's a whole story in itself. why it is the government has the right to do these things that they do, putting people into prison for some minor offense, and he gets 10 years in prison for something minor, but they do have that right to do it. Yeah. Well, and because you see, a lot of people feel, well, the government is corrupt and doing all these terrible things. Well, no, actually not. They have a perfectly lawful and legal right to do what they do. They're not going against the law. They're going with the law, and the law says they have a right to anything that they choose to do to you. Anything, they have a right to do it. If they decide to come in here and shut this whole place down and put everybody under arrest for whatever reason, they have a right to do it.
Well, let's talk about that next time.
I think it's a great subject. We'll close in Richard Pryor's famous quote: "Justice, just us."
Yeah, there is no justice. There's just us. Yeah.
Well, people, there's a lot to learn, and we need to wake up. Fit for Sale. You can find their info on our website. Fit for Sale is a reseller of new and used gym equipment. They retail home gym equipment at wholesale prices. Make sure you click through the Fit for Sale link on our homepage and use the code JMSHOW for a 10% off the already low prices. If you shop for gym equipment online, you'll want to check them out, especially before buying anywhere else. Thank you for the support. Welcome back to the Jordan Maxwell Show. You can follow us on Facebook at Jordan Maxwell Show and follow us on Twitter at JMaxwell Show for any messages. And you can leave posts and messages as well. You can always find the latest shows on our website. You can subscribe to the Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes, and the show is always free. So please support the show at no cost to you by doing your online shopping at Amazon. Make sure you click through the Amazon link on our homepage.
When the U.S. government and the powers behind the government, what Senator Norway called the hidden government, the secret government behind our government, the real government, they spend a lot of money paying big salaries to the best minds that we can come up with from Europe and from around the world, Japan, Europe. They pay top money to scientists to figure out how to do what they want done. Well, that costs a lot of money, but they got it. But then after they get what they want from the scientists and have developed a new product or a new technology, now they give it to Hollywood. They give it to Hollywood, and then they make movies out of it, or TV shows, and people go to watch the movies, and they're making hundreds of millions of dollars off of these movies. Well, that goes back to the pockets of the guys who own the studios, are the same guys who are doing all this stuff to start with. So they get their money back. They get their money back by showing you in a movie. So you pay money, and they paid $600 million for this technology, and they made $1,500 million.
Basic project development and project funding.
Yeah.
Well, there was a house up in Laurel Canyon. Well, I saw this in the paper a while back in the LA Times. There was this, I think it was about a 15,000 square foot house right up Laurel Canyon that just went on the market. And it was this monstrous house that was owned by some of the back guys of Hollywood for the Cold War. It was a house used to create all these propaganda films about the Cold War and all the Russian cosmonaut thing. You could Google it. It's this home, and this private person just bought it, but it was once owned by the government. And it's where they stored all these guys. That was like a think tank for creating these movies.
Yeah. Wag the Dog, or what was it?
Wag the Dog. Yeah. How about the Manchurian Candidate?
Yeah,
that's a little too close to home right now.
That's right. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting dark stuff going on that people have no idea in the world. I mean, when I saw this stuff happening back in Connecticut, there was a movie. I mean, a book written. I don't know, that might have been made into a movie, but there's a book came out quite a few years ago. Fascinating, incredibly important book called The Devil in Connecticut. And that's where Sandy Point was, in Connecticut. Well, there's a book came out called The Devil in Connecticut, and it talked about the profound presence in Connecticut of demonic depravity, demon worship, devil worship there. It was an extraordinary book. You need to get it. Go to the library or order it, called The Devil in Connecticut. And it was a real life story, true story about demon possession, devil worship there, and how in Connecticut was crawling with this kind of dark devil worshiping stuff.
I think the author of The Hunger Games, the big movie about that sort of occult, she's from that area, Sandy Point.
Yeah.
Sandy Hook.
He really gets me about this whole gun thing. And what the media doesn't focus on whatsoever is the medicine that this kid was on. I guess his mother was getting ready to commit him to an asylum. He also focused, and people have interviewed, you don't hear this on the mainstream news, that he was focused on the video games, all these destruction games, and he just lived in his mother's basement playing these video games, taking his meds. And, I don't care what anybody says, but these video games have negative...
Of course, but that's what they're supposed to do. The video games are designed. They have people who design video games. They don't just one day, like Jesus, appear out of nowhere.
To desensitize people from shooting other people.
Because they're rewarded. The thing that's scary about this is they're rewarded for shooting people. They're rewarded for shooting police officers. I mean, guys, censorship. I'm all for freedom of speech. We're prime advocates of that right here. However, there comes a fine line there when these kids are doing this.
Well, how many times have you heard that argument that free speech does not give you the right to yell fire in a theater? But you have a right to freedom of speech, and that's good, and that's important, and we should have it. But that doesn't mean that you misuse your freedom of speech to harm other people and to
condone it and be rewarded for it in magazines and movies. And I blame Hollywood, for a lot of this, because every frickin' movie you go out and see, it's negative. It's car chases. It's shooting. It's
blowing up cars,
murdering
violence.
people. Yeah, it's violence towards women.
Yeah.
I mean, what is this society drilling down into its people?
Axe murders, Texas chainsaw massacre, chopping people up.
And the news, every time you turn on the Los Angeles news, the local news, there isn't one evening that goes by where you don't see an officer involved shooting.
Mm-hmm.
And a car chase, and or some sort of violent act. And it's just, these people are put up on pedestals. They just have to draw the fine line.
Yeah, well, when I was growing up on television and radio, it would be the news of the day. And now tonight it's called Action News. Channel 7 Action News, meaning it's action. I want to see some blood. We want to see some violence, some action news.
I don't even watch it. Like ABC to me is all about crap. That's what it means.
Yeah, I always say ABC is all about the conspiracy, And NBC is nothing but conspiracy.
Or nothing but crap.
The bottom line here is that media, and I've often wondered about that too, is just the way my mind thinks, but the word media, that whole area we call today the Middle East, if it was controlled by a race of people called the Medes. The Medes and the Persians. The Medes were one group and the Persians were another, and they got together and they controlled that whole area of the Middle East, and it was called Media. That's what the name of that whole area under the Medes and Persians was called, Media.
Well, I call them prostitutes because they're nothing but people for hire just spewing out whatever they're told. There's no such thing as journalism. I think that went away with, if you look like Walter Cronkite. But you see these people, they're just talking idiots, each one of them.
I was told, I have in my company, I'd say about 13 years ago, we had a newsman from one of the local network news came to our office, and we were talking with him about his job, and he was a very well-known Los Angeles newsman on nightly news. And he said, I'll tell you something about the news in Los Angeles you don't know. He said, I had to sign a contract in order to get this to be the news anchorman with one of the major network news. I had to sign a contract that said, if I say anything on the air that is not on that teleprompter, that I can be arrested and put in jail. That was the contract I had to sign. that I can be arrested and put in jail because I had to give up my rights as an American to speak truth. I had to sign a contract which signed away my right to speak publicly in order to get the job. They have told me, we hear you make one comment, your own personal view on anything that's not on that teleprompter, you will be arrested. Now, do you want the job or don't you? You'll be a big shot. You'll look good on television. You'll be paid a lot of money. And the first time you open your mouth and say something that you're not told to say, you're going to jail.
Well, look at who owns Reuters. I mean, Reuters, it was originally owned by the Rothschilds, and then it was sold to the Thomson Corporation out of Canada. Look at it. It's a $13 billion company back in 2011. They control a good portion of the news. Ironically, it was sold to the Thomson Group, but prior to that, it was owned by the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds controlled all the banking, hence the banking controls all the media. Are you really getting facts or are you getting fiction?
It's just business here. Don't take this personal. It's just business.
Well, Thomson Group, they're no slouches.
Oh, no.
They're huge.
Huge company.
Yeah. Huge company.
Yeah.
Yep.
But like the mafia says, this is nothing personal. We're just talking business here. I mean, somebody's going to screw over you because the powers that be on this planet know the human race is so damn stupid that they're going to get taken anyway. So since they're going to get taken anyway, well, we might as well get organized and do it ourselves. So, and the people love it. That's the horrible part about this, is that the people, generally speaking, in this world, look at one thing I've learned in the past 53 years of speaking to the public and speaking on these subjects. 53 years I've been doing this. I have learned certain things which are provable. And that is that people, and God knows I've said this before, you've heard it on the same program, people will always support what they want to hear. They will not support what they don't want to hear. A classic example is if you love country western music, you're not going to pay $50 for an acid rock concert. If you love the big band era with the Glenn Millers, etc., you're not going to pay money to have teenage concerts or rock and roll. And the same goes for what you eat and what you wear and what you live. If you love eating at a particular restaurant, you're not going to pay a lot of money to go to one you don't like. People will always support what they want to eat, not what they don't want to eat. They will support and pay money to wear what they want to wear, not what they don't want to wear. So it's very simple. People will pay money and support what they want. They will not support what they don't want. Okay, if that is the case, the one thing that history has taught us, if nothing else, in the past 6,000 years is that people, generally speaking, will not support and do not want to hear the truth. That's the one thing you can bet that the people don't want to hear. They don't want to hear the real truth. Why? Because they have been fed, it's called cognitive dissonance. The people have been ignorant, kept ignorant, taught ignorance, so that today, if you are telling people the real truth, they will call the cops on you. They will call the government on you because there must be something wrong with you. You're talking crap they've never heard before. You're telling them things that they have never heard before, which is obviously a bunch of bull because they've never been told.
What percentage of the population is like that? Because obviously there's a few people that...
No, there's obviously a few people who are still able, beyond any imagination, some people are still able to think on their own, think for themselves. Very, very few. They are in a minority. And the people who are actually thinking for themselves and intelligent enough to know what I'm talking about, they already know what I'm saying is true. Because a lot of people tell me, I am totally in your corner. I totally agree with everything you say, but I'm being treated like an outsider. I can't talk to my family. I got fired from my job because I asked a question, and so I totally understand what you're saying, but I can't talk to anybody. I hear this from all kinds of people. So I know that if you happen by chance to still have your own mind and your brain hasn't been washed completely, then you better keep your mouth shut. Because you're going to lose your job, you're going to lose your friends, you're going to lose your marriage, you're going to lose you're going to lose everything. You need to keep your mouth shut and go along to get along. Don't ask any questions. And one thing you don't want to do in this country is do not act like you've got an education. Because if you do, you're going to be fired. You're going to lose your job. You're going to cause problems in your home, your marriage. You need to learn how to be in compliance. Be brainless, stupid, and watch your television, watch your basketball and football, and drink your beer and have a good time and eat the pizza. But don't go out asking any damn questions. Don't question the government. Don't question the mafia. Do not question organized crime, because you can get hurt that way. In America, you keep your mouth shut, you play dumb, and everything's going to be cool. You go out to the basketball game, you can go out to the football and watch all the movie stars at the ball game, and you can watch the president throwing out the first ball at the big football game, and you can have a good time, and you drink your beer and have a good time at the game, but keep your mouth shut. Period. Because you open your mouth in this country and you're going to jail. And that's America today. You better not know anything. You better act plain and simple. You better act like everybody else. Don't stand out as someone who's intelligent, who's wise and perceptive and intelligent, who has their own mind and speaks their own thoughts and talks about freedom and liberty and justice. You better keep your mouth shut. Go into jail. That's a warning. I mean, little Ari Fleshman, what was his name?
Ari Fletcher.
Ari Fletcher. Understand this. Ari Fletcher was the what were they called?
Well, he was George Bush's spokesperson.
Yeah, the spokesman for the president.
Mm-hmm.
Fletcher, Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
You would think if there's anybody on this earth that would understand totalitarian fascism, Nazism, evil on the earth, will be the Jew.
Mm-hmm.
All the crap that they've gone through, you would think the Jews would spot evil quickly. He came out and said publicly, Americans, you better watch what you say. You better watch your mouth. You better watch what you say in this country. And I'm thinking, this is a Jewish guy, and he's telling his fellow Americans to watch their mouth, watch what you're saying. That's what that's what the Nazis did. The SS told the Jews, you better watch your mouth. If you're speaking un-German thoughts here in Berlin, and the Führer hears about it, you better watch your mouth.
I mean, look at they regulated the people right out of Germany back then. For instance, there's articles where shop owners had a restaurant and they had a square table. Well, they came in and said, you know what? You can't have square tables. You have to have round tables. Someone could bump their leg. And they squeeze these people right out of business.
That's right. So Ari Fleschen, Jewish boy, saying to Americans who fought and died on the field of battle to free the Jews in Germany, turns right around and gets a nice, cushy job with the president of the United States.
Saying? If you're, if you're working for the king, you're getting some shillings from the king, so don't speak against the king.
That's right. As far as I'm concerned, it's very scary telling people the truth.
Well, they can't handle the truth. And the scary thing right now, I mean, you look at the amount of money right now that Homeland Security gets. And this Chertoff, he was one of the first Homeland Security directors. That little prick, he's selling these X-ray machines in the airports. It's outrageous. He's now making hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars for this company, selling these human microwaves that you've got to walk through. And if you Google it, MIT human body scanners, and just see what it says. And it talks about how it destroys your DNA.
Wait. Isn't that a conflict of interest?
No.
Homeland Security.
No.
He's no longer the Homeland Security director.
That's right.
Oh,
he took his position, went for the private sector. Now he sells each airport, in the United States, these, multi-million-dollar machines. Where in Europe, by the way, the European community just banned them, saying that they, one, are ineffective, two, they're potentially causing cancer risk for humans that walk through them. Now, this is the European community, okay, that's just as concerned about security matters as we are. Yet this guy Chertoff, who used to work for the government, is now selling these big microwaves. Beyond conflict of interest.
Yeah, but
it's like the foxes watching the hen house.
Yep.
And
but
if you question
America.
them, have you? By the way, have any of you guys gone through an airport recently?
No.
Oh, I haven't went through one of those things.
Yeah, first of all, you can opt out. You're entitled to opt out.
I wouldn't mind a little feel here and there.
The problem is with the feel. They don't give you Hilga, they give you Bruce. And Bruce looks like this beyond twisted individual. And if you question him, they go up and they grab your balls worse than your doctor. I mean, it's unbelievable. Last time I went through, it was unbelievable. They took my computer and ran it through the x-ray 3 or 4 times. And I just kind of kept my mouth shut. And I said, no, I'm not opting out. I'm not going through this body scanner. They said, why not? I said, because if you Google it, and MIT, which I considered a pretty good university here in the United States, their top scientists say that it affects my DNA. So you know what? Pat me down. So they take you over and they stand you in this little booth like you're some alien.
Yeah.
And then they make you, what time is your flight? And they make you stand there for 15, 20 minutes. And then they put on the rubber gloves and they pat you down. And listen, I'm just trying to, get from point A to point B. But it's beyond, invasive.
I like what one of those comedians said. If you're gay and you don't have a date for Saturday night, you just go to the airport.
Go to the airport. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh, it's crazy.
So
it's just sad that, what's really sad about this, and it's talking about questioning authority and really just going out and speaking, that people are just, the sheeple, as I call them, are afraid to write to their senators. They're afraid to write to their congressmen about this invasive treatment that each citizen is getting. And they're, from what I understand, they're now at train stations and bus stations, and they're going after these people that obviously, look like they cannot rub 2 nickels together, and they're picking on them, and they're, it's beyond what happened to America.
That's right.
I mean, we've just signed it away to big corporations.
Yep.
Your next politicians that are making millions and millions of dollars off of security.
Well, I see the whole thing. I'm very philosophical about what I do. The one thing that I guess you could attribute to my work that I have been able to do is pattern recognition. I have always been able to see patterns in things that other people don't see, as like codes, and I can see codes very quickly. I can see pattern recognition. And I'm telling you, there's a definite pattern here that connects directly to Washington, D.C., is connected directly to the Roman Empire. America is the new Roman Empire. And like the Roman Empire, it is now in decline. That Rome fell in the year, 5th century, 425, something like that. Officially was when Rome officially was declared null and void. There was no empire left. And so that's what we are today. We're right around 425 AD with the Roman Empire's full and total collapse. So the American Republic has fully and totally collapsed. There is no longer an America as such. We are now like the Roman Empire. Now, let me explain why I'm saying that. Is because what we call Washington, D.C., that little area of the country called Washington, D.C., originally back in 1770s, before America was founded, that area was called Rome, R-O-M-E, Rome. That little area today we call Washington, D.C., was originally called Rome. It was owned by a Jesuit Catholic family. And that was actually brought out in the movie, what is National Treasure 1 and National Treasure 2.
Yeah, with Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, Nicolas Cage's movie, National Treasure 1, brought out how it was actually called Rome. Now, if you got the Time magazine and Life magazine, I still have the Life magazine, a big article in Life magazine back in the 50s, did a whole article on the Capitol building in Washington, D.C., and it talked about the man who designed the Capitol building was from Europe, and he designed the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. to be exactly the replica of the Vatican, the Capitol on the Vatican, the dome.
The Domus, which is
the Domus, right.
Significant with a lot of architecture. It actually went back to
Rome.
Well, Rome, and pre-Rome, it goes back to your Sumerians.
That's right. The Domus. That's right.
Yeah, what I find kind of fascinating is we'll go back into Rome. Well, if you cross over the river there, you've got Vatican City, where it is a square. You've got London Square, which is separate from the city of London.
Tiananmen
Square, and you also have DC, which is the 10 square
10 mile square.
Yeah.
I mean, any town in a little city has a town square.
No,
why? Because if you get out of line, they're going to feed you 3 square meals. And
well, how about the square and the significance with Freemasonry?
Well, I'm just saying that the square is very important symbol, the square. That's why you have Tiananmen Square, New York Square, what is it, Madison Square Garden. Squares are very important, and that's why you're advised as a child to learn how to play fair and square, or you're going to go to jail, sit in a square cell where they're going to feed you 3 square meals. So you need to play fair and square. So once you understand what all the symbol means, where does it come from? Why do you have to go to jail? You go to jail because you're a battery. Your body is a biological electrical unit. It's a battery. That's why you have to have a lot of water, because you're a battery.
And you go to a cell to recharge your battery.
So that's exactly right. So if you can, when you go into court, you are a maritime admiralty product because you came out of your mother's water. So you are a maritime admiralty product. You're a biological battery. And so if you can't find someone to bail you out, you need to pay bail. But if you can't get bailed out, that's what you do. If a boat's taking on water, you get a bucket and bail out the water. Well, if they can't bail you out, then you're in hot water. They're going to take your biological body, which is a battery, and put you in a cell. That's what we call the batteries. They're a cell. And so once you realize and understand how the world works, it's all working perfectly. What you think is craziness and lunacy and stupidity around the world, with violence and wars and bloodshed and all this crap going on with the terrorism, it's all being worked out perfectly to a well-laid plan that's been known for many, many years. And the people have no idea in the world how all of this stuff really works. It's really very simple once you understand how corporate thinking works. You've got to create business.
It's all about commerce.
It's all about commerce. Did you know that all criminality, all crime, any good professional attorney or lawyer in this country who's worth their salt and who's intellectually honest, to tell you the truth, will tell you that the law says in America, all crime is in commerce. Everything you do in your life is a commercial venture. Everything. Just walking to the store was part of business. It's called the business of living. All crime, any crime you commit, is in commerce. So you've got to pay your dues. You've got to pay. So they say if you can't pay, then don't play. So if you're going to create a crime that's in commerce, it's business. It's bad business, and you're going to have to pay your debt to society. Why? It's because every crime, there's a book that judges are given, a very thick book, and I've seen it one time. I wish I could have got a hold of it. It has every crime that can be committed, period. Have all the hundreds of different divisions of all kinds of criminality, and every single crime that is possible to commit, that they've got any kind of legal structure on the crime at all. Every crime has a financial responsibility.
Well, that's where the bail's set.
That's exactly right.
For instance, if you commit murder, you're going to get your bail is going to be set at X. If you rob a CD,
it's a particular bail. Right.
DUI, Z. And
it's because all crime is in commerce.
Everything.
All crime is considered business. It's just business.
Well,
it's
that's
nothing personal.
Where the Universal Commercial Code falls into place.
Precisely. The Uniform Commercial Code, Universal Commercial Code, all crime is a business. And then, like any other business, if you have that book that judges have, the guy is coming before the judge, he's been accused of such and such crime, you look it up in the book and see, okay, that crime is worth $2.5 million. Now, if he's got $2.5 million, I don't care if he shot the guy, whatever, it doesn't matter what he did. You can pay for it, bring your money with you and pay for it right now, and you take a walk. But if you can't pay for it, then they're going to have to take your body, which is a biological battery, and put it in a cell.
Hasta la vista, baby. You're in jail.
That's it. And so once you understand how commerce works, look up the word in a law dictionary. Look up the word commerce, commerce and Congress. I've said this before, but I'm saying it again. The word Congress. Americans run around all day long talking about, well, the Congress did this, the Congress said that. You know what the word Congress means?
Sex.
Yes. S-E-X, sex.
I'm learning.
Sex is in the dictionary, law dictionary, look up the word commerce. It will tell you commerce is sex.
And
period.
Congress.
And Congress
is sex.
As sex.
Well, that significance with the congressman fucking the American people.
Yeah, but don't. You just think you're taking this personal.
Oh, it's not personal. It's just
business. But no, this is.
He's a little bitter right now.
Not at all.
But look it's true that the word Congress and commerce means sex in a law dictionary. Go look it up. So therefore, when people say, well, the Congress is screwing us, of course, that's what the word means. Go read it. And so that's why when you're getting married, you need to understand this. The way maritime admiralty or British maritime admiralty commercial law works, and that's what we're working on as the British Empire. America's merely one nation under the British Empire. And therefore, the very word British, there's a world of difference between English and British. English is a bloodline, but British means something totally different. British comes from a Hebrew word berith, B-R-E-T-H, berith. Berith in Hebrew is a contract, a covenant or a contract. And the word in Hebrew for a man or men is the same, singular or plural. In Hebrew, the word man or men is ish, I-S-H, or ishi, ish. Ish is man. Therefore, you take the commerce, you take the word berith, which is a contract or a covenant, men of the covenant. So berith and ish is the word brith, and ish is, we call it British. And so British simply means man of the contract or the contract man. That's why today, anything you're going to do in America, you need to sign a contract. Why? Because we're under British Maritime Admiralty law, the law of the British. Brit is a contract and ish is man. The British is the man of the contract, or men who demand a contract. So that's why, as I said to you before, no matter how devious and evil the laws are that throw people into jail, take old ladies' homes from them, throw innocent people into prisons, take their homes, rip people off, they have a right to do that. You need to understand and be a good citizen. And by being a good citizen, it means that you have to understand how the law works, how the government works, because they're not on the face of it, the law is not evil and bad. It just is what it is.
Well, we need it. It's been abused. I mean, if you look at the original Declaration of Independence.
Oh, well, that's different. Now we're talking about a whole different subject now.
Because that's a great document.
Well, it's the most important document ever signed in the history of the human race.
Well, it's the cornerstone to our whole society.
Absolutely.
Another cornerstone.
However, the lawmakers and elected officials, and the problem is today, our elected officials are controlled by big corporations.
And please support the show at no cost to you by doing your online shopping at Amazon. Make sure you click through the Amazon link on our homepage.
All right. Thanks for listening, and join us next time.
Jordan Maxwell Show. You can follow us on Facebook at Jordan Maxwell Show, and follow us on Twitter at J Maxwell Show for any messages. And you can leave posts and messages as well. You can always find the latest shows on our website, but if you want to make sure you don't miss a show, you can subscribe to the Jordan Maxwell Show on iTunes. and the show is always free. So please support the show at no cost to you by doing your online shopping at Amazon. Make sure you click through the Amazon link on our homepage.
First of all money on the earth, well, let's go back to the Roman Empire. Back in the Roman Empire, it was basically stated in ancient Rome that there were only two things on the earth, land and water. And therefore, there were two kinds of law to be established on this earth, the law of the land and the law of water. Brilliant. That's all there is land or water. So the law of the land, and people have heard that term, the law of the land, but you don't realize when you use the term law of the land, it's to differentiate between the law of the land as opposed to the law of the sea, the law of the ocean. That's why you use that term, law of the land, because there's another law that dominates the earth. It's called the law of the ocean, the law of the sea. The law of the land is obviously the law of the people who live on a particular piece of land. As many countries as there are, or as many cities as there are, that's how many laws of the land there is, because the law of the land is different in South Africa than it is in America. You can do things in China you cannot do in Egypt. You can do things in America you can't do in Australia because of the law of the land. The land is where the people live, so it's the law of the custom of the people who live on that particular piece of land. They have decided for themselves what their customs will be. And when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So if you're going to go to Australia, you're going to go to South Africa, you're going to go to Egypt, you better learn what they can do and what they can't do. And if you don't like it, then you go back home where you can do what you want to do. But if you're in somebody else's country, you have to abide by their custom, the law of the land. Now, there is another law called the law of the sea, the law of the ocean. That is the banking law, because you can get a credit card in America and go to China and live pretty well and go vacation. Or you can get a credit card in Africa, in South Africa, and go to China on vacation and eat very well and live very well and go on a vacation. Why? Because it doesn't have anything to do with the custom of the people. We're talking money, period. It's just money. One law of the sea, water. So we say in America, money goes through your hands like water. No, money is water. Maritime Admiralty law of England. The law of the sea is the law of banking. Banking law is referred to as the law of the sea. Therefore, let me explain to you. When a ship pulls into harbor, we may have talked about this before, but it's important, so we need to hear it again. When a ship pulls into a harbor, first of all, you need to understand, according to international law, all ships are female. There is no such a thing as a male ship. All ships by law are female. That's why you will hear captains say, she's a good ship, and she's been seaworthy, she's this and she's that. All captains will refer to their ship, rocket ship, sailing ship, doesn't matter what kind of airship, the captain calls his plane she. She's a good ship. She's seaworthy. Why? Because all ships by law are considered female. Reason why? Because all ships, any kind of a ship, delivers a product. And so the idea goes back into the ancient world of Sumeria, ancient Greece, ancient Rome, where the idea was the male manufactures, but the female produces the product. So therefore, we humans were manufactured, but your mother was in labor and in the delivery room because she was building a product.
And giving birth.
To a product. Therefore, when a ship pulls into a harbor, she parks at the dock. And where she parks at the dock, she ties off a rope onto the dock to hold her in her berth. Every item coming off of that ship from anywhere in the world to anywhere in the world, doesn't matter. We're talking business. We're talking banking. Any any item on that ship coming off that ship must have something called a certificate of manifest, because yesterday the ship wasn't here. But today we come to work and there's a ship here from Japan or from China with $800 million worth of televisions or whatever. So it has manifested. $800 million worth of business is waiting for you at the dock. So therefore, every item coming off that ship, because it's manifested, must have what is called a certificate of manifest, meaning every piece coming out that ship has to be accounted for. How much does it weigh? What color was it? Does it have 4 doors, 2 doors? Air conditioning? No. What color? And so every item coming off the ship must have its own certificate of manifest. Why? Because it was brought in, she brought it in on water, and she is in her berth. So therefore, each item has to have what is called a birth certificate, a certificate of manifest, because she is sitting in her berth, B-E-R-T-H, a birth certificate. Therefore, when your mother gave birth to you, you came down her birth canal when her water broke. And therefore, you come out into the world as a maritime admiralty product. You came out of water down the canal. Therefore, you have to have a birth certificate, a certificate of manifest. Because last night you weren't here. This morning you're here. You manifested. So we got to know, how much did you weigh? The hospital has to say, how much you weigh? What color was he? Did he have 5 fingers? Yes. Why? Because you are considered a maritime admiralty product, because she was in labor building you after your father manufactured. So once you begin to see how the commercial world works, you are nothing more than a product, a maritime admiralty product, to be bought and sold, and therefore you have to have a birth certificate. Now, if you're taking one of those cars or TVs off of the ship and it drops down accidentally and breaks, you just lost money. You can't sell that one and make any money off of it. That's okay. Things like that happen. Okay. And there's no problem with that in commerce. If you break something, it's no problem. We take that off of our taxes. There's a loss. But you have to have a death certificate. And it's got to be signed by the dock. Why? Because that's what the damn thing fell and broke, was at the dock. So the dock has to sign your birth certificate. And if you die there, then he has to sign your death certificate. And we better make sure that the doctor is not lying about the death certificate. Because if you're lying about the death certificate, that's prison time for a doctor. You don't want to lie. Did this person, was he born dead? Yes. Prove it. Sign the paper and put your life on the line as a doctor and tell me that this person died at birth. And if we find out you're lying, because now he doesn't have to pay taxes, he doesn't have to be under government control, he's totally free because we don't know anything about him, and we find out you're lying, that's a felony for doctors. You go to jail for that. So therefore, doctors will have to sign your birth certificate. They have to sign your death certificate. Why? Because you are a maritime admiralty product. Your mother created you. After you were manufactured, you were created, and she was in her labor. She was in labor in the delivery room because she was delivering you as a product. And that's why in your birth certificate, on the bottom, on the right-hand bottom of the birth certificate, where your mother or father signed, look at it. Look on the birth certificate. It doesn't say mother or father. It doesn't say parent. Where your mother and father signed, it says informant. Your mother and father was informing the corporation that the new television has just arrived in America, or a new car, a new automobile has just arrived that you didn't know about. So it's called an informant. Now, on the left side of your birth certificate, on the very bottom, you will see in small print, the birth certificate is the property of the United States Commerce Department, Department of Commerce. Why? It's because your birth certificate is a commercial document. It's on actual banking paper. It's on banking paper. It's considered a stock, just like a stock certificate. So once you understand that you are That's why if you say if your son's getting married or your daughter's getting married, and she's marrying a very wealthy, marrying into an extremely wealthy family, we say, well, her fiance she's marrying, he's of good stock. What do you mean? She's marrying a pig or marrying a horse? No, because all humans are considered stock. That's why if you're going to, it's an incredible story about how we are maritime admiralty stock. We are like a stockyard. That's why all, when we were growing up as kids in America, all houses and homes always had a yard, a front yard and a backyard. That's for your children to play in because it was a stockyard. And we still have stockyards today. That's why you're creating a product for the commercial world that we live in. And so to protect the product, you give them a backyard to play in. So it's called a stockyard.
So as soon as we're born, we are signed over to the United States or whatever country we live in.
That's right.
To our government.
That's right. And they own your body.
Are we signed over to the government or the country?
Well, the government is the country. The government.
So the United States of America, let's say?
No, not to the United States of America. No, you're signed over when you're born here in this country. You're signed over to the United States, not the United States of America. There's a world of difference between the sun and the moon, between wet and dry, between up and down.
Right.
Opposites. Well, there's a big difference between United States or United States of America. Doesn't mean the same thing at all. United States of America is one thing. United States is totally different than the United States of America. That's the point that most people don't know anything about. So when you use the term United States, you're not talking about the United States of America, the collective 50 states in the federal union. United States is not the 50 states. United States is a totally different entity completely. United States of America was founded in 1776 as a constitutional republic, but that was done away with in 1871. We're no longer living in the United States of America. As of 1871, we are now living in something called the United States. This is why once a year, United States is considered not a country. United States of America is a country. It's a confederation of states, which we call the federal enclave, the federal states, the federal republic. But United States by itself is a company, is a corporation, incorporated in 1871. A group of men got together after the Civil War and incorporated a company.
In Delaware.
Well, anyone can form a corporation. Anybody.
So we could have done it.
You can form a corporation. But if you form a corporation, then you are now under corporate law. You can't do certain things you could do as an individual. Now you're a corporation. But, of course, you get certain perks as a corporation, too. So there's some good and there's some bad. There's some up and there's some down. Now, you certain things you can do now as a corporation you couldn't do as by yourself. So corporation is a business. Well, anybody can form a corporation, but if you form a corporation, as I said, you're under corporate law, which means the first thing right off the bat is that you have to have, according to corporate law, a president of the corporation. You also have to have, according to the law, a vice president of the corporation, and you also have to have a secretary treasurer. At least those three things you have to have if you're going to have a corporation. So today we have a president, we have a vice president, we have a secretary treasurer of a corporation, a privately owned company, a corporation. And the corporation was incorporated in Delaware in 1871. As a privately owned company, 1871 corporation incorporated called United States Corporation. Has nothing to do whatsoever with the United States of America, founded in 1776. No, nothing to do with that at all. Privately owned corporation called United States Corporation, incorporated in 1871. It is now considered to be a corporation. Okay, now the point being is that according to the corporate law, anyone who would work for that corporation would be referred to as a citizen of that corporation. So today, if you walk into any business in America and you say, and they ask you in the bank or ask you if you're applying for a job or anything, they ask you, are you a U.S. citizen? And you say, yes, I'm a U.S. citizen. You think what they're asking you, and a good attorney, a federal attorney, would tell you in court, I'm going to ask you a question. But before you answer, think about what I'm going to ask you. The judge is listening, the court's listening, and this is all on the oath. I'm going to ask you a question. Be careful what you answer, the way you answer. Are you, of your own volition, out of your own mouth, testifying that you are a U.S. citizen? Now, don't answer until you think about it, because whatever you say, you can go to prison. So are you a U.S. citizen? And you say, well, what he's asking me is, am I lawful and legal to be in America? Yes, I'm a U.S. citizen. Good. Now you're going to jail because you no longer have any rights or protections under law, because a U.S. citizen is an employee of a privately owned company. You have no jurisdiction. There's no jurisdiction to protect you under the Constitution or the Bill of Rights. That's an American, not a U.S. citizen. So therefore, there's a world of difference between a United States citizen and an American United States of America. Because the United States of America, there was no U.S. citizenship. There was state citizenships. You were a citizen of the state in which you were living. That's why today, in 1871, after the Civil War, there was a privately owned company established called United States Corporation. And in that, they stipulated that anyone who would work for that corporation that was founded as a company, corporation, would be called a citizen. So today, if someone says, are you a U.S. citizen? And you say yes, what that means is that you have testified with your own, out of your own mouth, that you are an employee of a foreign corporation, because it's foreign to any state, because a United States corporation is not in any one of the states. So it's a foreign corporation. It's a place called Washington, D.C. And Washington, D.C. is not one of the states of America. So therefore, it's a foreign corporation. It's in a particular area called District of Columbia. District of Columbia is not a state. District of Columbia is is 10 miles square where the corporation operates from. But it's not in Maryland. It's not in Virginia. It's not in New York. It's a whole area that has its own flag, its own laws, its own jurisdiction, has nothing to do with the 50 states of the Union.
People don't realize that. They don't even have their own congressional seat. They don't have their own senatorial seat. It's its own little entity.
Well, I got a lot of questions. First of all, who was the first president of the United States Corporation?
Oh, well, yeah.
Google May 1871 president.
So the point being is that today, if you say that you are a U.S. citizen, what you are saying in law, in any courtroom, what you're saying is that you are an employee of a foreign corporation. Foreign corporations are perfectly fine in any state. All kinds of countries have corporations in America. And California, we're filled with corporations from all over the world. Corporations from automobile companies. Japan has corporations here. Africa has corporations. It's all right. That's fine. It's just business. As long as you remember that California's boss, and you pay up front, and you have to tell California how much your corporation's buying and selling, and you have to pay taxes from your corporation. But as long as you're doing the business of the corporation, you can operate anywhere. As long as you pay your dues, as long as you pay your taxes. The corporation called United States is operating in a place called Washington, D.C., which is not a part of America. It has its own flag, the Washington, D.C. flag, which has its own jurisdiction, its own police department. It has nothing to do with the 50 states of the Union at all. So what it amounts to is, if you want, my name is Jordan Maxwell. I want to welcome you to my show. What's the show going to be about? It's going to be about the strangest things that are going on all around the world. All kinds of mysteries, the world of the occult, things which are happening all over the earth that we as humans have never been privy to know about. I've spent over 53 years of my life in the world of hidden knowledge, hidden wisdom, mystery school teachings. It's a fascinating world that we live in all around us. I want to excite people to look at the world that they have never seen before. The world of the occult. The word occult simply means hidden. Nothing evil or bad. It simply means hidden. So much of the real world that we live in has been hidden from us, purposely, by government, by religion, by commerce. The people who run this planet do not want you to start thinking for yourself and begin to see how the world really works. That are doing things that you are not going to believe. That's what I do. That's who I am. This is Jordan Maxwell, and stay tuned.